Traveling through the world of fantasy novels, he became an abandoned son of the imperial clan who was exiled to the lower world in the immortal realm. He reincarnated for 6 lives. As a villain, he just wanted to be a decent senior brother. However, he was misunderstood by the junior sisters he cared about most for 5 whole lifetimes. In the 6th life, he was ruined. From then on, the son of the lower realm was deprived of his destiny. On the day when the Holy Maiden of the God realm awakened, he made a high-profile appearance and led his 10 dragon demon guards, turning the Holy Clan upside down. The 9 Empresses even fought for him. When he made up his mind to be a villain, the world looked a little different. Junior sister Mu, who had always been indifferent to her, suddenly said one day that when she becomes emperor, she will give this world to him. Junior sister Feng, who was rescued from the devil's cave by him, wanted to kill all the people who were his enemies and not allow other women to get close to him. Even the beautiful master is an enemy of the protagonist and wants to protect him. Su Ming. Get it clear, I am the villain. Chapter 1 showing off, I am the villain. Shenyang sect, 7th peak. Phew. Hundreds of green luans screamed in unison and flew past the sky. All the birds sing in unison. This is the signal summoned by the peak master. Hear the sound. Above the clouds, in front of the main hall, when all the disciples gathered here, they all looked stunned. Looking up, I saw above the sky, a demon phoenix filled with ferocious evil aura, slowly descending with its wings that covered the sky and the sun. On demon phoenix's back, stood a man in green. The man's figure is like a sword, and his young and handsome face has sharp edges and corners, like the most perfect sculpture in the world. His face is calm, and his black hair has a charming deep luster in the sun, and his eyes are as bright as stars. It contains a touch of unfathomable mystery and sharpness. His eyes were indifferent and he glanced down. The whole person is like an eagle in the dark night, cold, arrogant and lonely, and his whole body exudes an aura that is arrogant to the world. Eldest brother, is it that eldest brother is back? It's only been 3 months, and he was released from the immortal prison. Didn't you say that he would be imprisoned for at least 3 years? How come he was released in just 3 months? What did the immortal prison think? However, when all the disciples saw the young man's face clearly, their expressions changed drastically, and many disciples hurriedly lowered their heads and quietly stepped back. At the very back of these disciples, a beautiful girl in white clothes, who looked like a fairy, arrived last. When she saw the young figure in the sky clearly, her pretty face instantly became extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with deep disgust. Junior sister Mu was here too. I really don't know what senior brother was thinking at the time. Junior sister Mu is the most talented disciple in our 7 peaks in the past 100 years. If senior brother likes her, wouldn't it be a good idea to pursue her in a fair and just way? He has to do such dirty things. In the name of delivering medicine, I almost ruined junior sister Mu's innocence. Obviously, senior brother was not like this before. At that time, he was as gentle as jade, kind and easygoing. I don't know how many junior sisters and senior sisters thought he was the most perfect partner. Why is he like this now? Alas, senior brother, he is no longer the senior brother we know. The disciples whispered, their faces filled with disappointment. Once upon a time, they were the perfect elder brother. But now, he has become a sanctimonious hypocrite. Not only are they disappointed, even their peak master, who had adopted his senior brother since childhood, had disappointment in his eyes. Bai Qingshan, dressed in snow clothes, stepped out of the main hall. As the peak master of the 7 peaks, no one dared to offend her majesty. Her pretty face covered with frost slightly raised, and her beautiful cold eyes looked into the air. A few moments, the demon phoenix landed on the ground. The young man walked down. He was dressed in green clothes and had black hair, and his eyes were extremely handsome. His eyes swept over the many junior brothers and sisters around him, and finally his eyes rested on Bai Qingshan in front of the hall. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was always an evil smile on his face, giving people a sense of unruly arrogance. Disciple Su Ming, I've met Master. He clasped his hands into fists and spoke calmly. Bai Qingshan stared into his eyes. After a long silence, the red lips opened slightly, and a cold voice spread throughout the sky. I didn't agree. Who asked you to come back? Su Ming raised his finger, pointed at the sky, and said with a lazy smile, "My disciples have endured all 99 heavenly tribulations, so they have no reason to imprison me." Hear this. Many disciples took a deep breath. That was 99 heavenly tribulations. If it were them, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one heavenly calamity. Senior brother actually withstood 99 heavenly tribulations. In their hearts, they were filled with awe and a little hatred for this senior brother. It's painful and you can't argue with it. Why did he do such a dirty thing to junior sister Mu? As a senior brother, doesn't he even know the most basic ethics and integrity? Does he know how much harm this will do to junior sister Mu? The formerly lively and lovely junior sister Mu has become taciturn during this time, with a pure and bright smile on her face. After that incident, she will never be seen again. No one has seen it. Bai Qingshan took a deep breath. Then he said in a cold voice, "It's in vain that you, as my senior brother at the 7th peak, did something that made everyone angry with your junior sister. I will send you to the immortal prison to be punished. I just hope that you will change your mind and start a new life. Now that you have been punished, I will ask you again, do you know what you did to your junior sister?" Her expression was stern and her voice was cold. From the eyes of this master, Su Ming saw a hint of deep disappointment. He shook his head and smiled. If he was disappointed, let him be disappointed. It didn't matter. Anyway, he is destined to disappoint his master. Because he is a villain who can never escape his identity as a villain. If I remember correctly, this should be the 6th life. 6 reincarnations. The 6th life of time travel is also the 6th life of repetition. During the 1st life, he knew that he had traveled to a world of fantasy novels and became a villain in the novel. Pity, he does not have an awakening system, nor does he have any golden fingers. Even though he knows the plot, he still cannot change the ending of his villain. In the end, he will always be slapped in the face by the protagonist and serve as a stepping stone for the protagonist's growth. Commonly known as cannon fodder. This ending, for him as a time traveler, is more frustrating than anything else. So, of course he thought about changing the plot. From a dark villain to a big brother that everyone respects and admires. It is a pity, perhaps it is the laws of nature in this novel world that are causing trouble. No matter how he acts, how he cares and loves his junior brothers and sisters, in the final outcome, he will inevitably be labeled as a villain, and then be slapped in the face by the protagonist. A tragic death at the hands of the protagonist. During the 1st life, the future Empress Mu Qingyan became his junior sister. He clearly remembered that at that time, in order to avoid the villain's ending, he cared for his junior sister from beginning to end, and sincerely played the role of a kind senior brother. However, in the end, in the eyes of the younger junior sister, he turned out to be a ridiculous image of a licking dog. I still remember that one time my junior sister had an accident while practicing, and she almost went crazy and lost all her cultivation. He ignored his own safety and broke into the secret realm alone. In the end, even with a broken arm, he found the elixir for the junior sister. After the junior sister made a breakthrough in her cultivation, she met the male protagonist. From then on, although she was grateful to him, the senior brother who had lost his arm, she was more alienated from him. He became a ridiculous clown. 2nd life. Unwilling to be reconciled, he tried his best to control the care and love that a senior brother should have for his junior brothers and sisters. He did not violate the rules and did not ask for help. He was gentle, friendly and easygoing on weekdays. When the sect is in crisis, he shouldered the responsibilities that a senior brother should have. With one man and one sword, he fought against the 10 demons in a bloody battle, and finally protected the disciples of the sect. However, because he was seriously injured during the battle, he suffered from hidden diseases, and his cultivation was difficult to improve for the rest of his life. After the war, the elixir in his body shattered, and he lost to the protagonist in the sect competition. From then on, the protagonist became the target of all the disciples of the sect, and he, the senior brother, had to leave sadly. In the end, he originally wanted to find his junior sister to accompany him in drinking, to relieve the depression in his heart, but in the end he was questioned by the protagonist, and he was given the name of a villain who colluded with the demons and deceived his junior sister. The 3rd life, he learned from experience and still insisted on walking his own righteous path. Due to physical reasons, the seventh junior sister from Taishuan sect has been weak since she was a child, but she has excellent cultivation talent. During one practice, she did not know what caused her body to be extremely damaged. Severe damage, the spiritual veins in the body were destroyed, and he could no longer practice cultivation. He couldn't bear to see the seventh junior sister looking sad, so he secretly transplanted one of his spiritual veins to her, and hid in the dark to protect her every time she practiced. As a result, he was discovered by the male protagonist once, and then, his reputation as a voyeur was confirmed. No matter how he explained it, everyone only believed in the male protagonist and not him. Then comes the fourth life. The fifth life. Until now, the sixth life. His heart was already tired. What bullshit is right? It's so ridiculous. Since everyone in every life only believed in the so-called protagonist, and spurned him, the villainous senior brother, then why should he continue to live in such a miserable state? Born to be a villain. You should be at ease in the world. He has figured it out in this life. Just follow the plot with peace of mind, and he can also enjoy the feeling of being a villain, bullying his junior brother, teasing his junior sister, and contradicting his beautiful master, which he has never done in the previous 5 lives. He had done almost all the things he had done in his past life in his 6th life. This led to his reputation as the 7th Peak's senior brother, and now almost everyone in the sect knew it. Who among the other 6 Peaks met him and didn't look at him with contempt? Thinking of this, in full view of everyone, Su Ming turned his head and looked at the beautiful girl at the back of the crowd, with an evil smile on his lips. Wrong. My junior sister almost went crazy when she was practicing. As a senior, it's right for senior brother to help her. What's wrong with that? At this point, his voice changed, but to be honest, the little junior sister's figure is really something that will be unforgettable for a lifetime. The words fell. Countless disciples were silent. Then, the whole place was in an uproar. Is this person really the senior brother they respect in their hearts? However, what everyone didn't know was that after saying these 2 sentences, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Su Ming's mind. Ding, the heroine Mu Qingyan's favorable opinion of the host has changed from disgust to very disgust. The host's behavior is in line with the villain's personality. 1,000 villain points will be rewarded. 1,000 villain points. Su Ming curled his lips inwardly. What he gave was too little. But better than nothing. In his 6th life, when he first decided to become a villain, he went crazy while practicing, and unexpectedly awakened a villain system in his mind that he had not awakened in the previous 5 lives. This system has only one function, and that is when he completes during the villain plot, give him a certain amount of villain points. Using the villain points, you can redeem anything you want in the villain mall. After the villain's plot is completed, or the plot of this world is over, the system says that it will take him to leave this world and ascend to the God realm, or he can return to Blue Star. By this time, Su Ming finally felt a little comfort in his heart. Since he wanted to be a villain, he must be the top and most powerful villain in the world, the kind of villain who would make all the protagonists tremble with fear and tremble to the point of kneeling. Chapter 2, Rebellious Disciple. After the disciples were in an uproar, there was some disbelief on his face. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and his eyes were full of disappointment. Their senior brother was completely hopeless. In front of his master, he dared to tease his junior sister so arrogantly. Isn't he afraid that his master would ruin his cultivation and expel him from the sect? Bai Qingshan was obviously very angry at Su Ming's words. The white spiritual power on her body turned into a rainbow and surged out. She clenched her jade fingers and then slapped Su Ming directly. This palm, she showed no mercy. Powerful spiritual power poured into Su Ming's body. Bai Qingshan's palm hit his chest impartially, knocking his body back dozens of meters. Immediately, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he stabilized. He kept his figure and stretched out his hand to wipe away the blood. His deep black eyes stared calmly at Bai Qingshan's beautiful mature cheeks, shook his head, and gently patted the dust off his chest. Thinking about the original plot, after the male protagonist joined the sect, he pretended to be cool and slapped his face all the way, which attracted the attention of many female protagonists and won their hearts, including his master Bai Qingshan. However, the ending of our beautiful master was not very good. The evil male protagonist was using her from the beginning to the end, using her to get close to the secrets of the Shenyang sect. It was pity that she was still thinking about the male protagonist until the end. It was miserable. Died at the hands of the male protagonist's enemy. Su Ming remembered it deeply. In the third life, after Bai Qingshan died, the sinister male protagonist didn't even look at her. He erected a tombstone for his master and buried her in the back mountain of Shenyang sect. Then, one person and one sword, killed the demon sect. In that battle, blood flowed like a river. In the end, he killed the person who killed Bai Qingshan and avenged her. However, because he had exhausted his spiritual power, he was captured by the demon sect. After being tortured for 100 days, his head was shown to the public. Obviously, under the blessing of the so-called rules of heaven in this fantasy world, in every life, no matter how hard he tries, the female protagonists will not have any affection for him. However, with the blessing of the protagonist's halo, the evil male protagonist can easily win their hearts. The ending of every life is no exception. He will become the villain that all heroines hate. No matter how hard he tries, it will be superfluous. So, in this life, he was completely ruined. Qi and blood surged in his body, but Su Ming still had a lazy expression on his face. He stretched, and then smiled slightly. "We haven't seen you for a few months. Master's cultivation is not advancing but retreating. It seems that these days, Master, I still care a lot about my disciples." These words, instantly, the hearts of many disciples exploded. They knew that Su Ming was very courageous, but they did not know that this senior brother was so courageous. Even though the master used to favor him, now he has made a mistake, and not only does he not know how to repent, and even teased and provoked master. Is he crazy? Bai Qingshan stared at him, her chest rising and falling slightly. But just when she was about to get angry, behind the crowd, a girl in white clothes came out. She lowered her head and spoke softly. "Master, the senior brother has just returned from the fairy prison. Moreover, the disciple has never been really violated by the senior brother. Since he has been punished, now let's let this matter be revealed." Her disgust and hatred for Su Ming remained undiminished in her heart, but as she said, Su Ming had not really violated her, and he had already gone to the immortal prison to receive the punishment he deserved. If he continued to hold on to this matter, which would make the other 6 peaks laugh at their jokes. She had just entered the Shenyang sect and did not want to destroy the original piece of the 7th peak because of herself. Bai Qingshan looked at Mu Qingyan and saw the cold expression on the latter's pretty face. She naturally knew in her heart that Mu Qingyan was thinking about their 7th peak's face. During this time, 7th peak had already become the rest of the 6 peaks. The object of the joke was that she didn't even have the face to go to the sect conference. I felt relieved. Bai Qingshan was about to ask Su Ming to go back and face the wall to reflect. Result: as Mu Qingyan finished speaking, Su Ming turned to look at her with a smile on his face. Looking at this charming little junior sister, Su Ming smiled evilly and said, 7 unique imperial veins, I wonder if the 3rd pulse of my junior sister has been activated. Hear the words. Mu Qingyan was slightly startled. Then I felt a little dazed. How did he know? Impossible. No one else will know about activating the 3rd channel. She originally had a Qiju Emperor physique and possessed Qiju Emperor veins. Every time she achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation, she needed to activate an imperial vein. If she could not activate it, her cultivation would be difficult to progress in her life. A few months ago, her cultivation level reaching a bottleneck, I wanted to activate the 3rd imperial vein in one go. As a result, for unknown reasons, not only did the imperial veins not activate, but the spiritual veins in the body were disordered. Once the spiritual veins were disordered, the cultivator had a narrow escape from death. She thought she was doomed at first, but at the last moment she fainted. She vaguely saw there was a young and handsome face with half a mask. On this face, there was a pair of bright star-like eyes staring at her with concern. Then, she fell into a warm embrace and completely lost consciousness. Wait until you wake up again. Not only was there no problem with her body, but her 3rd imperial vein had been successfully activated, and her cultivation had improved rapidly. She wanted to find the person who could help her, but unfortunately she had searched almost the entire Shenyang sect, but could not find any clues. Now she heard Su Ming mention her imperial vein. In her mind, she inevitably thought of the person who helped her, and then when she saw the evil smile on Su Ming's monster-like face, she shook her head in her heart. Even if she was killed, she would not believe it. Her person would be this sanctimonious senior brother, and the senior brother must have discovered the matter about the imperial vein when he spied on her. This peeping Tom is not worthy of being her senior brother. The other side, seeing the changing expression on Mu Qingyan's face, Su Ming curled his lips inwardly. When he mentioned the imperial vein, he just wanted to tease her and see what her expression would be. The result was just as he expected. Mu Qingyan raised her head slightly, stared at him with cold eyes, and said coldly, "Thank you, senior brother, for your concern, but the master has said that the matter of the imperial vein should be kept secret." The implication, that is to say, in her heart, senior brother Su Ming is like an outsider, no, maybe even worse than an outsider. After all, she will not hate an outsider for no reason, but now, she hates him very much in her heart. Su Ming was already in ruins. He acted indifferent to Mu Qingyan's attitude. Therefore, after Mu Qingyan finished speaking, he nodded with a smile, then waved his palm, and his spiritual power was wrapped in the strong wind, rolling Mu Qingyan's delicate body in front of him. He stared at the peerless face in front of him, grinning. "Thank you, little junior sister, for being considerate of senior brother. Are you really going to reveal what happened that day?" Mu Qingyan squeezed her little hands tightly. He gritted his teeth, then nodded slowly. Su Ming smiled, stretched out his hand and gently stroked a strand of black hair on her forehead. Amidst the shocked expressions of many disciples, he smiled shamelessly. "In this case, I will not return junior sister's intimate clothes." Mu Qingyan's face darkened. Bai Qingshan was so angry that her chest kept rising and falling. She never imagined that the apprentice she had adopted since childhood would grow up to be such a shameless person. She stole her junior sister's underwear and could speak so confidently. She was ashamed of him. "Traitor, get out of here and go to the Hall of Punishment. Within 10 days, you are not allowed to leave the spiritual punishment hall without my permission." She immediately scolded him and shot out a powerful spiritual rainbow, completely cutting off the distance between Su Ming and Mu Qingyan. Su Ming shook his head indifferently. He glanced at Mu Qingyan lightly, then turned around, with his back to Bai Qingshan and the many disciples. He raised his palm and snapped his fingers. The huge demon phoenix, which had been quietly standing aside, suddenly looked up to the sky and hissed, and then transformed into a head covered in purple. The flaming mini phoenix landed on his shoulders. "One person and one phoenix. Facing the sunset, go leisurely. The figure is stretched infinitely by the reflected sunlight." Chapter 3. The show is about to begin. Hall of Punishment. The 9th prison peak. On top of the mountain top blocked by spiritual power. Su Ming put on a white suit and sat in front of the chessboard, holding a white piece in one hand. He frowned and thought for a moment, and then, the white piece fell. "I won." He smiled faintly, raised the tea, and took a sip. "Young Master Su, you dragged me all the way from the immortal prison just to play chess with you." Opposite, the young man dressed in black had a look of helplessness on his face. "I'm not as laid back as you. The prisoners in my land are dishonest, so I have to keep an eye on them at all times." Su Ming waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. The next time I go to the immortal prison, I will definitely discipline them for you." "Next time." The young man in black had a horrified look in his eyes and hurriedly smiled bitterly. "You'd better not go. I'm afraid that after you go, you will directly demolish the fairy prison." Su Ming curled his lips. "To be honest, the Heavenly Tribulation Emperor Master in your immortal prison is indeed not very good. His Heavenly Tribulation Dragon formation also needs to be improved." The young man's mouth twitched. "I am afraid that in the entire northern spiritual realm, only this Su Xiaohuang dares to say this about their Heavenly Tribulation Emperor Master." "Yes, I understand." He nodded heartily. "I thought in my heart that I should keep this sentence in my stomach, and I must not leak it at all, otherwise, my life will be at risk." Su Ming gave him a bored look. Then, with one palm, the chessboard in front of him was blown over. Countless chess pieces were suspended in the air, intertwined with each other, and vaguely formed a complex and obscure ancient spiritual array. He stretched his fingers into the spiritual array and gently moved 2 chess pieces. The chess pieces shifted and the entire spiritual array collapsed instantly. However, in the center of the collapse, a huge word Lin slowly emerged. "Help me find someone," Su Ming said indifferently. "Hear the words." The young man in black straightened his face and hurriedly clasped his fists. "Please tell me." Su Ming raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Baikeng Lin family, Lin Changfeng. Baikeng Lin family." The young man's eyes were puzzled. "As far as I know, this is just a small and unpopular family. The Lin family may have been somewhat famous a few hundred years ago, but it has long since declined. This Lin Changfeng seems to be the son of the head of the Lin family. I had an engagement with the daughter of the head of Taishuan's sect when I was young. I wonder what young Master Su wants from him. I heard that in the past few days, Taishuanzong also sent people to the Lin family to cancel Lin Changfeng's marriage. I don't know whether the news is true or false. If Su Xiaohuang wants to see him, I can bring him here." Su Ming was thoughtful. Fingers tapped lightly on the chessboard. Subsequently, he grinned. "No need, you help me kill him. Just wipe out the entire Lin family." The young man was startled. Su Ming glanced at him indifferently, and the next second, a terrifying aura instantly made his body tremble. And Su Ming's cold voice reached his ears word for word. "Don't question my decision. Let's do it tonight. If we can't kill him, I will destroy the Lin family. Then, you can go back to the immortal prison directly. There is no need to come to my place again." The young man was covered in cold sweat. My heart was shaking even more. It is indeed a terrifying existence that can penetrate the restricted area of gods and demons in the immortal prison in 1 month. He has practiced in the immortal prison for hundreds of years before he can reach this level. However, Su Xiaohuang in front of him can penetrate the gods and demons in 1 month. In the restricted area, his aura alone was enough to crush 10 of them. I couldn't believe it. This was just a young man in his early 20s. It seems that the prison master is right. If he wanted to, this Su Xiaohuang, who was on the Northern Spirit Heaven ranking in the Northern Spiritual Realm, could defeat all geniuses. "As you command." He clasped his fists respectfully, not daring to disobey. "Immediately. Just get ready to leave." However, above the sky, the space that was originally blocked by spiritual power suddenly tore a space crack from the outside, and a slightly older figure descended with a smile on his face. "I don't know if it's Han Zuo from Immortal Prison who is here. I'm not here to welcome him from afar. I, Du Kanghai, the current head of the Shenyang sect, have met Han Zuo." After the old man came down, the wrinkled old face was full of smiles. He didn't even look at Su Ming, who was standing aside. His burning eyes only stayed on the young man in black next to Su Ming. Then, he respectfully saluted the young man with his fists raised. The immortal prison Zuo envoy's status in the Northern Spirit Realm is much higher than that of the leader of the sect. Not only is his status higher than him, but his cultivation is also many times stronger than him. If not, he wouldn't so respectful to this man. A few days ago, Su Ming, the eldest disciple of the Seventh Peak, was sent to the immortal prison for punishment. In addition, today he came back early. Du Kanghai naturally thought of many things in his mind. At that moment, he glanced at Su Ming with a stern face and said coldly, "Did you make any mistakes in the immortal prison that led Han Zuo to come all the way to find you?" Su Ming, the things you committed in this sect were enough to drive you out a long time ago. Reply, if your master hadn't begged for you, do you think you could still stay in our Shenyang sect now? His harsh reprimand fell. Su Ming looked calm and drank tea calmly. Han Mo was stunned for a moment. I felt somewhat speechless. Damn, even Su Xiaohuang dared to scold him. This old man was somewhat brave. At least, he would not dare to speak to Su Ming like this. Otherwise, without Su Ming taking action, their prison master would probably tear him alive. He won't forget. The shocking scene I once saw by chance was at the end of the restricted area of their immortal prison. The petite figure of their prison master curled up into a ball, with 3,000 black hair scattered and flying. He lay shyly in Su Ming's arms, and then raised his head, reached out and pressed Su Ming's head, and kissed him forcefully. Hiss! He never dared to imagine that the hot-tempered and moody prison master would actually do something like that to Su Ming. Once, a top talent from the demon sect came to pursue her, but she slapped him into the demon abyss, and he did not know whether he would live or die. He once thought, even if the prison master died alone, he might not be able to find a partner. Who knew that he would see such a shocking scene? For Su Ming, he was filled with admiration. However, Du Kanghai's attitude towards Su Ming made him very puzzled. Su Xiaohuang's talent was countless times better than those so-called favored disciples on the northern spiritual realm heavenly ranking. As a result, such a disciple was in Du Kanghai's eyes. In his eyes, he was actually scolding and reprimanding casually. Seeing the calm expression on Su Ming's face, he admired him in his heart. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Zhongju Du is too polite. In view of Su Ming's relationship, Han Mo smiled slightly and said politely to Du Kanghai, who he had originally dismissed. Then he continued, I am just passing by to catch up with my friends, so I won't disturb Sect Master Du, leave now. Du Kanghai was stunned. Why are you leaving? It must have been Su Ming's poor hospitality that offended him. This disciple, I really don't know what Bai Qingshan was doing keeping him here. If he had kicked him out earlier, there would have been so many bad things. He knew that these envoys from the immortal prison were all people who told the truth. Hearing what Han Mo said, he did not dare to retain him. He could only say with regret, then I will not disturb Han Zuo envoy's work. If there is a chance in the future, Han Zuo envoy can come to our Shenyang sect again, and when the time comes, the whole sect will definitely entertain Zuo envoy with the highest standards. Han Mo smiled faintly. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder gently, and said mysteriously, in the future, there will be opportunities. Du Kanghai was flattered. He couldn't believe that Han Mo was so easygoing when talking to him. This was not at all like the style of his immortal prison envoy. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to the Shenyang sect and a certain disciple in the sect? It must be. I heard that the 7th peak has a new female disciple who has imperial blood and has the qualifications to become an emperor. Is it possible that Han Zuoshi is interested in her? Wait until Du Kanghai comes to his senses. Han Mo had already turned into a divine rainbow and flew out, disappearing into the sky. His face was full of regrets. This could have been a good opportunity to win over Han Mo, but it was a pity. Immediately, turning to look at Su Ming, who was sitting beside him with his eyes lowered while drinking tea, he suddenly became angry and slapped his hand, smashing the stone table in front of Su Ming into pieces. Stone chips were flying all over the sky. Su Ming put down the teacup and looked at Du Kanghai with his deep black eyes calmly. From today on, if you continue to harass the female disciples of the sect, I will destroy your cultivation and drive you out of the sect. If Bai Qingshan pleads for mercy, I will also demote her as the peak leader. His cold voice echoed in Su Ming's ears. Hear the words. Su Ming smiled faintly and nodded gently. Snort. Seeing that he was so understanding, Du Kanghai snorted coldly, his spiritual power surged, and he left here directly. Wait until he leaves. Su Ming tidied up the broken stone table in front of him. Then, he knelt down and picked up a fragment of the chessboard. However, at the moment when he stood up, his originally gentle and gentle eyes, at this moment, a deep and ferocious light emerged from the depths of his eyes. It's time for the show to begin. Chapter 4 Junior Sister, Mu Qingyan. Under the night, the bright moon hangs in the sky. A handsome young man is riding a flying sword. Arrive at the 9th prisoner peak. Big brother. The young man looked at Su Ming, who was sitting on the stone platform in the mountains with his eyes closed and practicing. He clenched his palms and said through gritted teeth, You clearly know the character of junior sister Qingyan and yet you did such a beastly thing to her. You let the sect how other disciples will treat junior sister in the future. How should junior sister deal with herself? Today, I want to seek justice for junior sister. His eyes were as cold as stars, and he held a long sword in his hand, the sharp tip pointed directly at Su Ming. Well, in the night, there was a sigh. Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the angry junior brother in front of him. He shook his head. I'm very dissatisfied with your attitude. The young man was furious. You are not worthy of being my senior brother at the 7th peak. Su Ming smiled. This junior brother, named Lu Xiaolin, was born with swordsmanship and was also the brother of the future male protagonist. However, when he entered the secret realm of the hidden sky opened by the gods, he was used by the male protagonist and died in the secret realm. Until his death, he thought that the male protagonist she treats him sincerely, which is sad. The next moment, Su Ming pointed lightly. With a clang, the sword in Lu Xiaolin's hand came out. His face turned red, his steps became unsteady, and he fell directly to the ground. Lu Xiaolin was confused. He knew that this senior brother was very powerful, but he didn't expect that he was so powerful. He was at the pinnacle of Guiyuan realm, but in front of his senior brother, he was like a helpless child. When Lu Xiaolin looked up, Su Ming's cold figure was already standing in front of him. A slender white palm stretched out towards him. Lu Xiaolin snorted coldly and turned his head. Su Ming smiled and didn't care. Put your hands behind your back and turn around. You should stay out of the business between me and my junior sister. Lu Xiaolin's eyes turned red. Senior brother, you were not like this before. Su Ming chuckled lightly. I'll give you the last 3 seconds to get out of my sight, otherwise, I won't mind destroying your cultivation and throwing you down. Lu Xiaolin gritted his teeth, stared deeply at Su Ming's back, finally picked up the long sword on the ground, turned around and ran away. In his heart, he was completely disappointed with this senior brother. Su Ming put his hands behind his back, without looking back, and said calmly to the 2 guards under Prison Peak, "Bring me 2 jugs of wine, and I want the best peach blossom wine." Under night, the 2 prisoners' peak guards had dark faces. It's okay to drink wine, but whose head will the spiritual stone be counted on? Su Ming curled his lips. Whoever asked me to come here, even if it is on whose head it is, go to my master. He is worthy of being the most famous senior brother in the 9th peak, and he is indeed shameless. At this time, on top of the 9 peaks, Mu Qingyan had already returned to her residence. When she thought about what happened 3 months ago, she couldn't help but go crazy, and her eyes were full of disgust and disgust. When she first entered the Shenyan sect, she thought that Su Ming was a gentle senior brother, and a humble gentleman like a direct immortal. At that time, she couldn't help but feel a little moved deep in her heart. However, as she subsequent contact, she just found out. What he said was as gentle as jade, what he said was a humble gentleman, they were all fake. That senior brother was an out-and-out villain. When she thought that she had ever had feelings for such a villain, she couldn't help but feel want to gag. Why doesn't such a guy die in the immortal prison? Mu Qingyan cursed with anger on her face. The disgust in my heart became stronger and stronger, and in the end, I no longer even had the thought to practice. If you can't calm down at all, how can you practice? I opened the door, left my residence, and went to the purple bamboo forest outside. I took a deep breath of the cold night air and felt a lot better. However, it was still congested and stuffy. Su Ming was only punished by his master for 10 days of confinement. Once the 10 days have passed, he will return to the 9th peak again, and will practice with them every day. He will still be the despicable and shameless villain. Maybe, even he would do something even more shameless to her. When she thought of that kind of thing, she wanted to stab Su Ming directly in the heart and kill him on the spot. Ah, if she had known earlier, she would not have come to Shenyan sect. At worst, just follow the family's arrangements and go to practice in the Holy Land of Taichu, and eventually become a saint of the Holy Land of Taichu. You won't have conflicts with your parents, and you won't meet a shameless villain like Su Ming. But, she is unwilling to do so. Not willing to have your destiny controlled by others. Once she joins the Holy Land of Taichu, from then on, her destiny will be completely controlled by the Holy Land. The so-called saint is just a tool used by the Holy Land to marry other forces. This is not the ending she wants to see, so in the end, then he would have a falling out with his family and come to Shenyan sect alone. Mu Qingyan raised her jade hand and overturned a large piece of the purple bamboo forest in front of her with one palm, but she still couldn't vent her resentment. He raised his eyes and looked at the towering prison peak in the distance. He felt even more angry when he thought that although that person was imprisoned on the top of the peak, he didn't know how to be free and at ease. Su, when I break through the condensation pill and advance to the realm of nirvana, I will definitely have to settle accounts with you, so just wait. This world, Warriors are respected, and with strong cultivation, you can naturally do whatever you want. But as far as Mu Qingyan knows, her senior brother is only at the peak of the condensation realm. He has never even entered the nirvana realm. He may be considered good in the Shenyang sect, but he is out of the mind. Yan Zong, in the entire northern spiritual realm, compared with those disciples of the immortal clan Holy Land, he is nothing. This world, the level division of cultivators is extremely strict, and the gap between each realm is like a chasm. From low to high, it is divided into 9 major realms: Qi training, Guiyuan, Dan condensation, Nirvana, spiritual realm, divine emperor, holy realm, imperial realm, divine realm. Mu Qingyan has now opened her 3rd imperial vein, and her cultivation is already in the middle stage of the Dan condensing realm. Once she opens her 4th imperial vein, she will be able to advance to the nirvana realm in a short time. Those who are strong in nirvana can move mountains and seas, fly into the sky and escape from the earth. In the secular world, they are the strongest, and they can establish a sect and form a lineage of their own. Mu Qingyan is confident that with her talent, she will definitely advance to nirvana before Su Ming. When the time comes, she will not swallow her anger like this. Alas, what happened to your senior brother is Master's fault. Suddenly, a faint sigh sounded, and Bai Qingshan arrived behind Mu Qingyan at some unknown time. She is dressed in green clothes, with 3,000 blue hairs coiled on her head. Her pretty face is delicate and perfect, and her mature and graceful temperament is far beyond what a girl like Mu Qingyan can compare with. Master. Mu Qingyan saluted. Bai Qingshan looked at her and said quietly, "Do you still feel resentment in your heart for not punishing your senior brother as a master?" Mu Qingyan lowered her head, somewhat resisting the topic. "Disciple doesn't dare." Bai Qingshan shook his head and smiled. "Since you don't want to mention him, I won't talk about it. I came to you this time about another matter." "Master, please speak." Bai Qingshan was in a daze for a moment before answering. "A few days ago, your parents came to see me. Your Mu family is one of the top families in Nanchang. Your parents' intention is very clear. They want me to persuade you to leave the Shenyang sect and go to the Holy Land of Taichu." Mu Qingyan was startled for a moment, then shook her head suddenly. "I won't go. This is probably not up to you. Your parents said that the Holy Land of Taichu already knew about the Emperor's bloodline. They betrothed you to the Holy Son of the Holy Land without the consent of the Mu family. Naturally, they will not allow you to practice alone outside. So, after the sect competition, if you don't go back, Taichu Holy Land will send strong men to take you back. Your Mu family will be powerless in front of Taichu Holy Land." Hear this. Mu Qingyan's pretty face turned pale, and she bit her red lips tightly. "I don't want to go. How can they still force me?" Bai Qingshan shook his head. "In this world, aren't the strong ones the ones who have the final say? Even our Shenyang sect is just a small force in front of the Holy Land of Taichu. As a teacher, we have no ability to protect you." Mu Qingyan's eyes turned red. "Master, I won't go." Even when she was scorned by her senior brother, she had never felt so humiliated. Why couldn't she control her own destiny? Bai Qingshan sighed quietly. "That's all I can say as a teacher. You should think carefully about the next thing. There is still 1 month left before the sect competition. During this time, you should prepare well. No matter what, you will be my disciple until the sect competition is over." Chapter 5. I Won't Eat You. 10 days later, it was the day Su Ming left the 9th prisoner peak. And before leaving, he received a secret letter. Reporting to Mr. Su, "I was ordered to go to the Lin family in Baikong. I wanted to obey the young emperor's order and behead all 99 members of the Lin family. However, on the way, Lin Changfeng, the legitimate son of the Lin family, was protected by a mysterious and powerful man and escaped from me. After chasing him, he finally disappeared in the Beiwang Mountains, probably heading towards the direction of Shenyang sect. I have returned to the immortal prison. If this person has a grudge against Su Shaohuang, I will immediately send the immortal prison spirit-slaying general to kill him halfway and leave him with no way to escape." Also, the prison master learned that Su Shaohuang has returned to the sect, and she said she wants to find you. The previous news was quite normal. Su Ming looked strange when he saw the last item. "I'm crazy. Is that Yandere Lu Hanyan coming?" He covered his forehead with a headache and sent a message to Han Mo, just 2 words. No need. There was no need to kidnap and kill Lin Changfeng, it was enough to destroy his whole family. He still wanted to keep this evil male protagonist and play with it slowly. If he didn't play him to death, how could he vent the grievances of the previous 5 lives? As for Lu Hanyan, this woman was once known as the most beautiful woman in the northern spiritual realm. She was also one of the 3 great immortal dynasties in the northern spiritual realm and the future successor to the Lu family. However, she later gave up her position as Empress and she took charge of the immortal prison and became the most feared female devil in the eyes of everyone in the northern spiritual realm. Su Ming knew, however, that Lu Hanyan was the female villain Booz in the future. She killed people without blinking an eye, and was also a possessive yandere. In the original plot, she had a hostile relationship with the male protagonist, and eventually died at the hands of the male protagonist. However, what gave him a headache was that for some unknown reason in this life, this yandere had a strong curiosity towards him from the first moment she saw him. In the end, she confessed to him after a disagreement and even kissed him forcefully. Being attracted by a yandere is not a good thing. Su Ming shook his head. Leave the 9th prisoner peak directly. At the foot of the mountain, 2 watchers watched his graceful departure and did not dare to stop him. The Shenyan sect is located on the edge of the northern wilderness mountains. It is one of the 5 major sects in the northern wilderness. The sect has 9 peaks in total. The peaks are undulating and stretch for thousands of miles. The first 7 peaks are the main peaks, and the 7th peak where Su Ming is located at the very end. As for the other 2 peaks, the 8th peak is a side peak. It is the place where the elders and various peak masters, as well as the sect leaders usually practice in seclusion or hold sect conferences. The 9th peak is the place of imprisonment, where people who commit crimes in the sect, usually disciples who make serious mistakes, will be imprisoned here. As for the other disciples who made mistakes, they were not as comfortable as Su Ming at the top of the mountain. After leaving the 9th prisoner peak, Su Ming headed straight for the steepest peak of the 7 peaks, where his beautiful master, Bai Qingshan, lived. Above the top of the mountain, it is basically a forbidden area for the other 7 peaks disciples. No one is allowed to come here without Bai Qingshan's permission. But these are the prohibitions imposed by the beautiful master. Su Ming never obeyed. In a small purple bamboo forest on the top of the mountain, a large, smooth formation was placed upside down. The formation reflected a faint 7-colored light, and streams of purple spiritual power visible to the naked eye floated out of it. Next to it is a waterfall flowing down the river, with countless fairy birds and spirit fish playing in it. In the middle of the formation is Bai Qingshan's attic. Su Ming sighed. He wanted to come and stay for 2 nights in such a spiritually powerful place, but he didn't know if the beautiful master would agree. Shake his head. Su Ming's body passed through the blockade without any hindrance and arrived in front of the attic. He looked up at the exquisite room in front of him. Bai Qingshan should practice inside. Su Ming had sensed her aura and immediately pushed the door open and entered. The wooden door opened in response. A burst of warm fragrance that makes people feel extremely soft hits the nostrils. The light in the room is a little dim and cold. When I look at it, I see my beautiful master. Her eyes are closed tightly, her pretty face is a little pale, sitting on the bed, and her forehead is dripping with fragrant sweat. The breath all over his body is extremely unstable, and spiritual power is constantly trembling all over his body. Su Ming stared at Bai Qingshan's mature and beautiful face. His eyes gradually moved downwards, and then, he couldn't help but smile evilly. Enter the house and close the door. The light in the room became even dimmer. Bai Qingshan suddenly noticed Su Ming's aura. She slowly opened her eyes, and then she saw the traitor whom she had sent to the prisoner's peak for solitary confinement. He was walking to the bedside with a leisurely expression, staring at her with evil eyes. Bai Qingshan suddenly panicked and shouted coldly, "Su Ming, what do you want to do? I am your master." Her panic was clearly seen by Su Ming. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Master is indeed the most beautiful woman in the Shenyan sect. The familiar temperament on his body cannot be compared with those young junior sisters. I don't know if my master is the most beautiful woman in the sect. The goddess in the hearts of many male disciples. Think of this. He lowered his head slightly, looked at Bai Qingshan with his eyes teasingly, and said leisurely, "Master, you can call me to try, but if you are discovered by your junior sisters and junior brothers, you and I are alone in the same room. I don't know. What will they be thinking?" Bai Qingshan gritted his teeth in anger and yelled angrily, "How did you break through the barrier of my spiritual formation? Did you secretly destroy my formation?" Su Ming clicked his tongue and shook his head, "No need, no need. I can break a small spiritual formation easily." Bai Qingshan's heart was filled with rage. Thinking that he was only wearing a thin piece of clothing and that his pure body was being looked at by Su Ming, a strong sense of shame arose from the bottom of his heart. "Give it to me. Get out." She pointed at the door, suppressing the anger in her heart, and spoke coldly. Su Ming was unmoved, and instead said with a smile on his face, "This disciple definitely doesn't have any bad intentions when he comes here. He just knows that the spiritual cold poison in Master's body will erupt regularly every month, so he came here specially. Send something warm to Master." Bai Qingshuanyu squeezed her hands tightly into a ball. If it weren't for the fact that the spiritual power in her body was in chaos at this time, and under the influence of the cold poison, she wouldn't be able to use it at all. If not, she might have directly taken action to destroy Su Ming's cultivation, and kill this man who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. Drive out the Shenyan sect. Poof. The next second, she was furious, and the cold poison broke out again, and she spit out a mouthful of blood. Her whole body became weak in an instant, and her pretty face became extremely pale. The cold poison invaded and her spiritual energy backfired. Her body became unstable and she almost fainted. With quick eyes and quick hands, Su Ming pulled aside her warm and soft body-scented shirt beside the bed. Then, he sat on the bed, hugged her soft and delicate body firmly, let her lean into his arms, and gently panting. A warm masculine breath invaded Bai Qingshan's heart. Her originally pale and pretty face was stained with a seductive blush at this moment. She pushed Su Ming weakly with both hands, but she couldn't push him at all. Su Ming grabbed one of her white hands, stared at her with dark eyes, and said lightly, "If you move it again, the spiritual veins in your body will be completely destroyed. If you want to practice in the future, I won't eat you." Chapter 6. It smells so good. The cold poison in Bai Qingshan's body is the backlash caused by the heaven-level skill Wanling Cold Ju she practiced. On this day of every month, the cold poison in her body will explode on time. At this time, she has no cultivation, will be the weakest time. Cold poison is something that is extremely yin and extremely cold. It can only be suppressed if there are extremely yang and extremely strong spiritual objects. However, in the Beiwang Mountains, spiritual objects are scarce, let alone extremely yang and extremely strong objects. Bai Qingshan searched for several months, but still found nothing. But Su Ming knew. Lin Changfeng, the son of luck who is about to go up the mountain, is a pure yang body himself, and there are many pure yang spiritual things in his body. After going up the mountain, he relies on the aura of the protagonist and the strangeness in Bai Qingshan's body. Only then can he get closer to her step by step. Thinking of this, Su Ming looked at the soft and weak body in his arms, and his eyes were fixed on Bai Qingshan's slightly drooped eyelashes and her beautiful, bright red face. He was silent for a moment. He said softly, one wrong step after another. You took the wrong path in the past 5 lives. If you hadn't been of some use, and you had raised me since I was a child, I wouldn't have cared about your life or death in this life." Su Ming didn't have much psychological burden on the frivolous and beautiful master. Since he suppressed the cold poison for her, he had to collect some interest. Bai Qingshan's forehead was dripping with sweat. A terrifying cold air surged out of her body. Her whole body became extremely cold. The cold poison had completely erupted. Her consciousness began to become blurry. In the hazy state, she vaguely heard what Su Ming was saying in her ear. Su Ming put her cold and trembling body back on the bed. In his hand, a sharp dagger appeared. "Haha, once the blood blends, Master, you will be very grateful to me in the future." Su Ming's eyes flickered. When the time comes, when the male protagonist of Shabi comes up the mountain, he will give this beautiful master a huge surprise. The words fell. The sword light flashed across, creating a wound on his wrist, and blood immediately gurgled out of the wound. The color of the blood in his body turned out to be an extremely strange red-gold color. As the blood flowed out, a majestic spiritual power swept out along the wound, instantly dispelling the cold atmosphere in the room. Bai Qingshan's body reacted. Although her consciousness was chaotic, she instinctively opened her eyes, staring at Su Ming's wrist with a pair of beautiful eyes. Looking at the blood flowing out of the wound, she actually felt a little thirsty. The next second, when the cold poison in her body was about to explode again, she ignored everything and pulled Su Ming away with her jade hand. Pulling it off, he turned over, and the snow-white delicate body pressed him firmly under her body, leaned over and bit his wrist, and began to suck the spiritual power from his blood. Hiss! Su Ming frowned. It still hurts a little. But, he stared at Bai Qingshan's gradually rosy face with dark eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, and murmured, "Master, you won't be able to look back after drinking my blood. Just wait and see how I will do it. That evil male protagonist will die in front of you." The spiritual power of Juyong Weibi in his body can help Bai Qingshan suppress the cold poison for at least 3 months. By then, he should be able to find other ways to control the cold poison. After the time of 1 stick of incense, most of the cold poison in Bai Qingshan's body had been suppressed. She swallowed the last mouthful of 9 Yang's spiritual power, and then let go of Su Ming. She gasped lightly with her red mouth, and the haziness and confusion in her eyes gradually dissipated. Then, she saw Su Ming underneath her, eye to eye with her. Bai Qingshan's consciousness returned, and she couldn't remember what Su Ming had done to her just now, but she suddenly became ashamed and angry. This traitor dared to be frivolous even to her. He was so unrepentant. Sensing that the spiritual power in her body could be activated, she did not hesitate to activate the spiritual power and rolled Su Ming off the bed. Boom! Su Ming got out of bed and stared at her teasingly. Bai Qingshan hurriedly got up from the bed, took the coat on the side and put it on himself. Then, his pretty face flushed a little, and he stared at Su Ming with shame and anger. "You dare to bully even my teacher, I think you are really hopeless." "It's medicine." Her tone was cold, and her eyes were a little cold, but deep in her eyes, there was a trace of emotion that Su Ming could not see. Su Ming stared at the beautiful master's slender snow-white legs, then smiled softly and curled his lips and said, "Master, it was you who suffered from cold poison and almost killed your disciple. Have you forgotten everything?" Bai Qing said angrily, "You violated Kaifeng's prohibition and broke into my room secretly. Do you think I am blind?" Su Ming coughed lightly. "I don't know what the master is talking about. Today is the day when the disciple is released from confinement." The disciple thought of coming to pay respects to the master, but the master was attacked by cold poison and wanted to kill the disciple. "This is a murderer. If word of this move spreads, I won't have anything to do with it, but master's face will be." At the end of the sentence, he clicked his tongue and shook his head. Bai Qingshan was stunned, staring at him faintly. "Get out of here." Su Ming nodded and said with a smile, "Master, don't forget to send 20 spirit stones to the 9th prisoner peak. This disciple has drank a lot of peach blossom wine from them these days." Bai Qingshuanyu squeezed her hands tightly and looked at the playful smile on Su Ming Qingjun's face. She didn't know how the extremely obedient disciple in the past could become like this now. But in the end, all the disappointment turned into a sigh, and she couldn't help but think about why her cold poison was suppressed so quickly this time, and why the spiritual power in her body was several times more abundant than before. Now that she thought about Su Ming's actions just now, she could probably guess something, which made her feel even more moved. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Bai Qingshan already regretted it, but she didn't wait for her to speak again. Su Ming raised his palm and sniffed lightly on the tip of his nose with the finger that had just touched her body. The fragrance is lingering. The master's body fragrance is not something ordinary people can come into contact with. "It smells so good," he smiled. Bai Qingshan's pretty face suddenly darkened. Her heart was filled with shame and anger, and her heart was trembling slightly. She didn't even notice it. The next second, her cheeks turned red in a rare way. She didn't want Su Ming to see her like this, and then she deliberately slapped Su Ming out. In the room, Bai Qingshan patted his hot cheeks. Su Ming's cool masculine scent was still filling his nose. His pretty face became extremely rosy. Then he thought that Su Ming was also more frivolous than Mu Qingyan. A hint of resentment suddenly flashed across her beautiful eyes. This philandering guy. Outside the room, Su Ming looked relaxed. Ding, the host's behavior agrees with the villain's setting and contradicts the master. 2,000 villain points will be rewarded. It's not easy. Su Ming sighed. Then he turned back and looked with some confusion at the door that was closed again in front of him. Inwardly smiling, if another man had been so frivolous towards Bai Qingshan just now, I'm afraid she would have drawn her sword against him. However, there is something special about her beautiful master's blushing appearance, and the smell of her body is indeed very fragrant. Then, Su Ming shook his head, turned around, and left here. Chapter 7. You dare to rob the person that my senior brother likes. The main peak is Taifan Hall. This is a place where Shenyan sect disciples can take on some daily trivial tasks to earn spirit stones. Of course, taking into account the low cultivation of these disciples, most of the tasks are daily trivial matters within the sect. For example, if an elder is tired from practicing, he can spend a certain amount of spiritual stones to come here to complete a task, and find a male disciple with strong hands to massage him or something. The disciple also earned spiritual stones, and the elder's tired body felt refreshed. Maybe the elder would be able to give some guidance to the disciple when he was happy along the way. Such a task was very popular, and most people couldn't get it. For another example, from time to time, there will be female elders who practice some special skills and like to be clean. They will ask disciples to clean their rooms, one spiritual stone at a time. If the service satisfies them, these female elders may still be able to work. Invite disciples to eat spiritual abalone to nourish their bodies. The most important thing is that it can be paid for a monthly fee. In short, even a disciple can come here to do tasks, as long as you have spirit stones and can afford the reward. Although the Shenyan sect is one of the 5 major sects in the Western Wilderness Territory, because it is located in the Western Wilderness Mountains, most of the disciples recruited by the sect are children from poor families in the mountains, and some ordinary people from the surrounding areas. The children of the family can join the sect to practice because they have some qualifications. However, these disciples are from ordinary backgrounds, and spiritual stones are an indispensable thing for everyone in their cultivation. They contain a large amount of spiritual power. The human body needs to absorb spiritual power during cultivation. Unfortunately, the spiritual power in the world is thin. Without spiritual stones, it is difficult for ordinary people to cultivate to a higher realm. This is also the reason why most of the disciples in Shenyan sect want to work hard to earn spiritual stones. Because they are poor, if you want to change your destiny through practice, it will not be easy without spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are also divided into levels. In the Western Wasteland, the most common ones are low-level spiritual stones, with high-level spiritual stones and legendary fairy-grade spiritual stones above them. One fairy-grade spiritual stone is equal to 10,000 high-level spiritual stones, and one high-level spiritual stone is equal to 10,000 low-level spiritual stones. In the sect, 80% of the disciples cannot even get a single low-level spiritual stone in their hands, but one can only imagine how attractive the mission of Taifan Palace is to them. Who doesn't like easy and trivial tasks, where you can earn spirit stones without taking risks? At this time, in the Taifan Palace, a beautiful junior sister from Yifeng is responsible for registering tasks, and another female disciple with her is responsible for posting tasks on the spiritual screen next to each stone pillar. Taifan Palace is managed by a blind elder, but few disciples can see this elder. Basically, he hires some female disciples from Wallingshi to take care of things in the palace. This little junior sister is very beautiful, with bright eyes, willowy eyebrows, thin pink lips, and a little red sheen on the tips of her pretty ears, which makes her look very delicious. So, although there are several places responsible for registration tasks, her place has the most people. However, they are all playboys in the sect. They have some small spiritual stones in their hands, and instead of doing business every day, they just want to have fun in front of these junior sisters and junior sisters. Junior Sister Yao Yao, I am Ling Zhanren, the 3rd-ranked member of the 5 Peaks. Just call me Senior Brother Ling. I want to register for a mission. A male disciple who was quite luxuriously dressed and fairly handsome looked at the young junior sister behind the altar with a smile. He took out 2 spiritual stones in his hand and placed them in front of the young junior sister with some pride. 2 spiritual stones are no longer a small amount. It attracted a lot of eyes looking over here. Behind the crystal altar, the junior sister raised her head slightly, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Her eyes were full of the spirit of a girl, but after seeing the man in front of her, her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. "Senior brother Ling, what mission do you want to register for?" Ling Jianren grinned. "Actually, I would like to ask junior sister Yao Yao to accompany me to the top of the peak to enjoy the beautiful scenery. In one afternoon, I will give you these 2 spiritual stones, which is enough to cover your 10 days' salary. How about it, little one? Junior sister, please think about it." Hear the words. Zhou Yaoyao, although she was born in an ordinary way, with a bad family background and no background, she sticks to the bottom line and is by no means the kind of girl who takes things lightly. She has already seen a lot of shady transactions within a few days of coming here. The senior brother Ling in front of her, it made her feel a little angry. "Senior brother, just tell me if you have a mission, I'm very busy," she reminded with an expressionless face. This cold attitude in Ling Jianren's eyes made him feel a slight excitement in his heart. It was this cold and indifferent junior sister who finally watched them fall into the abyss step by step for a mere spiritual stone. It looks so funny. Boom. He proudly took out a handful of spiritual stones, smashed them in front of Zhou Yaoyao, and said jokingly, 10 spiritual stones, do you want to do it? Zhou Yaoyao, who are these people? Behind Ling Jianren, the 2 younger brothers who had been following him sighed and shook their heads. One of them stared at the 10 spiritual stones and murmured with envy, "If senior brother Ling gives me these 10 spiritual stones, I will do anything you want." "Ah, there is no reason not to do it." Hearing this, the other boy looked strange. Some disciples from other peaks in the surrounding area also clicked their tongues and shook their heads. 10 spiritual stones. Although that junior sister is beautiful, $10 is not a small amount. She is really generous. Zhou Yaoyao breathed out gently, "Senior brother Ling, please respect yourself. 10 spiritual stones, all the disciples here will be moved, and she is no exception, but she knows the bottom line of being a human being. She comes here to practice to change her own destiny, not to become someone else's arbitrary choice for just a few spiritual stones. Objects to play with." Ling Jianren narrowed his eyes, and a faint fierce light flashed in his eyes. "Little junior sister, if you don't give senior brother face, is it possible that I can't treat you with these 10 spiritual stones?" While speaking, a surge of spiritual energy swept out, and the powerful spiritual pressure went directly towards Zhou Yaoyao's blessing. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her pretty face turned red instantly. Ling Jianren sneered, "I have never met a woman who doesn't give me face like this. My Ling family is in a deserted city, so I am a bit thin-faced after all." Zhou Yaoyao clenched her fists. "I really want to punch him hard in the face. It's a pity that although she has good talent in cultivation, her family is just an ordinary secular family, and her parents are ordinary people. She only started practicing when she was 15 years old, and she doesn't have many cultivation resources. She has been practicing for 2 years now. He has just broken through qi refining and entered the Guiyuan realm. On the contrary, the senior brother Ling in front of him is a direct disciple of the Ling family in the deserted city. He came to Shenyan sect to practice just to experience life. Although he does not have much cultivation talent, with the accumulation of various heavenly materials, earthly treasures and cultivation resources, now he with his cultivation in the middle stage of Guiyuan realm, he is no match for him at all." Seeing Zhou Yaoyao gritting her silver teeth, lowering her head and keeping silent, as if she dared to be angry but dared not speak, Ling Jianren smiled strangely, "I want to increase the price for 10 spiritual stones. 1 afternoon is not enough." Zhou Yaoyao was completely angry. This bastard. However, just when she was angry and wanted to refute, a tut of laughter came from not far away. This sound was filled with strong spiritual power, which made everyone unconsciously look at her. "Look over there. I saw only the side of the main hall. Next to the huge white stone pillar. A man in Xingyi, with his arms folded across his chest, was leaning against a stone pillar, looking towards this side with a lazy and playful look on his face. He looked Zhou Yaoyao from top to bottom with his eyes, and gently raised the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, those who come last get the upper hand. Junior sister, today's time belongs to me. These words, he said it to Ling Zhanren. The latter's face darkened instantly, and he was about to get angry when he saw two disciples at the peak of the Guiyuan realm from Kaifeng rushing forward. They were two notorious bullies in the sect. In the deserted city, he was even stronger than his Ling family. Ling Zhanren was stunned. One of them grabbed his collar and said with a smile, "You bitch, you dare to rob the junior sister that my senior brother Kaifeng likes. Do you think you can be unscrupulous here?" The other side, Su Ming waved his hand indifferently, "Throw it out. From now on, a sign will be put up in front of Tafan Palace saying that bastard and dogs are not allowed to enter." The two disciples smiled coquettishly. What senior brother is saying is that junior sister Yao Yao hasn't even got our senior brother's hand yet. Who will get this piece of shit? The next second, screams sounded. When Ling Zhanren was thrown out, he was also severely beaten. Su Ming had the trademark smile of a bad man on his face, and the disciples around him hurriedly made way for him. He came to the coffin with a leisurely expression, supporting the platform with one hand, and the other hand from Zhou Yaoyao's dewy and pretty face slid across her face. "It's so smooth," he smiled. Hear the words. The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned. Is this the infamous senior brother Kaifeng? It's so shameless. Zhou Yaoyao dug her fingernails into her flesh and glared fiercely at Su Ming in front of her. This guy was even more of a bastard than Ling Zhanren just now. Ding, the host's behavior matches the villain's setting. Zhou Yaoyao's disgust index for the host is +10, and she will be rewarded with 2,000 villain points. The current villain points have reached 10,000. You can perform an epic sign-in. The host will receive a large amount of rewards. Do you want to sign in? Chapter 8 Is Senior Brother Going to Be in Trouble? Sign in. This is another function of the system, which is turned on when the villain points reach 10,000. Of course, after each sign-in, the villain points will be cleared. However, the rewards for signing in are indeed extremely generous. For example, the top-grade physique he is currently cultivating, the 9 Yongju physique, is the reward he received from the last sign-in. Where you sign in, the stronger the spiritual power, the more generous rewards you will receive. Last time I signed in at the main peak. This time in Tafan Hall, it was somewhat unsightly. Are you signing in, Tafan Palace? The system asks again. Save it first. Ding, okay. End the conversation with the system in your mind. Su Ming looked at the delicate and charming face of the little junior sister in front of him, shaking his head and sighing in his heart. Others didn't know it, but he knew very well that in this little junior sister's body, there was a terrifying ancient ferocious beast sealed, which was the product of the chaos dragon demon of the ancient dark age. The descendants are cruel, and live on bloodlust. Not long after, the male protagonist went up the mountain, and Zhou Yaoyao and the male protagonist met unexpectedly, but they didn't expect that this was all the male protagonist's plan, just to activate the ferocious beast in her body, subdue and refine the ferocious beast, and become the male protagonist's own trump card. And Zhou Yaoyao, this silly junior sister, blindly trusted the male protagonist. In the end, the ferocious beast in her body was released by the male protagonist, causing a catastrophe for the Shenyang sect. Even though the male protagonist's aura burst out and subdued the chaos dragon demon, it still failed. It also caused the Deshenyan sect to fall into pieces, and also took Zhou Yaoyao's life, causing her to die in pain because of her deep trust in the male protagonist. That ferocious beast was Zhou Yaoyao's opportunity, but in the end it was snatched away by the male protagonist. The male protagonist reasonably put aside himself and blamed Zhou Yaoyao for the release of the ferocious beast, while he became the great hero who saved the Shenyang sect and was worshipped by countless disciples. In the 5 previous lives, Su Ming wanted to expose the true face of the male protagonist, but unfortunately no one believed him. At that time, he had no system, no background, and was no match for the male protagonist in terms of strength. He could only watch Zhou Yaoyao. The little junior sister, with the hatred and contempt of all the disciples in the sect, was buried in the mountains. And until she died, She didn't know that she was being used by the male protagonist. Su Ming curled his lips when he thought of all the things in the past. Chaos Dragon Demon, right. That old guy Du Kanghai likes to pretend. When I get rid of the Chaos Dragon Demon, I will first flatten the main peak of the Shenyan sect, and then put him in the fifth life together with the protagonist Snake Rat. The old guy in the nest should be killed. Just let Shenyan sect change its leader. Wow, it's so peaceful. Since under the influence of the laws of heaven in this world, these female protagonists will not have any good impressions of him, then whether they live or die is none of his business. Anyway, after the Chaos Dragon Demon is brought out, Zhou Yaoyao's physique will probably not be the same. It's useless, but to him, it doesn't matter. Take back your thoughts. Su Ming grabbed the 10 pieces of spiritual energy left by Ling Zhonren in front of him, weighed them gently in his hands, and then said disdainfully, what a world, and you still play such a vulgar trick. How can my little junior sister Yao Yao do it? I will wrong myself for 10 spiritual stones. Finished. He pointed at a young junior brother next to him who looked young and was wearing very simple clothes, and raised his finger at him. The little junior brother pointed at himself, and finally took 2 steps away in disbelief. Su Ming shook his head and threw it away casually. The spirit stone that made countless people in the hall jealous was thrown in front of the junior brother. It's all for you. Su Ming smiled lazily. The younger junior brother was flattered and looked at the 10 spiritual stones shining on the ground with a look of disbelief. He almost knelt down in front of Su Ming. This is the boss. Many people were instantly jealous. Zhou Yaoyao gritted his teeth and said, besides using your status to bully newcomers like us, what else can you do? Su Ming pondered, you're right. What else can I do with my junior sister? I have to think about it. By the way, I thought about it. Senior brother, the bed in my room is big and soft. It's just right for me and my junior sister to communicate about life. Of course, if my junior sister is scared, we can do the other way around. Zhou Yaoyao was first stimulated by Su Ming's teasing words so that her chest kept heaving, and the shame and anger in her heart almost burst out. Then when she heard Su Ming's last words, she was slightly stunned. The other way around. Communicating life is the other way around. Born. Ah. Zhou Yaoyao was completely angry, pointing at Su Ming's nose and yelling, you are shameless. Su Ming was not ashamed. Instead, he looked at her with a smile, looking at the junior sister's fully elongated figure, as well as her well-proportioned slender legs and slender waist. The white moon skirt on her body perfectly highlighted her charming figure curves, and her skin was as white and tender as snow. With 3,000 black hairs that are soft and intoxicating, she is also a rare beauty. He stood up straight, glanced at the disciples around him with a lazy look, and then said to Zhou Yaoyao without any doubt, come to my place tonight. If you don't come, I can't guarantee what the consequences will be. Zhou Yaoyao said angrily, you are dreaming. If I don't go, you can still drive me out of the sect. Su Ming smiled indifferently and turned to leave. Don't blame me for not reminding you, senior brother. You can try it or not. Zhou Yaoyao glared at Su Ming's back angrily. She wouldn't go to the place where such a bastard lives even if he were to kill her. Who knows? Just as she was cursing Su Ming in her heart for falling to death outside when she went out, an old man wearing shabby clothes, with a stooped body and his eyes tied with a black cloth belt, actually limped in from outside the hall. Seeing this old man, Zhou Yaoyao's pretty face lit up with joy. This was the master of their Taifan palace. Except for the day she first arrived, she hadn't seen this master for a long time. Now she seemed to have found a lifeline in her heart. Straw. He immediately thought about how he would complain to the palace master and ask him to take care of that bastard named Su. When the other disciples in the hall saw the old man, their eyes changed slightly. Especially when they saw the old man limping in and blocking Su Ming directly in front of the hall, they were shocked. Could it be that he was going to should we settle the score with Su Ming? Deserve it. Countless disciples spat inwardly. This senior brother of Kaifeng is used to being arrogant and domineering. Now that the master of Taifan Palace appears, seeing how arrogant he is and bullying other disciples, he will definitely be severely punished by this master. The 2 bully men brought by Su Ming also followed him cautiously at this time. Looking at the old man who was not angry and proud, they felt a little frightened. It is said that the master of Tafan Palace, even the sect leader, is it going to be miserable for the senior brother who is someone he doesn't dare to provoke. Only Su Ming. His face remained as calm as ever. He stared at the old man indifferently. The atmosphere was weird for a moment. And just when everyone thought that the old man would be angry, he actually nodded slightly towards Su Ming, then turned sideways to make way for Su Ming, made a gesture of invitation, and made a hoarse sound. "Young Master Su, walk slowly." This moment, the look on Zhou Yaoyao's pretty face solidified instantly. The other disciples were also stunned. Su Ming glanced at the old man and said meaningfully, "Old ghost, some of the disciples in your Tafan Palace are not very obedient, so you must take good care of them." The old man nodded. "I understand." After he finished speaking, he had obviously tied his eyes with a cloth band, but Zhou Yaoyao's delicate body opposite her trembled violently. At this moment, she seemed to feel a pair of cold and indifferent eyes scanning over from the old man. The last thing that stayed on her body was that she couldn't feel the slightest resistance in her heart. "Wait until Su Ming leaves." The old man then walked into the hall step by step. As he walked, he sent a message to Zhou Yaoyao and said, "Since it is young Master Su's order, you should go there tonight." Zhou Yaoyao's pretty face was pale. She simply couldn't believe that such words would come from the mouth of that palace master. That Su Ming, was his background really so powerful? Even the mysterious palace master had to listen to him. Chapter 9: The Evil Nun, Hongyu. Main Peak Training Dojo. Countless disciples are practicing hard. Su Ming happened to pass by here on his way back. He was dressed in Xingyi, with an impeccable temperament and an uninhibited smile on his lips. Many female disciples saw him and hurriedly took a detour. Seeing the panic on the faces of these female disciples, the two younger disciples behind Su Ming rushed forward with a whoosh, directly stopped a pretty female disciple, and said viciously, "Why are you running? I don't know if this is my senior brother Kaifeng. If you don't show courtesy when you see my senior brother, you are still so rude. Don't think you are a woman, so we don't dare to do anything to you." The female disciple was startled. She was just an ordinary disciple. She had never seen such a battle before. She looked up at Su Ming in a panic. She was almost frightened when she saw the playful expression on the latter's face. Cried out, "Hey, senior brother, these junior sisters from Yifeng are all good looking. Although they are not as good as our junior sister Mu from Kaifeng, they are not bad. If senior brother likes it, can we let her go drink with him?" "Yes, senior brother, that junior sister Mu is a bit ungrateful. It is her blessing to be favored by senior brother, and she dares to disobey. Next time, we can help you teach you a lesson without senior brother taking action." Su Ming stepped forward with a smile and patted the two younger brothers on the shoulders. "Thank you for your hard work." The two of them were flattered. "No matter how hard it is, it's just what you should do for senior brother." Su Ming. Haha, his reputation outside Kaifeng is ruined by these two guys. They are two damn talents. No wonder he was slapped in the face by the protagonist all the way. They are a perfect little villain and a stepping stone for the protagonist. There's no need to ask junior sister to accompany me to drink. You two go back to Kaifeng first and copy our sect's Yes, the Women's Virtue Classic, 10 times each. I'll check it tomorrow. If one copy is missing, I'll let you two experience what it feels like to change from a junior brother to a junior sister." Su Ming smiled gently. The two of them were suddenly startled. As this junior sister from Yifeng, Su Ming then came to the junior sister and chatted with her with a relaxed expression. "Speaking of which, your senior sister from Yifeng and I can be considered friends. Her junior sister is my junior sister. Don't worry, if anything happens in the future, senior brother will protect you." The female disciple called out to senior brother in a panic, and then seeing that Su Ming didn't stop her, she quickly buried her head and ran away, for fear of staying here for a little longer. When the disciples who were coming in and out saw Su Ming's calm expression after teasing his junior sister, they felt itchy with hatred and wanted to rush up and punch this guy, but in the end, no one dared to come forward and offend this senior brother of Kaifeng. Su Ming was bored and just about to leave. As a result, when he turned around, in his sight, a woman in red with a slender figure and skin like snow was leaning lazily under a willow tree at the end of the path, her charming and narrow eyes quietly resting on him, looking very interested. It's Elder Hongyu from Ju Peak. Why is she here? Don't you know? It is said that Elder Hongyu was in seclusion a few days ago to attack the Spirit Master realm. Now that he is out of seclusion, it cannot be because the attack was successful. In that case, our sect will have the third powerful man in the Spirit Master realm. Got it. Hiss, in addition to the sect master and the great elder, has Elder Hongyu also advanced to the spiritual realm. She is only less than 30 years old this year, right? Seeing this woman in red who didn't know when she appeared under the willow tree, the surrounding disciples were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes were full of shock. You must know that in the entire northern wilderness, the powerful ones in the spiritual master realm can already dominate one side. A sect like their Shenyan sect that can rank among the top 5 in the northern wilderness only had 2 spiritual masters before. The strong ones sit in command. If this Elder Hongyu really breaks through to the Spirit Master realm, then their sect will have the strength to break into the top 3 in the northern wilderness. By then, they will be able to get more training resources from the northern wilderness royal family. Under the willow tree, the beautiful red and narrow eyes blinked slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved on his charming cheeks. He looked at the figure with extraordinary temperament not far away, but also looked a little cold. The sunlight happened to penetrate the willow branches and leaves, and fell on it. A faint arc of light formed on the young man's handsome face, which looked comfortable and beautiful. She stared at Su Ming. Su Ming was also looking at her. The two people's eyes met, and Hongyu smiled flatly, then opened her lips slightly, and said a word with her mouth, but no sound came out. 9 Peaks, Hongshuang Pavilion, I'm waiting for you. Finished. Her charming and bright eyes glanced at Su Ming one more time, and then she turned and left under the fiery gazes of countless disciples around her. That charming and alluring figure attracted the attention of countless people, and then she disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving many disciples feeling regretful. Su Ming smacked his mouth. Turning to look at the 2 younger brothers behind who were still shocked, he gave each of them a kick. Go back to Kaifeng quickly. If you still report my name outside in the future, I will let you have a taste of the immortal prison. Means. The 2 younger brothers grimaced. Senior brother, will you come back tonight? We heard that Elder Hongyu can eat people without spitting out their bones. Su Ming's face darkened. The 2 younger brothers very wisely ran away, far away without being kicked by him. Su Ming touched his chin. Eat people without spitting out bones. I still don't know who is eating whom. Elder Hongyu had another lucky girl with imperial bloodline under his command. However, when he thought about how miserable this heroine was, Su Ming clicked his tongue and shook his head. Hongyu was an evil cultivator and was not following the right path, and treated her disciples very cruelly. 9 Peaks. Halfway up the mountain, there is an exquisite pink wooden pavilion among the red frost maple trees. The loft is divided into 2 levels. The pink decoration on the first floor shows that the owner of this attic has a girlish heart, but the deep and dark decoration on the second floor is a little scary. Now, in the bedroom on the second floor, there were several candles flickering in the darkness. On the cold floor, a petite and frail figure knelt on the ground timidly. She lowered her head and was dressed in ragged clothes. Her whole body was covered with blood-red and ferocious whip marks. Her delicate body was trembling slightly, but she did not dare to move at all while kneeling on the ground. This is a girl of about 15 years old. There are obvious blood-red whip marks on her jade neck, arms, and exposed areas on her ankles. Her originally crystal white skin is also red. The girl's clear and watery eyes were filled with tears of grievance and pain. She looked towards the woman in red who was lying lazily on the bed not far in front of her, and sobbed weakly, "Master, you are upstairs." Huo Zhu was not knocked over by the disciples. Snapped. A fiery red whip was thrown directly on her leg. When the whip came down, the girl was in pain to her bones. She didn't dare to explain, and hurriedly cried and begged for mercy, "Master, please don't, I know I was wrong." At this time, the woman in red on the bed faintly opened her eyes. She lightly hooked her finger towards the girl, and the girl hurriedly knelt forward and came to her bedside. Hongyu's beautiful eyes moved, and she stretched out her jade finger to lift the girl's chin, looked at her young and beautiful little face, and exhaled warmly, "Ling, how long have you been by my side?" The girl was startled and did not dare to hesitate, and said hurriedly, "Tell me, Master, I have been with Master since I was a child for 16 years. Already 16 years old, Hongyu let go of her chin, glanced at her delicate body, and murmured, "You're not young anymore, you can do some things." As she said that, she took out an ice silk skirt from her side, and a pair of ice silk stockings in the skirt. She threw these two things in front of the girl, and said indifferently, commanding, "Tonight, Master has a when a guest comes, you put this on and entertain him for Master." Guest. The girl stared at the two things in front of her. She was completely stunned. In her heart, an unprecedented feeling of panic took over her heart in an instant. Chapter 10 His Gentleness. In this fantasy world, there are countless people who have entered the Tao through evil cultivators. Not to mention the Shenyan sect, there are also many hidden evil cultivators among the top sects in Bailing. Hong Yusho's evil path is the heavenly nightmare way, one of the 4 ancient evil arts in the world. To practice this way, you need to suck the heart blood of young children from an early age. It is called the blood nightmare way. After that, every 109 days, a young child is needed. She was not a member of the Shenyan sect before, but a disciple of a certain family force. It was precisely because her evil cultivators were exposed and she was hunted down by strong men of the right path that she hid in the Shenyan sect. But in the end, under the halo of the male protagonist, he was exposed as an evil cultivator, and then he was killed by the protagonist together with 2 other powerful spiritual masters from the Shenyan sect. When Su Ming came to Hongshuang Forest, he looked at the pink and dark attic in front of him. He found that on a certain peak behind the attic, there seemed to be a snow-white spirit fox staring at him. While the spirit fox was staring at him, it was licking its 9 tails with its pink tongue. His figure was reflected in its purple and green pupils. 9-tailed demon fox. In the Shenyan sect, it is said that hundreds of years ago, a 9-tailed demon fox that caused trouble in the world was indeed suppressed. However, what surprised Su Ming was that he had never seen this 9-tailed demon fox in his previous 4 lives, and only in his 5th life. That is, I met him once in my last life. At that time, he had a big battle with the protagonist. His inner veins were damaged and his spiritual veins were shattered. He was abandoned by his master and junior sisters. When he was desperately waiting to die, he actually saw this 9-tailed demon fox break through the seal and survive the catastrophe. Scene. He was a dying person, and when he saw the scene of the demon fox whining in pain and having despair in her eyes during the catastrophe, his heart was deeply touched. Although the demon fox was a demon, her attitude was that she would rather die than surrender in the catastrophe. Su Ming was deeply touched. In the end, he used his broken body to withstand the most terrifying catastrophe for the demon fox, and he himself was turned into powder in the catastrophe. At that moment, although he didn't know whether the demon fox could successfully overcome the disaster, Su Ming felt that he was free. I just didn't expect that at this time in this life, it shouldn't be the time for the 9-tailed demon fox to come out to overcome the tribulation, right? This demon fox was suppressed in the sect's Tianfeng forbidden area, where even the elders and peak masters were not qualified to enter. Su Ming's heart was filled with thoughts. When he looked up again, there was no trace of the demon fox there, only a strand of snow-white fox fur gently floating down from the sky, and finally landed in his outstretched palm. Su Ming shook his hand. This 9-tailed demon fox reminded him that the forbidden area of Zongmen Tianfeng is a good place to sign in. It may be a forbidden area for others, but for him now, those guardians at the peak of Nirvana realm, nothing at all. He could even investigate the matter of the 9-tailed demon fox. If he sensed correctly the demon fox just now, it was just an illusory projection. The snow-white fox fur in his hand also turned into bits of spiritual power in the next second and disappeared. Su Ming blew lightly, and the spiritual power light points flew away. "Now that you're here, why don't you come in?" At this time, a soft, smooth and charming voice came from the attic in front, and with a click, the wooden door of the attic was opened, revealing a pair of mature and fragrant, but graceful and slender legs, and that the crystal-white jade feet were the first to enter Su Ming's sight. He calmly raised his head and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that once I go in, I won't be able to get out." Hongyu's delicate body as soft as white jade was reflected in her eyes. She changed into a long purple dress, and her black hair was tied back into a bun. The water in her eyes was flowing, and her whole body looked crystal plump, mature and graceful, with a proud figure. It actually has a hint of girlish innocence, and it would be difficult for most people to resist this temptation. I won't eat you. Hongyu rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Su Ming stretched out and glanced directly at Hongyu, looking into the attic. Is my junior sister here? Hongyu raised her chest slightly and stared at him resentfully. Do you only have junior sister in your eyes? Su Ming coughed lightly and said, Sister, there is a generation gap between us. Hongyu was startled, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint fierce light flashed across her eyes. You mean I'm old? Su Mingyi said righteously. How is it possible? Who dares to say that you are old? I will be the first to cut out his tongue. Sister Hongyu is beautiful and moving, more charming than an 18-year-old girl. Whoever sees you will not be touched by you. Charmed. Hongyu curled her lips. Don't be so cunning, you say it so nicely. Tell it yourself, how many times have you rejected me? Su Ming. Sister, I am still young, we are really not suitable for each other. Seeing his expression, Hongyu snorted coldly, turned around and entered the room. Her enchanting and swaying figure left Su Ming with endless beautiful thoughts. Come up here. Su Ming touched his nose. Looking at Hongyu's seductive back, he felt that sometimes, it might be more exciting from behind. The nostrils were filled with the rich and charming fragrance of Hongyu. Thinking of the last time he gave her the heavenly nightmare art, she almost had no bones left. Su Ming felt a faint worry in his heart, and said, Not bad, if he really wants to do something like that, he. Not afraid, but I couldn't imagine that if that yandere Lu Hanyan found out that he had an unclear relationship with other women, once he got jealous, it would probably be devastating. The forces of Immortal Prison have conquered the entire northern wilderness without any pressure. I still remember that when she came back from the Immortal Prison, Lu Hanyan said that the next time they met, she would take him back to the Lu family to meet her parents. Her parents are the Immortal Emperor and Immortal Queen of the Lu family's Immortal Dynasty. Before Su Ming traveled through time, he would have been nervous to death when meeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law, let alone now. He was a little helpless. Han Mo's letter said that Lu Hanyan might come to Shenyang sect to find him. Anyone would be helpless if he was entangled with such a terrifying yandere. He went up to the dark second floor. In eyes, a petite and frail figure appeared. The girl knelt beside the incense table, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. A purple wood table was placed next to her, with a fragrant wine cup placed on it. Sensing Su Ming's approach, she hurriedly poured a glass of wine. Su Ming had a strange expression on his face. He stared at the girl's clothes. He glanced down unconsciously. He saw the transparent ice stockings, the exquisite and small crystal jade feet. Is this tempting him? Senior brother Su. The girl spoke softly. Her voice was as beautiful as the first cry of a baby bird, and there was a hint of cowardice and fear in her childish voice, which looked heartbreaking. However, Su Ming noticed the ferocious bloody red whip marks on her body. He looked at the girl enduring the pain and pouring him wine, and fell silent for a moment. Where is your master? Su Ming asked softly. A look of pain flashed across the girl's pretty face. She lowered her head and replied weakly. Tell senior brother, master, she is resting and asked me to entertain senior brother. Su Ming's eyes became extremely dark. This moment. In his heart, he couldn't bear to bully the little girl in front of him anymore. Although he could gain villain points by doing so, this little junior sister really moved his heart. He is not a bad person. Up to this point, I was forced to do so. As for the junior sister in front of her, although she was the daughter of destiny, she had nothing to do with him in her previous 5 lives. Thinking of this, Su Ming sighed softly in his heart. He stepped forward and sat next to this little junior sister, looking at her with warm and distressed eyes, and said softly, Get up first, let me see the wound on your leg. His clear and gentle voice slowly reached Feng Qingling's ears, like the gentlest breeze, penetrating her heart. At this moment, Feng Qingling was completely stunned. She raised her head weakly, and a young and charming face came into view. Chapter 11. Even if the senior brother is a bad person, Linger is still willing. At this moment, the string in Feng Qingling's heart seemed to be touched violently by something. No one had ever spoken to her so gently. From the time she was sensible, for more than 10 years, she had spoken to her every day. living under the haze of master. Regardless of whether she has done something wrong or not, as soon as the master summons her, he will beat or scold her. Sometimes, he will even beat her until she faints and will not stop. She knows that the master despises her for being a little waste, and despises her. She has no talent for cultivation, and because she lives in a dark environment all year round, even the brothers and sisters outside all despise her. She thought that she had long been accustomed to this kind of gloomy life, and her weak character prevented her from resisting. But until now, when the senior brother in front of her pierced into her heart like a ray of the brightest sunshine, she realized that it turned out that she will also feel wronged and uncomfortable. There was deep grievance and gloom in his big watery eyes, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Su Ming again. Like an injured kitten, huddled tightly in its own corner, which makes people feel distressed. Su Ming originally wanted to reach out and touch her little head, but in the end his palm stayed in the air and did not put it down. His eyes were a little complicated. The girl in front of him might not be able to heal the wounds in her heart that easily. Does the wound hurt? He tried to speak to her in the gentlest tone possible. The red whip marks on the girl's crystal jade feet made her feel painful just by looking at them. There was no reason why she shouldn't feel pain. Feng Qingling bit her lower lip tightly and shook her head slowly. It doesn't hurt. Su Ming took a breath and ordered, "Come here and sit next to me. Don't kneel on the ground." Feng Qing's delicate body trembled slightly. She did not dare to resist. She gritted her teeth and stood up, lifted up her skirt, and then knelt down beside Su Ming. The wound on her leg was pulled, and she endured not saying a word, but her face became a little pale. I originally wanted to pour wine for Su Ming. As a result, Su Ming grabbed her little hand. Senior brother Feng Qingling's voice was trembling, with a hint of fear in her tone. She thought Su Ming was going to bully her. Su Ming held her wrist and said amusedly, "What are you afraid of? I have no interest in a little girl like you. Also, your pulse is so weak. Did you get injured while practicing? Your master didn't even teach you how to practice." Speaking of this, Feng Qingling did not dare to respond, because no matter whether she said it or not, she would definitely be beaten severely by her master in the end. Really? Su Ming fell behind. A cold snort came from the bedroom behind the screen. Hong Yu's beautiful and mature figure was lying lazily on the bed. She pouted at Su Ming and said, "With your eyesight, you can't see that this girl was born with blocked spiritual veins. If she hadn't, my mother has something to do with me, and I won't raise her like this. Even if she is raised, she will still be a little waste." Feng Qingling gritted her teeth and did not dare to say a word. Su Ming shook his head, raised his glass and took a sip. "If you are willing to teach her how to practice, maybe she will give you a surprise in the end." Hong Yu was disdainful. "If you can reach the realm of nirvana, why don't you raise it and give it to the demon cultivators outside as a cauldron, and you can exchange some resources for me." "What a pity." Su Ming sighed. Feng Qingling lost her consciousness for a moment, her little face lost the last trace of blood, and her body kneeling on the ground could not stop trembling. Even if the master beat her and scolded her, she never thought that one day, the master would soon actually wants to give her to those bad people outside. Her eyes turned red, and crystal tears flowed from her eyes. Seeing her aggrieved look, Hong Yuli ignored her and smiled jokingly at Su Ming. "Why, you heard that I want to give her away. Are you heartbroken and reluctant to part with her?" Su Ming shrugged. "I just feel it's a pity that it's not cost-effective to give such a well-behaved and obedient junior sister to those guys." Hong Yu was lying on the bed, supporting her head with one palm, glanced at Su Ming behind the screen, and said with a lazy smile, "Then I will give her to you. Do you want it?" Feng Qingling was startled. She didn't know why, but when she heard her master say these words, all she could think of was the gentle figure of the senior brother in front of her, as well as his expression full of heartache and concern. With a gentle tone, if the master gave her to those people outside, she would want to die immediately, but if it were senior brother Su, deep down in her heart, there was a faint expectation and desire. Su Ming was also startled in his heart, but he quickly came to his senses. In mind, as expected, the system voice came. "Ding, the host's current behavior is not in line with the villain's setting, and he should not feel pity for the girl of luck. This system recommends that the host refuses, otherwise unpredictable consequences may occur. Su Ming sighed in his heart. He had already suffered enough from the tragic endings of his previous 5 lives, so in this life, he didn't want anything beyond his control, and Feng Qingling was obviously full of uncertainty. So, he shook his head gently, smiled faintly at Hong Yu behind the screen and said, "Don't joke with me. Are you willing to raise me like this since you were a child? If it's those people outside who don't give me something that makes my heart move, I might really be reluctant to part with it, but if it's you, as long as you agree to a small condition, I will give her to you for free." Hong Yu replied. Su Ming thought for a moment and shook his head in refusal. Feng Qingling squeezed her little hand, and suddenly felt a cold despair in her heart. There were deep blood marks on the palm of her hand, but she seemed not to notice the slightest pain. She only knew that this was the only one who was good to her, the only one who allowed her to never stop. The senior brother who really felt warm in his heart also disliked her and refused to have her. Hong Yu sneered and asked, "Don't you like her?" Su Ming put down his wine glass, stood up calmly, patted the dust on his clothes, then stretched out his palm towards the junior sister who was kneeling next to him, and said with a warm smile, "Get up first." Feng Qingling raised her head and glanced at him, then turned her head away from him, not letting him touch her. Su Ming was startled. "It's funny in my heart. Is the junior sister angry with him? She has quite a personality and is quite cute." Then, regardless of Feng Qingling's resistance, he picked up the little girl from the ground. Shangshang's soft body struggled gently in his arms, almost making him lose control, and finally put her on a chair aside. While she was dazed, he squatted down and patted her little head. "Are you stupid? Being sent around by others is an item. In my heart, you have never been an item." The air seemed to have become silent at this moment. The candle next to it flickered with light. Just like Feng Qingling's beating heart, her heart was trembling fiercely. Her beautiful eyes were staring blankly at the gentle face in front of her. Suddenly, there seemed to be a strange force controlling her. Her eyes Yihong, desperate, threw herself into his arms. His head was buried in Su Ming's warm chest, and his tears silently wet his clothes. Even Su Ming was stunned by Feng Qingling's bold move. Then he patted her shoulder gently and smiled helplessly. Before he said the last words, Feng Qingling was in his eyes, not an object, but his little junior sister, a living person. However, the junior sister seems to have misunderstood something. She shouldn't think that those words are a confession to her, right? Laugh. The next second, a long red whip burning with ghost fire directly split the screen in the room in half, and then whipped it fiercely towards Feng Qingling's back. The fierce whip due to the strength, not to mention the current Feng Qingling, I am afraid that even some strong men in the Nirvana realm would be beaten to a disability in an instant. Su Ming held Feng Qingling's delicate body in his arms. He raised his head indifferently. A cold, dark purple light flashed across his deep eyes. Then he raised his palm, and the red whip was firmly grasped in his hand. The terrifying strong wind spread along his palm, flying the wooden table next to it, but it could not hurt Feng Qingling in the slightest. Hong Yu stood up from the bed and stared at Su Ming with resentful eyes. "Don't you want her? I'm teaching my disciples that if you have the ability, just leave her alone." Feng Qingling was so scared that she hid in Su Ming's arms, hugging him tightly and not even daring to raise her head. Su Ming gently let go of the whip in his hand and said calmly to Hong Yu, "She has suffered so many injuries. As a senior brother, I can't ignore her. During this period, I will let her recover from her injuries first." Hong Yu gritted his teeth, but she suddenly saw Su Ming's cold and indifferent eyes, and her heart trembled. Thinking of how terrifying this man would be when he became truly cruel, she could only hum in the end, "I can follow you, then I will go find you. When the time comes, you are not allowed to refuse." Su Ming. There are some things that he really can't do. Outside the red frost forest, Su Ming stared at the towering peak in the distance, sensing the power of the seal within it, and was stunned for a moment. Behind, a series of soft, weak, and extremely pleasant voices came softly. "Senior brother, I will work hard to practice in the future. I will not hold senior brother back." Feng Qingling had already changed out of the ice silk suit that Hong Yu asked her to wear. Now she was only wearing an extremely thin cyan dress, but her whole body looked like Xiaojiabiu, with an indescribable fragile beauty. She followed Su Ming cautiously, her watery eyes automatically blocking out everything except the figure of the man in front of her. Su Ming turned around, stared at her calmly, and said in a cold voice, "Let's agree first, practice with me. I may be stricter than your master. If you can't stand it anymore, I will drive you back." Feng Qingling's face was serious and she nodded heavily. "As long as senior brother doesn't abandon me, I will do anything you ask me to do. Aren't you afraid that I am a bad person?" Feng Qingling's pretty face turned red, and she said softly, even if senior brother is a bad guy, Linger is still willing." Su Ming stroked her forehead and flicked her little head. "Don't think blindly, I am your senior brother, and in my eyes, you are just a little sister." Feng Qingling hummed softly, but stared at Su Ming with her big eyes for a moment, then pursed her lips, and her face turned red unknowingly. Maybe Su Ming just treated her as a sister, but at this moment, in her heart, she didn't just treat him as a senior brother. Chapter 12 Above the Heavenly Peak, the Black and White God King. At night, halfway up the Kaifeng Mountain, among the towering ancient trees, there is a wooden building standing among them. Deep in the wooden house where spiritual power is dense. Feng Qingling's little face was almost red with blood. She hugged her legs and sat on the bed filled with Su Ming's scent. Her back was turned to her senior brother. Her clothes were pulled down a lot, revealing her crystal clear skin. Hiss. At a certain moment, she gritted her teeth gently. Su Ming frowned. "It will hurt a little at first, but I can endure the pain, and it won't hurt after a while." As he spoke, he applied elixir to the skin on her back. Although there was a hint of reprimand in his tone, Feng Qingling had never felt so warm in the past 10 years. From Su Ming's tone, she could tell that this senior brother cared about her, which made her she was extremely happy. "If only I could stay with my senior brother for the rest of my life. Senior brother, I don't feel any pain." She turned around and smiled sweetly. Su Ming, why was he smiling so sweetly? He felt like he had miscalculated. He used to live alone, but now that he had brought Feng Qingling back, it was hard for her to live outside with her injuries. In the end, his bed was a matter of course. "I gave it to this little girl." The key is that Feng Qingling asked him innocently if her senior brother wanted to sleep with her. Su Ming was so angry that he flicked her little head. He didn't know what was going on in this little girl's head. Is he that kind of senior brother? "I simply felt sorry for my junior sister, so I brought her back to avoid being accidentally beaten to death by Hong Yu's whip." "Wait until the medicine is finished on the back." Feng Qingling put on her clothes shyly, and then turned around. She glanced at Su Ming secretly with her big black eyes. Her pretty face was red, and her whole body was like a young cherry, but full of youthful and attractive the taste of. Su Ming threw the medicine bottle to her and said indifferently, "Apply the rest of the medicine yourself, and then rest quickly. When you wake up tomorrow, the wound should be healed." Thinking of the lessons he learned from his previous 5 lives, he felt that what he did today might have been a bit impulsive. In his previous lives, it was not that there were no junior sisters who were close to him. Unfortunately, in the end, no matter what the reason was, those who were close to him junior sisters will all turn their backs on him. He had a premonition that he would bring Feng Qingling back from Hongyu and raise her up, but in the end, maybe this junior sister would betray him coldly and ruthlessly like Mu Qingyan in the previous 5 lives. Treat his innocent concern for his junior sister as a ridiculous dog-licking image. Think of this. Su Ming sighed softly in his heart. Turn around indifferently and leave the room. Feng Qingling held the elixir and looked at Su Ming's back as he left indifferently. She felt a little sad in her heart. Why did her senior brother suddenly become so indifferent to her? It was obvious that he wasn't like this just now. Did she say something wrong that offended her senior brother? Not happy anymore. As the door was completely closed, Su Ming's figure disappeared from Feng Qingling's eyes. She bit her silver teeth lightly and her eyes became dim. She was already very sensitive, but at this moment she couldn't help but wonder if her senior brother had noticed that she had no cultivation talent, and started to dislike her just like her master, thinking that she was a useless little waste. Outside the wooden building, the mini-demon phoenix, whose whole body was burning with purple flames, was staying quietly in the yard. When it saw Su Ming coming out, its eyes lit up, and with a soft whine, it rushed to Su Ming's shoulder with flames all over its body. Su Ming smiled faintly and rubbed its head. During this time, thanks to this little guy looking after his house, I have something to go out for. No one is allowed in the back room. Demon Phoenix nodded. Su Ming took a step forward, and his body slowly disappeared into the darkness. Shenyang Sect, the forbidden area of Tianfang. The mist-filled peak. Countless Shenyang Sect protector elders who were hiding in the dark suddenly noticed a vast abyss like aura falling from the sky. All of their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly emerged, looking at the sky with complicated eyes. In the eyes of all the guardian elders, a very cold man in white clothes, like a direct immortal, slowly descended from the sky. He was wearing a black and white mask, with the left side black and the right side white, making his face unreal, but the extraordinary temperament and cold and terrifying aura on his body made everyone here not dare to underestimate him. Who are you? Why did you come to the forbidden area of our Shenyang Sect? An elder asked in a solemn voice. The man in white ignored him and looked at the dark sword tower behind the elders. In his mind, he slowly said, "Sign in, Tianfang Tower." Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. The sign-in location is Shenyang Sect, Tianfang Tower. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Realm Breakthrough Pill times 10 can be used under the Spirit Master Realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chaos Holy Fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chaos Sword Demonic Body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level low-level spiritual secret, Chaos Dragon Demonic Finger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the number of summons from the Ancient White Dragon Guard, Sword God Leng Shi. The sign-in has been completed. When the host villain points reach 10,000 points, the epic sign-in can be reopened. Seeing the rewards he received, Su Ming's heart moved. Sure enough, the more rich the spiritual power of heaven and earth is, the more generous the rewards you will get. This time you signed in, you actually got the number of summons from an ancient white dragon guard. Sword God Leng Shi, the ancient supreme white dragon guard, who has killed countless ancient dragons with his sword. His current cultivation level is at the peak of the spiritual sovereign realm. If you meet the conditions, you can advance to the God Emperor. This is a quasi-God Emperor level powerhouse. It's enough to walk sideways in the northern wasteland. At this time, among the guardian elders of Shenyang Sect opposite, an elder at the peak of Nirvana realm stared at Su Ming in midair. Finally, something suddenly came to his mind, and he quietly took a step back, his face full of shock, said with a trembling voice, "Black and White Mask, I know, he is the Black and White God Lord who single-handedly destroyed the Yi family in Dongshuan domain a few months ago. Dozens of the Yi family's spiritual masters were all brutalized by him. Killing. I even heard that the ancestor of the Yi family who was half a God Emperor also died in his hands. He is a true powerful God Emperor, a terrifying existence on the same level as those legendary immortal emperors of the immortal dynasty. Why would someone like him come to our Shenyang Sect?" The elder finished speaking. All the other elders were shocked, staring at the figure in front of them with disbelief, and everyone felt a deep chill from the bottom of their hearts. The leader of their Shenyang Sect, who has the strongest cultivation level, is only at the spiritual sovereign realm. Compared with these half-stepped God Emperors or even the powerful ones at the God Emperor realm, there is simply a difference between heaven and earth. Such a person is probably even those immortal pilgrimage holy places don't dare to offend. Why would they come to their little Shenyang Sect? If they get angry, I'm afraid that tonight, Shenyang Sect will be wiped out overnight just like the Yi family in Dongshuan territory. Got it. The bodies of countless elders were trembling. Under the pressure of the vast spiritual power, they could not resist at all. The next second, all the elders hurriedly clasped their fists and bowed their heads, and respectfully spoke in the air. "We, the guardian elders of Shenyang Sect, have met the Lord Shen." The voice was neat and there was no disrespect at all. However, no one in midair responded to them. It went like this for several minutes before anyone dared to raise their head and glance furtively in the air. Enter the eyes. In the cold and empty sky, there was no human figure anywhere, only a layer of clouds and mist drifting past. "It's so scary." All the elders breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. They felt both happy and scared at the same time. They felt that they could actually survive from the hands of a powerful god emperor who was so murderous. Thank God, fortunately, the divine king did not have murderous intentions towards them. Otherwise, all he needed was a look, and I would be dead in an instant. Chapter 13 The Truth. Late at night, Mu Qingyan's residence. In the room, Mu Qingyan couldn't calm down to practice. She thought that today was the day when Su Ming was released from confinement, and she felt a little panicked. When she went to the dojo to practice tomorrow, the senior brother would definitely come to pester her again. It was like this before, and it annoyed her so much. Although she didn't know why, Su Ming didn't come to see her this afternoon, but she didn't believe that just a solitary confinement could make Su Ming change his past personality. That guy is a rogue. A certain piece of her intimate clothing is still in Su Ming's hands. She was so embarrassed and angry that she wanted to stab him with a sword. Mu Qingyan forced herself to calm down, shook Su Ming's evil smile out of her mind, and started practicing while gritting her silver teeth. However, soon she noticed something was wrong. Before the skills in her body started to operate, the spiritual power around her body had automatically gathered. All the spiritual power of heaven and earth had gathered at the position of the Tianling cap. This strange scene made Mu Qingyan a little panicked. But the next second, wait until she opens her eyes. A white nine-tailed fox appeared in front of her. It stood on all fours in the void, licking its fluffy tail while staring at her quietly. The pair of purple and green pupils are particularly beautiful. Mu Qingyan's pretty face changed. Demon. The nine-tailed fox in midair glanced at her. I am not a demon. The cold female voice suddenly came to Mu Qingyan's mind, and then a dazzling white light exploded in front of her. After the dazzling light dissipated, an enchanting face that could enchant all living beings appeared in her eyes. Who are you, the monster, who dares to come to our Shenyan sect and act recklessly? Mu Qingyan stared at that beautiful and charming face and shouted coldly. Haha, I can destroy a mere Shenyan sect with just a snap of my fingers. However, I don't have any ill intentions when I come to you tonight. Mu Qingyan was stunned for a moment. The nine-tailed demon fox curled his lips indifferently. I am here to tell you the hidden truth about a certain person. The truth. Mu Qingyan didn't believe her at all. The nine-tailed demon fox smiled slightly. You don't really think that your senior brother is an uneducated villain who specializes in bullying weak people? What if I tell you that he is all pretending? Hear the words. Mu Qingyan sneered. I know, you were sent by Su Ming, right? Does he really think he can deceive me with this kind of trick? Go back and tell him that if he has the ability, let him come to me in person. Don't do these sneaky things. Well, since you don't believe it, I'll let you see it for yourself. What's the meaning? After the demon fox finished speaking, before Mu Qingyan could react, she suddenly found that she had lost control of her body. The demon fox soul rushed into her body with a whoosh, and then her consciousness was sealed into her mind. Mu Qingyan could clearly feel that she could see the things in front of her, but she just couldn't control her body. She couldn't make any sound even if she wanted to speak. Her body was controlled by the nine-tailed demon fox. On the bed, the nine-tailed demon fox controlled Mu Qingyan's body to open her eyes. Then she looked up at the void outside the room and laughed softly. You're already here, why don't you come down and meet me, senior brother Su? Mu Qingyan was shocked. Su Ming was here too. The next moment, as expected, a figure in white clothes appeared in the room. This person was wearing a black and white mask. His whole person looked cold and noble. Coupled with his mysterious appearance and powerful methods, Mu Qingyan didn't believe this person at all. How could it be Su Ming? The nine-tailed demon fox controlled Mu Qingyan's body and took 2 steps forward, came to the man, stretched out her jade hand and gently touched his face, and smiled seductively. You think I don't know you are wearing a mask? Who is it? Su Ming stared at her with dark eyes. What do you want? The demon fox rolled his eyes at him. It must be what you want. I was practicing well in the Tianfeng Tower. You suddenly ran in and scared me, and you kept chasing me. Do you have any thoughts about the slave family? Su Ming slapped her palm away, his eyes calm. This body does not belong to you. Come out as soon as possible and I will spare your life. The demon fox smiled foolishly. You care about your little junior sister so much. If I swallow her soul, she will become an idiot as soon as I leave. You can't swallow her imperial veins. If you don't try, how will you know? She might die. Su Ming smiled calmly. I don't care about her life or death. The demon fox took control of Mu Qingyan's body, and suddenly wrapped his hands around his neck. He leaned over and said with a soft breath, do you really not care? Are you willing to let go of your little junior sister? In order to awaken the imperial vein for her, I cut one of my spiritual veins to give it to her, and now if you are willing to do it, just slap her to death. In the space of consciousness, Mu Qingyan was stunned when she heard these words. What did the demon fox mean? What does it mean that the person in front of her cut off her own spiritual vein in order to awaken the imperial vein for her? What about this person? It might be Su Ming, but how could it be the senior brother that she hated so much? The corner of the demon fox's mouth raised. Also, the Mu family and Taichu Holy Land sent so many people here to take your little junior sister back, but all of them disappeared. Do you dare to say that this was not done by you? Su Ming stared at Mu Qingyan's beautiful face close at hand, breathing in the alluring girlish fragrance of his junior sister. He stretched out his hand, opened Mu Qingyan's hand, grabbed her wrist, and stared at her with a frown. You think too much and don't let her die because there is still use value. To me, only her body has a little value. So, whatever you want to do, I still want to save her life. It works. The demon fox looked at him with a smile. Take off the mask, and I will tell you what I want to do. Su Ming sighed. The next second, suddenly, terrifying spiritual energy poured into Mu Qingyan's body in his hand. The nine-tailed demon fox frowned and said coldly to him, Humph, you don't know the heart of a good person. Su Ming replied indifferently, no matter how you know, you'd better leave my affairs alone, otherwise, I won't mind completely erasing you from this world. The demon fox looked resentful. You fool, she hurt you like that, and you still protect her. If it weren't for her to know the truth, I would have swallowed her soul in one gulp. Hear this. On the contrary, Su Ming was stunned for a moment. The demon fox said that Mu Qingyan had hurt him, but that happened in previous lives. In this life, the male protagonist had not gone up the mountain yet, and what the demon fox said had not happened yet. So, how did she know? There is only one possibility. This nine-tailed demon fox, like him, has memories of past lives. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain what happened today. Thinking of this, Su Ming's eyes changed. He slowly let go of Mu Qingyan's hand and looked at her with complex eyes. He knew that at this moment, the body of the junior sister was the soul of a nine-tailed demon fox, and this demon fox was very. Maybe it was the one he had fought against for her in her previous life. The demon fox gently rubbed his wrist and said loudly, since you said so, I have blocked her consciousness. Now, can you take off the mask? In the space of consciousness, Mu Qingyan was stunned for a moment, blocking her consciousness. Then why could she still see everything happening in the room? This fox was lying to the man in front of her. Su Ming exhaled softly, I have my arrangements. Now, I can't let her know my identity. Said. He gently raised his palm and placed it on the mask. Mu Qingyan's breath tightened. Chapter 14 The Real Him, the God Realm Judgment Order. The next second, Mu Qingyan suddenly felt like the world was spinning. She had never felt as panicked as she did now, deep in her heart. She would never believe that the mysterious and cold man in front of her would be her senior brother, the man she had been searching for months to help her awaken her imperial veins. However, when the next second comes, Mu Qingyan was completely stunned. The world in her eyes seemed to have entered a space of black and white from the gray filled with cracks. Suddenly, all the colors were fixed on the man in front of her. After taking off the mask, Su Ming's face no longer showed the frivolous and unrestrained look she was familiar with, but an extremely cold indifference. In his pair of dark and deep eyes, there was no trace of the coveting he had for her at all. Instead, he looked very clean and thorough. He was dressed in white, and he looked just like the white-clothed immortal who often appeared in her dreams. No matter how she resisted, no matter how much she didn't believe it, this man was Su Ming, the senior brother she had always hated. Impossible. This is fake. This is impossible. Impossible. Hey, you think you can still live without any worries because of your imperial bloodline? It's really because of your luck. If it weren't for him, you would have died countless times now. The voice of the demon fox sounded in her mind. Mu Qingyan's consciousness was completely confused, and finally she said stubbornly as if she refused to accept her fate, "If it is true, then why did he do that to me in the first place? Do you really think he likes you, a young girl like you? Even if you didn't resist, he wouldn't do anything to you. Don't you think that since that incident, those around you have coveted your talent and appearance? Have all the villains disappeared?" Mu Qingyan was speechless. Indeed, since she first joined the Shenyan sect, she became a disciple at the seventh peak of Bai Qingshan. However, because of her extraordinary talent and extraordinary appearance, she also attracted the attention of countless disciples from the other peaks, and she was surrounded by some high-sounding disciples every day. In fact, he covets her senior brother. During that time, she couldn't calm down even while practicing. Until 3 months ago, senior brother Su Ming rushed into her room and verbally molested her on the pretext of delivering medicine. From then on, none of the senior brothers from other peaks dared to come to her side. Once people carefully recall those memories that they resisted before, they often find many details in them that they had not noticed before. This is the case with Mu Qingyan. She thought about it carefully. Just discovered. When the eldest brother burst into the room, apart from teasing her with words, he didn't even touch her body. However, because she had just come out of the shower, she was so ashamed and angry that she thought her pure body was being peeped by Su Ming. Then you will be so angry that you will ignore countless things. If you still don't believe it, can I prove it to you? The demon fox said with a joking smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qingyan was not given a chance to reply. In the room, the demon fox gave Su Ming a seductive look. She stretched out her hand and pulled off the ribbon on her head. Mu Qingyan's thick and smooth long hair suddenly fell down like a waterfall and was scattered behind her. The clothes on her body also slipped gently, revealing the white and transparent skirt underneath. Under the short skirt, there were 2 slender white legs. Subsequently, her soft and watery body climbed onto Su Ming's body, her black and white eyes looked at him motionlessly, and her soft and moist lips quietly came closer. However, from the beginning to the end, the look in Su Ming's eyes was as calm as ever. It could even be said that there was no disturbance. He pushed away the girl who was close at hand and said indifferently, "You've had enough fun, come out." The demon fox was pushed away by him and hit his chest angrily, "Can you please stop being so cold? The little junior sister you miss so much is right in front of you, how can you still control it? Thinking about her day and night." Su Ming shook his head, "Then you were wrong. She is my junior sister. From the beginning, I only treated her as my own sister." "Wow, my dear sister, so exciting." The demon fox smiled slyly. Su Ming sighed. Once her imperial veins are fully awakened in the future, she will encounter many disasters. I can only help her so much. From now on, she and I will be strangers and have nothing to do with each other. In her heart, she never regarded me as her senior brother. So there's no point in you hurting her. The demon fox curled his lips. "So, the goal has been achieved, and you are going to end your relationship with her in the future?" Su Ming didn't answer. The demon fox snorted coldly. "Silly, this is what you said yourself. You only regard her as your sister. In the future, I will also treat her as my sister." "You?" Su Ming reacted and glanced at her. "I'm not interested in foxes." The demon fox was stunned, stared at him fiercely, and lowered his eyes. "Believe it or not, I will bite you." Su Ming. "Bite? Tell me clearly, where to bite?" The demon fox's pretty face turned rosy. She glared at Su Ming, and then her soul left Mu Qingyan's body, transformed into a fox body again and flew into the air. The fox's tail was raised, and its fluffy tail gently caressed Su Ming's face said, "I, the 9-tailed sky fox clan, will only recognize one person in my life. You can sacrifice your life for me. In this life, I will defeat you. But now, I can't leave Tianfeng Tower. Maybe you don't know that after resisting the catastrophe for me, countless gods suddenly came to this world, and their target is that you have been in the catastrophe. The corpse of annihilation. Those people didn't tell us any truth, and they didn't find your body. With just one hand, they destroyed Bailing Realm, a holy place for immortals. In their eyes, they are even worse than ants. I guess they probably come from the legendary immortal realm that no one has ever been to. It is a more mysterious and terrifying place than all the divine realms outside the northern spiritual realm. And these people have only one purpose for coming, that is you. Hear this. Su Ming frowned slowly. He didn't even know that something like this happened after his death. A mysterious powerful man from the immortal realm came to find his body. What to do with his body? Are those people enemies? I don't know if you are an enemy, but they call you the abandoned son of the imperial clan. Everyone has a god realm judgment order in their hands. Do you want to know whose name is on the judgment order? Su Ming raised his eyes and stared into the eyes of the nine-tailed demon fox. Is it me? The judgment order of the god realm, one order determines life and death. It can be said that once a person is put on trial, no one can survive. Su Ming's heart trembled slightly. In this life, he thought that he had a system that could easily control everything and change the tragic fate of the previous 5 lives. However, only now did he know that he had actually been judged by the god realm. I'm afraid he would be counted as one by then. Even if he controls the entire Bailing realm in his hands, he can't withstand the arrival of powerful men from the god realm. Those are the real gods, supreme beings that surpass the emperor. This is all I know. When I come out of the Tianfeng Tower, if you are willing, you can follow me back to the nine-tailed Sky Fox clan. There is an ancestor in my clan who has lived for thousands of years. Maybe she can know about the trial order. I can break the seal now. Su Ming said. Hee, there's no need for that. Maybe your name has already been put on the trial order. It'll be safer if I break the seal myself. The demon fox finished. Finally, he glanced at Su Ming with some nostalgia, turned around and flew out, turning into a colorful rainbow of spiritual power, and silently entered the Tianfeng Tower. Su Ming withdrew his gaze. Mu Qingyan's delicate body in front of her softened and she almost fell to the ground. Su Ming stepped forward and hugged her, laying her flat on the bed. Although his little junior sister's snow-white and alluring skin could be seen, his eyes were clear and he was talking to Mu Qing. The senior brother Yan knew at the beginning was completely different from the other person. Although Mu Qingyan passed out, however, her consciousness was still clear, and she could still sense everything in the outside world. She struggled to open her eyes, and through the faint light, she could only see the cold figure of Su Ming covering her with a quilt, then turning around and leaving. Elder brother. At this moment, she tried hard to make a sound and tried to save him, but in her hoarse throat, she couldn't make any sound at all. She could only watch him leave without any regret. Chapter 15. Senior brother seems a bit handsome today. In the night, under the maple forest, the girl stood tall and graceful, holding a long black sword in her hand. Her eyes were staring at the blade of the sword, her eyes slightly dazed. Finally, she nodded firmly. If he dares to bully me, I will fight him. Who do you want to fight with? A clear voice came from behind. Zhou Yaoyao's pretty face was startled. She turned around quickly, hid the sword behind her back, and stared hatefully at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her. Why are you staring at me? Su Ming put his hands behind his back and looked at her with a funny look on his face. Zhou Yaoyao puffed her lips, moved a little, and put a little distance away from Su Ming. It's all because of you that the palace master deducted all my spiritual stones for a month. You are a harm to others. She was furious in her heart. She didn't care how much higher Su Ming was than her, she just wanted to say something to him. You're slanderous, aren't you? Zhou Yaoyao's pretty face turned red. You're shameless. It's obviously because of you today that I was given a spiritual stone by the palace master. Su Ming glanced at the long sword held behind her. Zhou Yaoyao's eyes were a little unnatural, and she quietly took a step back. I'm not a bad person, why are you so afraid of me? Su Ming took a step forward. Zhou Yaoyao was angry. You are a bad person. Everyone in the sect says you are bad, but you still touched my face in front of so many people today. By the end, she felt ashamed and angry. Su Ming suddenly realized, so you don't like crowded places. You should have told me earlier. It's dark and windy tonight, and no one will come here. It's perfect for us to do something. Ah, Zhou Yaoyao glared at him angrily, this shameless guy. You are not allowed to touch me, and you are not allowed to touch my face again. She took out her sword and warned coldly. Su Ming wanted to laugh when he saw it. This little girl actually smells like a naughty girl. I promise I won't touch your face. Su Mingyi spoke righteously and had the demeanor of a gentleman, but his eyes quietly moved down a little, bypassing Zhou Yaoyao's delicate collarbone, and glanced at the small hill. Before the little girl could react, he said in surprise, "Why? Feeling stunted and abused by your parents at home?" Zhou Yaoyao was so angry that her pretty face turned red, and she was just about to cut him off with a sword. "You were abused. My parents are so kind to me." Su Ming suddenly nodded. "That's a matter of growth. It won't work if we go on like this. In the future, when we leave the Shenyang sect and see the female disciples from the immortal clan Holy Land outside, we will feel much inferior to ourselves. Come here and let me see if I can save you." Zhou Yaoyao. She took a sip. "Now I finally understand. This guy is an out-and-out pervert, shameless and shameless. How did such a person become a senior brother? I heard that the noble and cool peak master of Kaifeng was very kind to him. Could it be that he was using the back door of that peak master?" Zhou Yaoyao shook her little head to get rid of other thoughts in her mind, and stared at Su Ming expressionlessly. "I have completed the instructions of the palace master. If there is nothing wrong with senior brother Su, I will leave first." She didn't want to stay here any longer. Su Ming did not stop him, but said leisurely, "You don't want a month's worth of spiritual stones." Zhou Yaoyao gritted her teeth and said, "Just feed it to the dogs." Su Ming shook his head. "This girl is not big, but she has quite a temper." He lightly snapped his fingers, the spirit ring on his right middle finger flickered slightly, and a spirit storage bag appeared in his hand. He weighed it with his fingers, and there was a sound of spiritual stones colliding in the bag. Zhou Yaoyao took a sneak peek and saw that it was actually a spirit storage bag. It is said that the spirit storage bag has its own space, which is made of extraterrestrial space stones. Although it is one level lower than the storage spirit ring, it is still a precious item that countless people cannot afford. With her family background, unless reward through the sect, otherwise you may not be able to use the spirit storage bag for the rest of your life. In the face of such temptation, no one can help but be tempted. Zhou Yaoyao turned her head, deliberately not looking at Su Ming. What do you want to do?" Su Ming smiled slightly and said in his heart that you are still too young. "Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to do it. Didn't you say that the spirit stone was taken away because of me? I will return the spirit stone to you." Zhou Yaoyao instantly raised her eyes and stared at him. "Are you really willing to pay me back? It's a pity that someone just said she didn't want it anymore." "When did I say it? I didn't say it." Zhou Yaoyao blushed and naturally couldn't admit it. Su Ming reminded in a quiet voice, "Didn't you tell me to feed the dog? Bark twice and listen, and I will return it to you." You bully people." Zhou Yaoyao's eyes turned red and she almost cried because of him. Su Ming smiled, walked around her, held the spirit storage bag in his hand, and walked leisurely towards the forest with his hands behind his back. Zhou Yaoyao stared at his back. She was unwilling to accept that her 1 month's worth of spiritual stones were gone. She also thought that except for touching her face at the beginning, this guy was always talkative and did not really bully her. The next second, his head as soon as he got hot, he suddenly puffed up his mouth and followed him. Su Ming turned around. "Aren't you afraid of me anymore?" Zhou Yaoyao bit her lip lightly. "The sect competition is coming soon. These spirit stones are very important to me. I don't want to let myself down or let my parents down because of this matter." Su Ming was silent. It's rare to see this little girl looking serious. He stopped and pointed to the wooden house in the forest. Zhou Yaoyao looked in the direction of his finger and saw the room where Su Ming lived. She immediately thought of countless things in her mind. She shook her head hastily and refused with a red face. I don't do that kind of thing." "Su Ming, that kind of thing." He stared at Zhou Yaoyao with a serious face and said earnestly, "Junior sister Yaoyao, as a senior brother, I have to talk to you carefully. Do you know that your thoughts are very dangerous? Even though I am not a good person, I am. But, do you think I would take advantage of others' danger?" Zhou Yaoyao secretly raised her head, glanced at him weakly, and then nodded heavily. "Su Ming, do you still want the spirit stone? Think. Call good brother, come and listen. I can't scream." Su Ming sighed, can you show some sincerity? Also, when I show you the house in front of you, do you want to make you think about those things? If a little girl like you takes off your clothes and gets on my bed, I have to kick her. Kick him down. What happened today, senior brother, was to help you get rid of the bad guys. Do you understand? You are new to the sect, so you will inevitably be remembered by others. As for asking you to come to me at night, I am just kidding you. You can't understand such a simple truth. If you still want to practice, go home and be a good boy to your parents. Su Ming said several words in one breath, with a hint of hatred in his tone. As for Zhou Yaoyao, after listening to Su Ming's words, she really became in a trance. She kept thinking about what Su Ming said in her mind. At the end of the thought, she couldn't help but stare into Su Ming's eyes and look at the clear and clean eyes of this senior brother's eyes. She was shocked. Indeed, before meeting Su Ming this morning, people would come to pester her every day. However, since this morning, during this day, all those people who used to pester her have disappeared. So, senior brother Su was actually helping her, not bullying her. Then her spirit stone. Su Ming threw the spirit storage bag into her hand, waved towards her and said, here are the spirit stones for you. It should be enough for you to practice until the sect competition. During this time, don't go to the Taifun Palace either. Practice with peace of mind. It's getting late today. Let's go back and rest first. Zhou Yaoyao looked at Su Ming in confusion. After realizing it, she felt a little panicked. Don't rush to say thank you yet. There are conditions for helping you. Su Ming said calmly, from now on, take an hour every afternoon to come over to my place and clean the house. Remember, you can't see a trace of dust, otherwise, I will collect the spirit stones. Return. Zhou Yaoyao looked at him in confusion. This moment, there seemed to be a voice deep in her heart telling her that in fact, senior brother Su in front of her was not that annoying. He seemed to be a bit handsome. Chapter 16 Girl Qing Ling. The next day, morning comes. Kaifeng, Chunyuan Hall. This is a side hall set up on the top of Kaifeng Peak. The degree of spiritual energy concentration here is obviously much higher than in other places. It is also the place used by the core disciples of Kaifeng to practice. In the Chunyuan Hall, an elder from the Nirvana realm will come here every day to guide the disciples in their cultivation, whether it is spiritual cultivation or physical cultivation. For ordinary disciples in Kaifeng, it is not easy to enter the Chunyuan Hall to practice. Such a simple thing. Daily, there are only 20 places available. Except for core disciples like Su Ming, other ordinary disciples who want to enter Chunyuan Palace to practice have to defeat the core disciples who have obtained the quota to have a chance to win this quota. At this time, in the spacious and bright hall, there are wooden tables arranged neatly. In front of the wooden table, many boys and girls were sitting on their knees, and the atmosphere was extremely quiet. On the right side of the first row by the window, Mu Qingyan was staring at the ground in a daze, her pretty face full of trance. Even her long hair was just tied up casually. She raised her head from time to time and glanced next to her. In the empty space, the whole person actually had a haggard and delicate feeling. At this time in the past, she always prayed in her heart that the owner of the seat next to her would not come, but now, she became inexplicably looking forward to it, looking forward to that person suddenly appearing, looking forward to seeing him, looking forward to him sitting on her again by my side, practicing with her. The elder in front is teaching the method of exhaling breath and absorbing spirit. All the disciples studied very seriously, but she was the only one who couldn't learn at all. Junior sister Mu. Suddenly, a rather delicate-looking senior brother behind her called her. Mu Qingyan came back to her senses and looked up, only to find that all the senior brothers and sisters in the hall were looking at her. The elder in front sighed faintly. If you don't want to learn my method of attracting spirits, you can go to the dojo to practice and give up your place. Give it to other disciples in need. Junior sister Mu, are you still thinking about senior brother? Don't worry, he has just been detained by master. He probably won't come to Chunyuan Hall in the past few days. Even if he comes, he won't dare to bully you again. A senior brother from behind comforted her. A senior sister in a colorful dress also comforted her softly. Junior sister Mu should be as lively and cheerful as before. Since that incident has passed, Don't think about it anymore. If senior brother bullies you again, master and we won't let him go. Mu Qingyan forced a smile. Thinking of the misunderstandings these senior brothers and sisters had about Su Ming, she suddenly felt a slight pang in her heart. It was all because of her, because she was stupid and did not see clearly the true face of her senior brother. Senior brother should be the best person to her in the world. But because of her, she was punished to the immortal prison and suffered 99 heavenly tribulations. The elder shook his head, glanced at the empty seat next to Mu Qingyan, and reprimanded softly, I am very happy that you can come here to practice on time every day, unlike some disciples who occupy the quota but no one can come. This is no good for children. Teach. Now that you are here, you should study more seriously. Mu Qingyan suddenly raised her head, looked directly at the elder with cold eyes, and retorted loudly, my senior brother went to the immortal prison to be punished during this period, and after he came back, he was imprisoned by the master. How could he come, and what qualifications do you have to criticize him? The elder was so angry that he blew his beard, how dare you contradict me? Do you still want to study here? The other disciples were also shocked. She couldn't believe it in her heart. Junior sister Mu, who had always been obedient, dared to contradict Elder Yuan. Was it because of the senior brother who had bullied her and made her hate her so much? Junior sister Mu Qingyan took a deep breath and stood up decisively. Ignoring the advice of the senior brothers and sisters around her, she turned around and left. I don't want to stay anywhere without my senior brother. Leave this sentence behind. Her cold and decisive back made countless disciples in the hall shocked and speechless. However, before she could walk out of the hall, but his footsteps suddenly stopped, as if he sensed something, and he hurriedly looked up towards the door. In the sight, a man in white clothes was walking slowly under the sunshine outside the hall. He looked lazy, holding a spiritual pattern pen in his hand, turning the pen leisurely while looking towards this side with a half smile. Come over. He had an inexplicably familiar smile on his lips, a frivolous expression, and a mocking gaze, but the disciples around him couldn't help but frown with disgust on their faces when they saw him. But when she saw this figure, Mu Qingyan's expression suddenly tightened, and her heart suddenly became extremely panicked. The expression that was as cold as ice just now suddenly turned cold, and there was even a hint of surprise deep in her heart. Big brother. Although the other disciples were very reluctant, when Su Ming appeared at the door of the hall, they still bowed their heads slightly and saluted Su Ming. In any case, Su Ming is still the senior brother of Kaifeng in name. He is the same as the brothers of their disciples. Even if he is very reluctant, he still needs to have the proper etiquette. Wait until Su Ming approaches. Mu Qingyan raised her little head and looked at him playfully. Elder brother, she called softly. But the next second, she was stunned. Her eyes were slightly red, and she stared blankly. This senior brother walked directly past her, without even looking at her. His eyes were still filled with the kind of evil that she was familiar with, but she let her escape from it. I felt a deep sense of alienation and indifference. She thought of what her senior brother said last night. He said that the most difficult part of his imperial vein had awakened. He said that from now on, he and she would be strangers and would not interfere with each other. She thought the senior brother was joking. She thought that her senior brother would deliberately bully her today as usual. But, senior brother really wants to draw a clear line with her. Senior brother. And just when she was stunned, a soft voice suddenly sounded behind Su Ming. Mu Qingyan looked over blankly, and saw a girl who looked petite and soft, with a hint of timidity on her pretty face, who was nervous. He followed Su Ming. After entering the hall, seeing so many people inside, the girl's little face became obviously panicked, and she weakly called out to Su Ming. Her red little mouth was pursed gently, and she followed Su Ming without daring to look around. Under the white cultivation force, she outlined well-developed and perfect curves, her skin was as white and tender as snow, her eyebrows were apricot, and her long hair was pulled up. A simple ponytail, slim and extraordinarily pure and weak. The appearance of the girl naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the hall instantly. Not only did the girl have that endearing and delicate temperament, but the looming beauty tear mole in the corner of her eye gave her even more. A beautiful and charming smell. She is such a rare beauty at such a young age. I can't imagine how stunningly beautiful she will be in the future. Chapter 17. She only listens to her senior brother. The atmosphere in the hall became quiet. Su Ming glanced at the empty seat in the front row and waved to Feng Qingling behind him. "See, go to that place to practice. After practicing at noon, go directly to the Lingshan Hall. Senior brother will buy you something delicious. Make up for it." Feng Qingling nervously grabbed the corner of his clothes and did not move. Su Ming touched her little head. His face no longer had the frivolous and evil look before, but became much softer. He said warmly, "Don't be afraid, no one here dares to bully you. You have just started practicing and you need a system. Please learn the method of attracting spirits, and when senior brother has time, I will teach you personally in the future." Feng Qingling raised her head and secretly glanced at the position in front of her. Then, she hesitated to speak. "What's wrong?" Su Ming was very patient. I don't know the road." Feng Qingling's face turned slightly red. Ever since she came to Shenyan sect with her master, she was basically not allowed to leave Hongshuang Forest and was not familiar with the sect at all. "Then I'll pick you up?" Su Ming asked tentatively. In fact, in her heart, Feng Qingling hoped that Su Ming could accompany her to practice and even teach her with his own hands. She really wanted to stay with him. But in the end, I thought that I was just a little waste now. If I didn't work hard to practice, what would I do if my senior brother was snatched away by others in the future? His eyes instantly became firm. She nodded lightly. "Well, Ling listens to senior brother." Seeing this obedient look, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. The other disciples were also shocked. Many people didn't know the female disciple Hong Yu brought, so naturally they didn't know Feng Qingling in front of them. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, when did the senior brother recruit another junior sister to Kaifeng? Also, is this still the senior brother they are familiar with? The gentle and kind man in front of me, just like the big brother next door, is he really the senior brother who bullies his junior brothers and teases his junior sisters at will? Mu Qingyan gritted her silver teeth and stared at Feng Qingling with a pair of beautiful eyes filled with jealousy. If she had not misunderstood her senior brother before, would he be so gentle to her now? The elder at the front of the hall frowned and stared at Su Ming. After glancing at Feng Qingling, he scolded coldly, "As senior brother Kaifeng, I should lead by example. Have you forgotten the rules of Chunyuan Hall? In Chunyuan Hall, there are no cultivation places for ordinary disciples." Su Ming put the spirit pattern pen in Feng Qingling's little hand, patted her shoulder, "Go and sit down first." Feng Qingling only listened to his words. It could also be said that in this world now, she only listened to Su Ming's words. So, after Su Ming finished speaking, she took the spirit pattern pen and trotted to the front row, followed the example of the brothers and sisters around her, and knelt down to sit down. The elder's face turned dark. Su Ming was like an old father sending his daughter to school. He gave Feng Qingling a few serious words of advice before he looked up at the elder and said with confusion on his face, "Last night during the competition, I was defeated by this little junior sister. Come on, according to the rules, my place will be given to her. Does Elder Yuan have any objections?" Elder Yuan, disciples around, "Senior brother, don't you blush when you brag. Your cultivation, which is at the peak of the Dan condensation realm and is about to enter the Nirvana realm, will be defeated by this little junior sister who is so weak that she doesn't have much spiritual power. I'm afraid the sun will rise from the west." Su Ming had said this, and the elder could not refute it. However, Su Ming was so angry that he was not in the mood to teach the students. He stood up, shook his sleeves, and walked into the inner room at the back. "Continue practicing in half an hour." The elder was angered by Su Ming and left. Many disciples looked strange. Su Ming, however, had a leisurely look on his face. He turned around and glanced at Mu Qingyan, who was standing at the door of the hall, looking at him. He looked away indifferently, hummed a tune in his mouth, and left straight away. "Big brother," Mu Qingyan called him. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Junior sister Mu, is there something wrong?" When the words came to her lips, Mu Qingyan couldn't say them out. She wanted to apologize to Su Ming, but when she saw Su Ming's cold eyes changing from his normal, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. She also thought about what he had said to Feng Qingling just now. She looked so gentle. Not only was she uncomfortable, there was even a deep jealousy welling up deep in her heart. He is obviously his senior brother. Su Ming glanced at her sideways. Junior sister Mu, you can rest assured that senior brother will not harass you again in the future. As for your piece of underwear, I accidentally lost it, so I can't return it to you. If you don't mind, I'll compensate you. Your spirit stone. The words fell. Mu Qingyan blurted out, I don't want it anymore. Su Ming. She raised her pretty face, held up a strand of black hair that fell in front of her eyes with her jade hands, and stared straight at her senior brother. At this moment, a rare rosy color appeared on her cheeks that were originally as cold as frost, and then, said softly, if senior brother likes it, Yunur will give it to you. Su Ming. Countermeasures. Or a honey trap. There must be something wrong with this girl's brain. He shook his head, waved his hands indifferently, and left. Mu Qingyan looked at Su Ming's back and felt a pain in her heart. It was she who caused the eldest brother to be imprisoned in the immortal prison for 3 months and subjected to 9 days of thunder and tribulation every day. Now, the eldest brother must be very disappointed with her, and even hate her. No, I don't want my senior brother to hate me. I want to practice hard. I want to stand beside my senior brother. No matter what he does in the future, I will accompany him. Mu Qingyan's eyes changed. She returned to the main hall and knelt down next to Feng Qingling. Feng Qingling was curiously holding the spirit pattern pen that Su Ming gave her and drawing spirit seals on the table in front of her. Her little face was full of seriousness. Although Hongyu didn't teach her how to practice, she was in Hongshuang Pavilion. She had read many books that Hongyu had brought back from outside, and there were many records of basic spiritual seals in them. At that time, she had already memorized them all. The 2 senior brothers in the second row stared at Feng Qingling's petite and cute back with curiosity. One of them saw that she had drawn the wrong spiritual seal, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Junior sister, this place is wrong. The spirit seal pays attention to the continuous formation of the strokes. If one stroke falls, if it cannot be connected, it will be useless. Hear the words. Many disciples around him cast their eyes on Feng Qingling, with curiosity flashing in their eyes. Only, when the man finished speaking, Feng Qingling ignored him at all. She just erased the wrong spiritual seal and started painting again. Seeing that Feng Qingling was ignoring anyone, the senior brother touched his nose in embarrassment. Another senior brother said meaningfully to her, we saw that you came here with the senior brother just now. Do you know that our senior brother is very hypocritical and likes to bully junior sisters? Boom. Before he finished speaking, a newly formed blood spirit seal transformed into a large amount of blood and poured onto his body, instantly dyeing his clothes blood red. This senior brother was confused. When he reacted, there was another palm strike from beside him. The cold and merciless wind of the palm flew him away and he fell to the ground in a panic. The whole audience was shocked and speechless. Feng Qingling turned around, the fragility in her eyes disappeared instantly, and she stared coldly at the senior brother with a pair of deep and beautiful eyes. Beside her, Mu Qingyan's eyes were also filled with a faint murderous intent, and she was also staring at that person. No one expected that these 2 junior sisters would actually take action together just to protect the senior brother. Chapter 18 Ancient Heavenly Demon, Golden Dragon's Luck. The Northern Wasteland is located in the far north of the Northern Spirit Realm. But no one knows that deep in the Beiwang Mountains, in the void space, there is an ancient bluestone palace that has stood here for thousands of years. In the ancient palace, it is a paradise land that is completely different from the outside world. It is full of ancient spiritual patterns. Each spiritual pattern exudes vitality and forms a space of its own. At this moment, next to a crystal clear stream condensed by pure spiritual power, under the tree of the red spirit holy fruit, 2 figures sat cross-legged, with a black and white chessboard between them. The chess pieces are fighting, and a faint sense of killing is circulating. There is a person on the left, dressed in white as snow, holding a black chip in his hand. Every time he makes a move, he looks extremely casual. On the contrary, opposite him is a middle-aged man in purple clothes. The middle-aged man has long hair tied back. He has an elegant face and exudes an elegant and simple atmosphere. Bai Ziluo. A smile appeared on the plain face of the middle-aged man in Zi. How about me? The chessboard is a dead end. The man in white was naturally Su Ming. His face was calm. He lost the chess game, but he didn't feel angry at all. He just raised the hot tea next to him and took a sip, shaking his head slightly, the purple-robed chess sage who was famous all over the world thousands of years ago. It would be strange if you lost. Hear the words. The middle-aged man in purple clothes was startled at first, and then suddenly laughed. We also played chess, let's talk about your business. Su Ming flicked his sleeves, and the chessboard in front of him suddenly turned into spiritual light points and disappeared. He put down his teacup and said meaningfully, when the great catastrophe of the northern wilderness begins, the chaos green lotus appears. When the time comes, I want you. Above the deserted city, open the secret realm of the heavenly demon. Oh, the middle-aged man in purple's eyes changed, are you sure? He said solemnly. If no one can subdue those 10 ancient demons, I'm afraid the entire northern wilderness territory will be devastated. Life is ruined. Su Ming sneered. Don't you have a crush on a man named Lin, and are you going to pass on your life's earnings to him? Do you think he can subdue those 10 celestial demons? Zi Wuji shook his head. What I'm interested in is his great luck. This man has the luck of the golden dragon. If he doesn't die young, he will definitely reach the pinnacle of the great road in the future. His name is Lin Changfeng, right? Zi Wuji touched his chin and said doubtfully. I just don't know why, but these days I suddenly feel that the golden dragon luck in his body has become much weaker. It seems that he must have encountered some life or death danger. Su Ming changed the subject. Besides you, is there anyone else staring at him? This is inevitable. A person with the luck of a golden dragon will even attract the attention of countless old monsters in the god realm. Some people may take action when he encounters a life or death danger to help him survive the disaster. Su Ming drank tea again. After drinking, he stood up and prepared to leave. He already knew what he wanted to know. Zi Wuji watched Su Ming pick 2 red spirit sacred fruits from the ancient tree next to him. His face darkened. I have only produced 1 fruit in the past 100 years, and there are not many left in total. You can pick them for me at once. 2. Don't be so stingy. Su Ming turned his back to him and waved. Next time I come, I will bring you something good. After saying that, his body turned into little auras and disappeared. Zi Wuji almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He said why this guy came to him suddenly, apart from the matter of the heavenly demon's secret realm, was because he was greedy for his holy fruit. But, Zi Wuji sighed softly in his heart. Such a monster appeared in the northern wasteland. He even had a premonition that Su Ming might be even more powerful and terrifying than the future Lin Changfeng who had the luck of the golden dragon. Su Ming's current strength, he has no doubt, it just depends on whose hands the ancient chaotic green lotus finally falls into. Anyway, he will not offend Su Ming for Lin Changfeng. Immortal Prison has a close relationship with Su Ming, which means that the Liu clan Immortal Dynasty will most likely side with Su Ming. Those guys in the god realm will have to leave in the end. You shot yourself in the foot, otherwise, it would be fun. When Su Ming returned to Shenyan sect, he discovered that his junior brother Lu Zhaolin, who had been taught a lesson by him some time ago, was contracting a spiritual beast in the jungle behind the main peak. It was a red-fronted wolf in the late stage of Guiyuan realm. It was originally kept in captivity in the back mountain of Kaifeng for the disciples to use after they reached the level of cultivation. Unfortunately, this red-fronted wolf had a rather violent personality. Lu Zhaolin kept using the spirit seal. After restraining it, it still managed to break free fiercely, leaving the boy in a state of disarray. There were many disciples around who were paying attention to Lu Zhaolin. Seeing that he could not tame this spiritual beast, several female disciples covered their mouths and smiled, saying, "Junior brother Lu, this red-fronted wolf is very proud. Some time ago, senior brother Feiyu from Yifeng also tried to tame him, but in the end he failed. If you can make a successful contract, you will be even more powerful than that senior brother Feiyu. Even more awesome." Several other male disciples also laughed, unable to avoid gloating. Senior brother Feiyu is the senior brother of Yifeng. Now his cultivation has already entered the half-step of nirvana. Even he can't tame this little wolf. Junior brother Lu probably has a lot of trouble. In the forest glade, the red-fronted wolf once again broke free from the spiritual seal on his body, roared upwards, and knocked Lu Xiaolin away fiercely. Ha ha ha! Lu Xiaolin fell to the ground in embarrassment, rolled over, and had several holes in his clothes. Seeing this scene, the brothers and sisters around him burst out laughing at his funny appearance. Lu Xiaolin quickly got up from the ground. When he heard the laughter of those around him, his face turned red and he felt extremely embarrassed. He quickly glanced at the red-fronted wolf in front of him, gritted his teeth for the last time, lowered his head and turned around, feeling embarrassed. I just want to get out of here quickly. However, just ran out for 2 steps. He suddenly froze, as if sensing something, and looked up blankly. Not far ahead, he saw a cold figure in white leaning against a tree trunk, arms folded, looking at him lazily. Elder brother. When he came back to his senses, he felt that he had been really embarrassed today. Not only had he lost his own face, but he had also lost the face of Kaifeng. He thought that the eldest brother had seen all the embarrassing looks he had just seen. He had lost his face some time ago. He actually overestimated his ability and wanted to challenge his senior brother. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into, but he felt that he had no face to face him. Lu Xiaolin lowered his head, not daring to look at Su Ming, turned around and left quickly. As a result, I accidentally returned to the place where I was just now. Because I was distracted, I was knocked out by the red-fronted wolf again. This time it knocked down a huge tree trunk. My back instantly turned red, and I fell to the ground with pain on my face. Underground, everyone around burst into laughter. This kid still doesn't give up. Don't you know what we just said is ironic? Even senior brother Feiyu can't contract this spirit wolf. Even if Lu Xiaolin has some talent, can he be better than senior brother Feiyu? Haha, I was laughing so hard. Not to mention, this guy was particularly happy when he was knocked away. Hearing those laughter, Lu Xiaolin gritted his teeth in his heart. But he couldn't help but secretly turned his head to look in a certain direction. At that place, the senior brother was still looking at him with a lazy and calm expression. Chapter 19 Nirvana, the mysterious Kaifeng senior brother. Hey, is it the senior brother from Kaifeng? I heard that after he came back from the immortal prison, he was imprisoned by the Peak Master of the 7 Peaks. Unexpectedly, he was released. Doesn't he also want to contract with this red-fronted wolf? It is said that his cultivation level is the same as that of senior brother Feiyu from Yifeng. They are both in the half-step Nirvana realm. Even senior brother Feiyu failed in his contract. How can he still be better than senior brother Feiyu? Some people around noticed Su Ming. Looking at the senior brother of Kaifeng, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. But most of them tutted and shook their heads. Senior brother Feiyu of Yifeng, his full name is Long Feiyu. He is not only the senior brother of Yifeng, but also the next black armored guard of Wangcheng. Since he entered the half-step of Nirvana, he usually stays in Wangcheng to practice and rarely returns to the sect. It is the dream of many disciples to be selected into the black armored guards of Wangcheng. One can imagine how talented senior brother Feiyu is. Anyway, in the eyes of these people, Su Ming was not selected by Wangcheng, which meant that his talent and strength were not as good as Long Feiyu. Long Feiyu had failed, and even if Su Ming came, it would probably be a joke. Their laughter reached Lu Xiaolin's ears, and Lu Xiaolin blushed. Grab the sword beside you and get up. Even if Su Ming once teased his junior sister and contradicted his master, no matter what. He is also the senior brother of Kaifeng, and is the leader of all the disciples of Kaifeng. Outside, these people could laugh at him, Lu Xiaolin, but they couldn't laugh at Su Ming. Because that would mean laughing at their Kaifeng and looking down on all their disciples. With a cold light bursting out of his eyes, Lu Xiaolin looked directly at the red-fronted wolf in front of him. Spirit beasts have powerful physiques, and are generally several times stronger than human cultivators at the same level. Otherwise, Lu Xiaolin would not be so embarrassed. Since the contract couldn't be concluded now, Lu Xiaolin was cruel and simply killed it. No one wants to make a contract. He poured spiritual power into the long sword, and his body flashed, and a step appeared in the air. He slashed hard at the red-fronted wolf's head. This kid is crazy. He wants to kill the red-front wolf. Should we stop him? Why are you trying to stop him? even though the red front wolf is only at the middle stage of Guiyuan realm. But even if senior brother Feiyu comes, he may not be able to kill it. It's just that this kid is asking for trouble. Just watch how he was tortured and let him remember it. On the open ground, Lu Xiaolin's sword struck the air as expected. The red-fronted wolf was as fast as lightning, and its silver-white body only flashed slightly. Just avoided his attack. Lu Xiaolin looked dissatisfied and turned around with a sword. Boom! The red-fronted wolf's eyes were cold and he withstood his sword forcefully. Then he bit his arm with his mouth, and his long fangs tore off a large piece of flesh and blood, then flicked it aside again. Hiss! Lu Xiaolin sucked in a breath of air from the pain, and then the red front wolf didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. A claw swatted him away. Seeing blood, any spiritual beast will become more manic. Lu Xiaolin felt the fear of death deep in his heart. He saw the red-fronted wolf's fangs dripping with blood. He saw the disciples around him who were laughing at him, and even more so, Su Ming's eyes shook his head in disappointment. "I'm not afraid of death." Stimulated, he roared. He grabbed the long sword next to him and wanted to rush forward and fight the red-fronted wolf. Buzz! But the next second, an unknown powerful energy suddenly surged in, and he was stunned, as if his body was imprisoned by something. He could only stand there unable to move. The red-fronted wolf on the opposite side even lay on the ground, wailing in fear. The disciples around him were also stunned for a moment. He quickly turned his head and looked at the position behind him. Su Ming took action. Except for Su Ming, no one would help Lu Xiaolin in this place. However, isn't Su Ming only half-step to the level of nirvana? Even if he takes action, he can't subdue the red front wolf instantly. Many disciples looked shocked and looked around hurriedly to see if any elder from the nirvana realm was helping Lu Xiaolin. At this time, but he saw the senior brother from Kaifeng slowly lowering his arms and raising a finger. Lu Xiaolin, who was in the clearing, also raised his sword. Su Ming tapped the air lightly with his fingertips. The long sword in Lu Xiaolin's hand instantly turned into a stream of cyan light and flew out. Laugh! The long sword passed by and pierced the ground in front of the red-fronted wolf. The sword tail buzzed and trembled. On the left side of the red front wolf's face, a long bloodstain quietly appeared. At this moment, the red-fronted wolf stared at the long sword in front of him with fear in his eyes. He lay prone on the ground, not daring to even move. Lu Xiaolin was also shocked. Some turned back in disbelief. Many disciples around him also looked at Su Ming blankly, with deep shock in their eyes. Controlling spirits through space. It's really like being able to control spirits from afar. That is a powerful method that only those in the nirvana realm can control. This senior brother of Kaifeng can actually control spirits through the air. Could it be said that he has already entered the realm of nirvana? How can it be? He is barely 20 years old. A powerful man in the nirvana realm who is less than 20 years old. This is a rare existence not only in their Shenyang sect, but also in the entire northern wilderness territory. They simply couldn't believe that Su Ming would be a strong man in the nirvana realm. But in the current scene, if there weren't elders secretly helping Lu Xiaolin. So no matter how hard they believe it, they still have to believe it. Elder brother Lu Xiaolin said in a daze, looking at Su Ming with moving eyes. Under the maple tree, Su Ming glanced at him. You can't stand such a little stimulation, so don't call me senior brother. It's embarrassing, he mocked softly. Lu Xiaolin's face turned even redder and he wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. Su Ming looked at the blood still flowing from his right arm, shook his head, and said indifferently. If you contract such a waste, your future journey will stop here. If you want to be a waste, you can contract it now. Lu Xiaolin gritted his teeth and looked at the red-fronted wolf lying on the ground in fear. Something in his heart seemed to be stimulated. This kind of spiritual beast, which only knows fear when faced with oppression, is not worthy of being his contracted beast. He never wants to disappoint his senior brother. I don't want to be the loser who never grows up in the eyes of my senior brother. Lu Xiaolin rushed over and pulled out his long sword, staring at the red front wolf coldly. Sooner or later, I will rely on my own strength to make you kneel in front of me like today. Finished. Turn around and leave. He had no nostalgia for the red-fronted wolf that was now at his fingertips. Just now I tried desperately to contract it. But now, he just thinks it's ridiculous. Walking not far in front of Su Ming, Lu Xiaolin saluted with respect, "Senior brother." Su Ming glanced at him and ignored him. Then he turned around indifferently and left here. Lu Xiaolin wanted to follow, but after thinking about it, he hesitated and finally gritted his teeth. He has to practice hard, and he has to show his true strength in the sect competition to show his senior brother that he is not a waste. And looked at Su Ming's retreating back. The expressions of those disciples who were still laughing at Lu Xiaolin just now had already changed. All the female disciples stared deeply at the place where Su Ming left. His cold and slender figure was reflected in their beautiful eyes. Many female disciples felt their hearts tremble. Once word spreads about a Nirvana realm expert who is less than 20 years old, the entire sect will probably be shaken. Even if he has done some bad things in the past, that is all in the past. In addition, this senior brother Kaifeng is not bad looking, with a handsome and charming appearance, and a mysterious life experience. His current cultivation level is enough to become an elder of the Shenyang sect. After thinking about it, the pretty faces of some female disciples couldn't help but turn slightly rosy, and their eyes stared blankly at the place where Su Ming left. He has strength, talent, evil looks, and a cold and noble temperament. Even if he had some small hobbies, it is not incomprehensible. Chapter 20 Qinru. If you don't give it to me, you'll do it yourself. 7 Peaks, Mountainside. In the boudoir, Bai Qingshan was sitting on the bed, her cold and noble beautiful face covered with frost, and not far from her right hand was an elegant and extremely beautiful woman in a snow dress. "Qinru, considering our 20-year friendship, I won't argue with you about this matter. But in the future, if you mention it again, don't blame me for falling out with you," Bai Qingshan said coldly. The woman in the snow skirt in front of her is Qinru, her sister who has been friends with her for more than 20 years, and the leader of the Purple Ling sect in the Beiwang Mountains. The Purple Ling sect is not very powerful, but it is famous in the northern wasteland because the sect only recruits female disciples. In terms of strength, it ranks only behind the 5 major sects. But today, Qinru suddenly came to her and said that the Purple Ling sect had accepted a new female disciple and a wedding ceremony was needed to awaken her special physique. She also knew that her disciple Su Ming had good talents in cultivation, so he came to her and asked her to lend Su Ming to the Purple Ling sect. Bai Qingshan is not the kind of little girl who just started practicing and doesn't understand anything. She naturally knows what the so-called wedding ceremony means. That is already considered an evil cultivation method. The marriage of a man and a woman is used as a sacrifice, and the spiritual power is used as a drink. On the night of the wedding, the pure spiritual power in the man's body is used to open the special yin spiritual veins for the woman. Once successful, it will be of great benefit to the woman, and she can even soar into the sky and obtain terrifying cultivation talents. The higher the man's cultivation talent, the greater the benefits the woman will gain. She knew that Qinru was not willing to let the Purple Ling sect be inferior to the 5 major sects, but the consequences of this method were too serious. Once the awakening fails, both men and women will lose all their cultivation and will become useless people who cannot practice from now on. Even though Su Ming made her extremely disappointed, after all, he was the disciple she raised with her own hands, so she certainly wouldn't let Su Ming take this risk. What's more, this method is only beneficial to the woman, and it can be said to have no benefit to the man. The biggest benefit may be to marry a wife who has no emotional basis. Therefore, Bai Qingshan decisively rejected Qinru. As the head of a sect, Qinru not only has an elegant and glamorous temperament, but also a touch of majesty. 3,000 black hairs are coiled on her head, and her smooth skin is even more crystal white and tender than that of a teenage girl. Her willow eyebrows were raised slightly, and under her slender eyelashes, there was a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes that seemed to be full of charm. Her tender red mouth curled slightly, and she said in a calm voice, "I will give your disciple a wife. Why are you so anxious to refuse? I'm afraid your disciple will be eaten by me." Bai Qingshan knew her character. Once he set his sights on something, he would never give up until he got it. But for Su Ming, she couldn't give it to her. Outside of the Shenyang sect, there are so many men with good talents. Why did they choose my disciples? Qin pouted, staring at Bai Qingshan with a pair of watery, beautiful eyes. I mean, little Xuanxuan, we are still not biological sisters. My little apprentice has a body of pure yin that only happens once in 10,000 years, and he has an innocent body. Can I feel safe marrying those men outside? The disciple who marries you will become a family in the future. Wouldn't it be beautiful for you and me to join forces? Bai Qingshan still had a cold face. That won't work either. Qin spat softly and sat aside angrily. Under her slender waist, her two fair and slender jade legs were raised up. Then she kicked the chair next to her hard. How can you be such a sister? This is not a bad thing for your disciple. With his talent, there is at least a 90% chance that he can awaken successfully. You are a bad woman, don't you want to see me? Bai Qingshan. She glanced at Qin pair of round and smooth jade legs, and moved her eyes upwards. This girl had a better figure than her, and was a little taller than her. The ravine was deep and big, and just those slender white jade legs, I'm afraid it can shake the minds of countless men. She sighed inwardly, the coldness on her face subsided a little, and said rather helplessly, Miss, Su Ming is my senior brother in Kaifeng, and he is also the one with the highest cultivation level among all the disciples. I still hope that he will succeed in the sect. You won the first place in the door competition, so you can gain some face for me. You want him to leave, what should I do? Qin bulged her mouth and her eyes moved. Then she suddenly remembered something, stared at Bai Qingshan and said strangely, be honest, do you want to keep it for yourself? Bai Qingshan's pretty face darkened. Hey, can you be more serious? That's my disciple. I know I shouldn't say this to you. You're blushing. Bai Qingshan hurriedly covered his cheek. Qin smiled mysteriously. Don't bring it upon yourself. I have met Su Ming before. He is as gentle as jade and a gentle gentleman. I know that you, a girl, can't control you. It would be great if you let me come. Bai Qingshan raised his head and glared at her. I'm angry with you. Qin waved her hand. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to give it to me? No, that's what you said. Bai Qingshan bit his lips lightly and reminded. I advise you to stay away from evil cultivators. Once discovered by the immortal prison, I will not be able to save you. Qin took a gentle breath of air, and the fullness in her chest rose and fell slightly. She stared at Bai Qingshan with her beautiful eyes. If one day I am captured by the immortal prison, can you really remain indifferent? Bai Qingshan nodded. You deserve it. I have no love at all. It's in vain that I think about you. If you don't give Su Ming to me, you will never be able to heal my wounded heart in your lifetime. Bai Qingshan was speechless. Why does it involve Su Ming again? Qin gently shook her white and tender legs, her small toes tapping the chair next to her. Then she said with a royal accent, Sister, I have seen all the people since I was single until now. Among men, only your Su Ming makes me feel very different. If it weren't for the purpose of awakening the physique of my little disciple, after 2 years, I might have to use some means to attack him first. Bai Qingshan. Sure enough, it was still the Qin she knew. You old woman, if you dare to touch my disciple, your legs will be broken. Qin curled her lips and said, just tell me whether you will give it or not. If you don't give it, I will come to you every day from tomorrow on and try different tricks to tease him. Since you won't let him marry my disciple, then I will raise his seniority to 1 level and make you mad to death. Bai Qingshan was really angry. He glared at her angrily. You still want to be shameless. I only want men, no shame. You can choose another one. Except for Su Ming, I will consider the other disciples. If you don't change, I'll ask Su Ming. No need to talk. No need to talk. No need to talk. If you don't give it, I will seduce him myself. Ah. Bai Qingshan was so angry that he wanted to bite her. Doesn't she still know how much of a bastard that bastard Su Ming is now? If he lets him marry that little girl, wouldn't that be a disaster to others? Chapter 21 I don't want to be his sister. In front of Chunyuan Hall, the bell rang. After finishing the morning practice, the elder left first. The tense atmosphere in the hall relaxed slightly. Many disciples gathered in the back. Many people raised their heads and looked at the 2 beautiful figures in the first row who were still kneeling on the ground packing their things. After Mu Qingyan cleared the table, she looked at Feng Qingling beside her, As if she were cherishing some treasure, she put away the spirit pattern pen that Su Ming gave her and held it against her chest. She snorted coldly in her heart and said faintly, "You haven't even really opened your spiritual veins. Even if you learn the method of absorbing spirits, what's the use? Also, there are strict rules in our Kaifeng cultivation. If you are master knowing your existence, even senior brother will be punished." Feng Qingling turned her head and glanced at Mu Qingyan. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this person had inexplicable hostility towards her. This made her feel very strange, and she didn't know her. Then she thought of Su Ming's instructions, telling her to go out to find him immediately after finishing her studies. She was not allowed to strike up random conversations with others, and she was not allowed to have contact with unfamiliar senior brothers and sisters. Feng Qingling withdrew her gaze and ignored Mu Qingyan. She cleared the table and quickly stood up. Under the watchful eyes of many senior brothers and sisters, she walked obediently out of the hall. Mu Qingyan looked at Feng Qingling's fragile and vulnerable figure. Her pretty face was calm and her eyes were indifferent. After packing her things, she left directly with her. Out of the hall, Feng Qingling turned around, frowned slightly, and said warily, "Why are you following me?" The words fell. Mu Qingyan's bright eyes glanced directly at her, looking at the path outside the hall. On the trail, a figure was leaning against the tree trunk, with a bored look on his face. A pair of black eyes just happened to be raised, looking towards them quietly. Seeing him, Mu Qingyan's eyes became infatuated unconsciously, and the look on her pretty face became slightly nervous. And just for a moment she was stunned. Feng Qingling had already trotted up, with curved eyebrows on her beautiful little face. She held the spirit pattern pen in her hands and placed it in front of her chest. She walked up to Su Ming and called him sweetly, "Senior brother." Su Ming smiled slightly and stared at Feng Qingling with interest. Although the little girl is still young and has a petite figure, she has a slender and soft body, her skin is as white and tender as snow, and her black hair is lightly bunched. She wears simple training clothes, but she outlines her graceful curves. Her facial features are also extremely delicate, and there is a trace of innocence in her. A touch of charm, almost like a seductive little fairy. Especially when she looked at him, her moist eyes were extremely clear and watery, and so clean that it seemed to make people want to cover her. But Su Ming also knew that in the depths of these clear and clean eyes, the pain and shadows of her past were concealed. Perhaps one day in the future, when these pains and shadows could no longer be suppressed, Feng Qingling would become someone else. "You scream so sweetly." Su Ming touched her little head, and when the crowd of disciples behind him had dumbfounded expressions, he smiled nonchalantly and said, "Brother, please come listen and see if there are any so sweet." Hearing Su Ming's words, Feng Qingling's face suddenly turned red, and a blush appeared on her face. Her heart pounded, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Ming anymore, feeling extremely shy. Su Ming looked at her rosy cheeks. She was cute, beautiful, and very attractive, but he couldn't understand why this little girl was shy. He shook his head and said, "I'm just teasing you. Are you hungry?" "No." Feng Qingling shook her head. "Whatever senior brother wants to eat, Ling can go back and cook it for you." Su Ming thought, "How about we discuss something?" "Yes." Feng Qingling nodded without thinking. As long as Su Ming said it, she would agree. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. "Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you if you agree so quickly?" "Ling is not afraid." "Silly girl." Su Ming smiled, let go of her little head with his hands, and instead put his arms around her shoulders. When Feng Qingling's pretty face turned rosy again, he took her away from here. "From now on, don't call me senior brother, you can call me brother, and I will treat you as my biological sister." Feng Qingling was stunned and her steps suddenly paused. "Brother, sister." She looked at Su Ming blankly, and the shyness and joy she felt because of Su Ming's intimate behavior towards her just now seemed to be poured down by a basin of cold water. Su Ming curled his finger and tapped her on the small forehead. "Why are you so dazed? Do you think I am your brother and you are embarrassing a little girl like you?" All his affectionate behavior towards Feng Qingling now is just to treat this little girl like a younger sister. What Su Ming wants is to recognize Feng Qingling as his sister, teach her to practice, and give her the best training resources. When she grows up in the future, she will at least be an emperor, and can compete with the Empresses in the god realm for dominance. At that time, it was impossible for this girl to turn against his brother. Feng Qingling was silent. She lowered her head and said nothing. I feel a little sad. Could it be that, from the beginning, I treated her well and just treated her as my sister? But what she wants now is not his sister. Senior brother. Su Ming frowned. You still call me senior brother? Feng Qingling gritted her teeth. Her usually weak eyes were staring at him stubbornly at this moment. Master once said that Ling is not allowed to recognize her brother outside. If Master finds out, she will beat Ling to death. Sons. Su Ming. This excuse is too false. If you don't want to admit it, just admit it. He didn't expect Feng Qingling to be so resistant to this matter. In his heart, he just regarded her as a little girl who hasn't grown up. He didn't think about certain aspects at all. Seeing her resistance, he just started changing the subject. Since your master has said so, I won't force you. How are the injuries on your body? Does it still hurt? Feng Qingling shook her head obediently. It doesn't hurt anymore. Under the tiny sunlight, a gentle breeze blew up, raising a strand of black hair on her forehead. When Su Ming turned his head and looked over, he discovered that there was an ancient mystery hidden between her white eyebrows. The pattern slowly emerged. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Her eyes were fixed on the ancient pattern on his forehead. The next moment, her eyes seemed to be pulled into an ancient and mysterious dark space. Above this space, the first thing that caught her eye was a woman in a green skirt, who looked like a fairy. The shadow of a stunningly beautiful woman. This woman's black hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were like stars. She stood there so quietly, but it seemed to make the whole world eclipse her. There was an unparalleled ethereal aura on her body, and in this ethereal place, and inadvertently revealed a look of disdain for the world. Chapter 22 Monster. Su Ming was in a daze for a moment. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and Feng Qingling's little face appeared in his eyes again, as well as the ancient mark that gradually disappeared on her forehead. Su Ming hurriedly reached out and touched her eyebrows. Feng Qingling nervously grasped the corners of his clothes. System. That mark just now. Ding, that is the mark of the Nine Heavens' mysterious Empress. The heroine Feng Qingling has the blood of the Nine Heavens' mysterious Empress. She is also the future Nine Heavens goddess. After she is enthroned as the Emperor, she will be the Nine Heavens Empress. Su Ming let out a breath. The Nine Heavens Zon Empress was the domineering empress who truly ruled the world tens of thousands of years ago. She was as famous as the legendary immortal God King, Abyss Void Emperor, Tianxi Ghost Emperor and other figures. In his first 5 lives, to put it bluntly, every time he died, he never saw the scene where these female protagonists became empresses, because he was basically killed by the protagonist in the early and middle stages of the plot. According to the system, in the future, these female protagonists will all become victims on the male protagonist's path to enlightenment. Therefore, Feng Qingling's plot is that on the day she becomes emperor, she is killed by the male protagonist in order to obtain the emperor's heart in order to prove the great path. Su Ming couldn't help but want to complain. I don't know who wrote this fucking fantasy novel world. The early plot was all about Qing Shui. The male protagonist only flirted with the female protagonist, but because of his pure yang constitution, he never even touched the female protagonist's hand. Of course, this was not what Su Ming was complaining about. What he was complaining about was the subsequent plot. All the female protagonists died at the hands of the male protagonist. I don't know if the brainless author messed it up in the later stage. It was simply outrageous. After coming back to his senses, Su Ming lifted a strand of black hair from Feng Qingling's forehead. Looking at the little girl's nervous expression, he smiled faintly and asked, "What did you feel just now?" Ah! Feng Qingling's pretty face instantly turned red, and she didn't dare to look at Su Ming. She turned her head, blushing with embarrassment, and murmured in response, "It's a little itchy." Su Ming. What kind of understanding does this girl have? But that's right, she may not have known that the ancient mark would appear on her forehead, and thought she was asking when she was touching her eyebrows. Still itchy. This girl is really brave enough to say it. He reached out and pinched Feng Qingling's fair little face. How do you feel now? A little pain. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. How long until you reach adulthood? Feng Qingling thought for a while, with a deep sense of expectation in her heart, she raised her head and stared into Su Ming's eyes, and said crisply, "There is still 1 year left." 1 year. Su Ming nodded. In other words, in 1 year, the mark of the 9 heavens mystic queen on her forehead will be completely awakened. At that time, it will be the time for her to accept the inheritance of the mysterious queen. Feng Qingling obviously misunderstood his question. Her originally dim eyes became slightly brighter at this moment. She thought that Su Ming disliked her for being young, so he wanted to recognize her as his sister. But 1 year later, she will become an adult. At that time, she will no longer be young. Su Ming put his arm around Feng Qingling's shoulders and led her away from here as if there was no one else around. The little girl not only showed no resistance at all on her pretty face, but also looked shy and flushed, and followed him away obediently. Just like a well-behaved and obedient little daughter-in-law. Along the way, I don't know how many disciples in Kaifeng were shocked. These disciples were shocked when they saw Su Ming and Feng Qingling's intimate look, and Feng Qingling's obedient expression. They thought she was a little girl that their senior brother had tricked from somewhere. At that moment, many disciples felt a little unbalanced. Several of them snorted softly, turned around and ran away towards the main peak hall, looking for Bai Qing to announce Su Ming's condition. They can't let the eldest brother harm the little girl. Otherwise, if the girl's elders come to visit, it will be their Kaifeng who will be embarrassed. Maybe the master will be punished by the sect. This eldest brother is too bastard. Junior sister Mu, do you want to go to Lingshan Hall? We can go together. In front of Chunyuan Hall, a female disciple looked at Mu Qingyan who was standing aside and kindly stepped forward to call her. Mu Qingyan didn't seem to hear her voice, and her eyes just stared blankly at the place where Su Ming and Feng Qingling left. At this moment, her heart suddenly seemed to be stabbed hard by something, and her heart ached unbearably. Thinking of Su Ming's cold eyes and the completely different attitudes towards Feng Qingling and herself, her eyes unable to live up to expectations, he turned red. "Elder brother, you were not like this before," she murmured. At this moment, how she wished that her senior brother would still come to pester her every day and come to her every day as before. She only blamed herself for not discovering how good her senior brother was to her earlier. Reply to senior brother. All of these, she only has herself to blame. Junior sister Mu. The female disciple lightly patted Mu Qingyan's shoulder, but when she looked over, she saw Mu Qingyan slowly raising her head, glancing at her with cold eyes, and then turned around and left. Wherever she passed, the temperature of the air seemed to drop a lot. The female disciple was also stunned for a moment. What happened to junior sister Mu today? I've noticed something wrong with her since the morning. Is it because of senior brother again? But today, senior brother didn't harass her either. Another female disciple came over and curled her lips and said, "Maybe it was because I saw senior brother that I thought of the incident 3 months ago. Alas, senior brother brought a little girl over from somewhere today. She was if you know about it, you will probably punish him again. Isn't that what he deserves? Junior sister Mu used to have such a lively temper, but he ruined her life like this. I feel that master's punishment for him is too light." Several female disciples gathered around, stared at Su Ming's leaving figure, and condemned him angrily. And this time, on the path next to it, several disciples suddenly ran towards them, their faces flushed. As they ran, they yelled at the 7 peak disciples with shock on their faces, "Have someone tell master, there is news from the mountain behind the main peak. That red-fronted wolf with Guiyuan realm cultivation that no one could successfully contract was frightened by our Kaifeng senior brother's sword. The disciples from other peaks have seen it with their own eyes. Elder brother, he is able to control spirits from afar, and his methods are extraordinary. This is the state of nirvana. Senior brother, he has entered the nirvana realm. He is the first among all the young disciples of our Shenyan sect to enter the nirvana realm. In the sect competition, our 7 peaks will definitely win the first place." The news spread among all the disciples instantly. For a time, countless people's hearts were shaken. Mu Qingyan, who had not yet walked far, turned her back to everyone, but the corner of her mouth curled up with a cold smile, and she sneered in her heart, "What do you guys know? The nirvana realm is just the tip of the iceberg for senior brother." As for the female disciples who just criticized Su Ming, their pretty faces suddenly changed, and their hearts trembled. If they remember correctly, senior brother, he seems not to be 20 years old this year. Even a 20-year-old Nirvana realm expert is a monster-like existence in the entire northern wilderness. Chapter 23. Evil Cultivation of Physique, Dukanghai's Threat. Senior brother, you gave me your room, and there is no place to sleep at night, otherwise. How about I kick you out and you give me your room back? Feng Qingling puffed her lips softly and looked at Su Ming in front of her. She felt a little depressed. Bad senior brother, doesn't he understand what he means? He doesn't even understand this kind of thing, Master once told her that the relationship between a man and a woman is the most intimate when they sleep together. Su Ming thought carefully about it. Then he murmured to himself, the rules of heaven, in the final analysis, may be just a manifestation of the will of the strong and are not unbreakable. So this time, will the junior sisters and the others betray themselves for the male protagonist? Forget it. What bullshit rules of heaven? I don't believe in heaven in my life. I dare to issue my judgment order in the divine realm. A bunch of people are looking for death. So what about the gods? From now on, I will have millions of Shura generals under my command. Whoever disobeys them. Su Ming touched his chin. When the two of them were about to reach Kaifeng Lingshan Hall, there were many disciples on the surrounding roads secretly looking at him and Feng Qingling. Their eyes were complicated and shocking. Being watched by so many people, Feng Qingling became nervous and hurriedly grabbed the corner of Su Ming's clothes. Su Ming looked back at her. The little girl blushed and did not dare to look at him. Taking in her lovely appearance, Su Ming felt that this girl's character was a bit too soft. She had been abused by Hong Yu before and had not learned to resist. He wondered if she could regain her reputation as the Nine Heavens' mysterious queen in the future world. Looking at the soft and bully look now, it is probably quite embarrassing. Buzz. They were about to arrive at the Lingshan Hall, but a powerful spiritual power quietly swept towards the two of them, and finally turned into a spiritual barrier, trapping him and Feng Qingling inside. Lord Sect Master. Many disciples of Kaifeng were shocked when they saw the old figure suddenly coming from the end of the path. They hurriedly knelt down and saluted the sect leader. Dukanghai put his hands behind his back and walked not far away from Su Ming and Feng Qingling. He first stared at Su Ming with his burning eyes, and then glanced at Feng Qingling. Nirvana realm, you kid can really hide it. He smiled slightly and ordered directly to Su Ming. From now on, when you leave the 7 peaks, you only need to come to my main peak to practice. I still lack a direct disciple. He also found it unbelievable. He knew that Su Ming had some talent in cultivation, but he didn't expect that he would advance to Nirvana so quickly. You must know that when he and Su Ming were the same age, they had only half-stepped into Nirvana. It took several years before he successfully advanced to Nirvana. How could such a genius monster take advantage of that woman by Qingshan? Anyway, no matter where he is a disciple of the Shenyang sect. Instead of doing this, it is better to let him come under her and teach her personally. Dukanghai's words undoubtedly confirmed the rumors about Su Ming. At that moment, all the disciples around him were extremely shocked and turned their attention to Su Ming. Su Ming, who was imprisoned by Dukanghai using a spiritual barrier, had a relaxed look on his face at this time. He glanced at the old guy lightly and said, Sect leader Du, I am a disciple of the 7th peak. If I go to the main peak without permission, wouldn't I break the rules? In Shenyang sect, I am the rule. I will inform your master, and from now on, she will no longer be your master. Su Ming shook his head and smiled. The old guy is really confident. Dukanghai narrowed his eyes, glanced at Feng Qingling behind Su Ming, and said indifferently, Hong Yu once said when she entered the sect that her disciple has an evil cultivator's constitution. The conditions for my allowing her to enter the sect are one of them is not allowing her disciples to practice in our Shenyang sect. Otherwise, once caught by me, I will destroy her disciple's spiritual veins, drive him into Prisoner's Peak, and make him a slave for the rest of his life. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Qingling's face turned extremely pale, her hands tightly grabbed Su Ming's clothes, and her body unconsciously hid behind him. Dukanghai raised the corner of his mouth and spoke loudly, Our God Yan sect has been a righteous sect for hundreds of years. How can we tarnish the sect's reputation because of this person? Su Ming, I am interested in your talent. It's your honor, but you colluded with evil cultivators. If you don't hand her over, don't blame me for not giving you face. Du Kanghai's words. It was already a blatant threat. When the disciples on the side heard the word evil cultivator, their eyes towards Feng Qingling changed instantly. Countless disciples, eyes filled with deep disgust, and some bold ones hurriedly said angrily, "Sir, sect leader, this woman has nothing to do with our Kaifeng. She was brought back by our senior brother. An evil cultivator brings trouble to the world, and everyone should be punished for it. How can our sect tolerate her existence? We also ask the sect leader to take action to clean up the sect." All the disciples suddenly shared the same hatred. The disgusted look of anger and condemnation suddenly made all the grievances and pain in Feng Qingling's eyes well up. Her eyes turned red and she hid behind Su Ming, not daring at all. "Go see those people." This moment, Feng Qingling's heart was trembling. She didn't care at all what other people thought of her. But the Su Ming in front of her was almost the last person she could rely on in her dark life. If Su Ming was also like those people, I also dislike her. The corners of her eyes became crystal clear and moist, and she held on to Su Ming's clothes tightly, fearing that the senior brother would throw her away and hand her over to the people opposite. Su Ming could feel the tension and fear in Feng Qingling's heart. He glanced around and saw that almost all the disciples, after hearing Du Kanghai say that Feng Qingling had an evil cultivator's constitution, had classified this little girl into on the contrary. "I am afraid that in the future, even if Feng Qingling can stay, she will be looked down upon by all the disciples of the sect. That woman Hongyu is really cruel, which is equivalent to harming Feng Qingling for the rest of her life." I sighed in my heart. He stretched out his hand to hold Feng Qingling's little hand, and gently took off the hand she was holding on to her clothes. Feng Qingling's already moist eyes suddenly shed tears of grievance. She looked at Su Ming blankly, and her heart felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave at this moment. Su Ming felt baffled and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Why are you crying?" "It's okay if I don't say it, but when I mention it, there are more tears in Feng Qingling's eyes." She choked in a low voice. "Do you don't want me anymore?" "Su Ming, that being said, why do you feel like he looks like a scumbag?" He pinched her cheek angrily and said, "Don't cry." Feng Qingling sniffed, feeling uncomfortable and aggrieved. Su Ming rubbed her little head in a funny way. "I didn't realize that she's such a crybaby." Feng Qingling gritted her teeth stubbornly. In front of Hong Yu, she rarely cried no matter how abused she was. But here with Su Ming, she didn't know why, she just felt wronged and couldn't help but want to cry. Chapter 24 collects some interest. First update. Su Ming also didn't expect that Feng Qingling would be so fragile in front of him. Moreover, the red eyes are a bit cute and heartbreaking. "Silly," he joked, gently caressing her tender and pretty face. Feng Qingling was startled for a moment, then she raised her head and looked at Su Ming. Su Ming still had a gentle smile on his face and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then he rubbed her head and turned to look at Du Kanghai opposite. From Su Ming's eyes, Feng Qingling did not see the same dislike as those of other disciples, but instead was full of heartache for her. This made something extremely soft in her heart be severely touched, and there was only a flash of emotion in her eyes. His figure was left, and nothing else. Opposite, Du Kanghai put his hands behind his back and stared at Su Ming calmly. "I can give you a chance to send Hongyu's disciple back to her, and then follow me to the main peak to report. From now on, you will be senior brother Zongfeng, my direct disciple. I, the Shenyang sect's library, will come and go as you please. There will be inexhaustible monthly spiritual stones, and you will be able to choose any of the martial arts and spiritual secrets." His eyes were blazing. With Su Ming's talent, even though he was also a disciple of the Shenyang sect when he stayed at Kaifeng, he did not teach him personally after all. There would inevitably be gaps between him and the sect in the future. Besides, he had given Su Ming such a great opportunity, and he expected Su Ming to grow up in the future, hit the list of geniuses in the Northern Spirit Realm, and bring glory to the sect. The Bailing Prodigy list collects almost all the top prodigies over the age of 20 and under 30 in the 4 major regions of the Bailing Realm. Only the top 100 with the strongest talent and cultivation will have the chance to be on the list, and everyone on the list, one of them is a monster-like existence, and the one with the lowest cultivation level is also in the spiritual realm. Even though Su Ming has now entered the Nirvana realm, there is still a big gap between him and the top geniuses outside the northern wilderness who have been practicing for longer. Du Kanghai took a fancy to his talent, so he showed shame. An important figure in the peak, Su Ming in the future, might even be able to reach the top 100 on the Bailing talent list for their Shenyang sect. Once on the list, it is a great honor for a sect. As far as he knew, among the 4 major regions in the northern spiritual realm, their northern wilderness region was almost at the bottom. No one from the Nuoda region could make the list, which also made the other 3 regions a lot of jokes. And he, Du Kanghai, is an ambitious man. Su Ming's talent gave him a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that the Su Ming in front of him might reveal just a little bit of his hidden cards, which would be enough to make him kneel down with fear and trembling, and those things he promised to Su Ming were nothing in the latter's eyes. Seeing that Su Ming didn't speak, Du Kanghai thought he was still thinking about it, so he smiled lightly and said, "Those things you did in the past will be forgotten by me from now on." Su Ming shook his head and raised his palm. "Give it a gentle squeeze." Buzz. The space around him slowly solidified, and the space barrier that Du Kanghai had condensed shattered in the next second. Du Kanghai's eyes changed. It is really the Nirvana realm. It can break the space barrier I created casually. It seems that I am about to enter the middle stage of the Nirvana realm. His eyes suddenly became hot. "Su Ming, your talent should not be buried in the 7 peaks. Under my command, from now on, my position will be yours, and you will also have a place on the list of geniuses in the northern spirit realm. By Qingshan, she can't teach you." Hear the words. The disciples around him were shocked. Su Ming sneered softly, "Old guy, the layout is too small. If he wanted to be on the northern spirit realm talent list, one person would be enough to suppress everyone on the list." However, what he wanted now was not just this list of geniuses. What he wanted was the entire northern spirit realm. The northern wilderness territory cannot even enter his eyes. If he hadn't been worried that the 10,000-year-old monster hidden in the immortal clan Holy Land in Bailing Realm would notice him in advance and needed the cover of being a disciple of the Shenyang sect, he would have crushed the old guy Du Kanghai to death with one palm. But, the hero is about to go up the mountain, and the old guy's death is not far away. Today, let's collect some interest. With a smile on his face, Su Ming flicked his finger. An extremely obscure ray of spiritual power shot into the void. Buzz. Time. In the originally cloudless sky, dark thunderclouds rolled in, and an extremely huge vortex of spiritual power suddenly condensed out. In the whirlpool filled with violent thunder, several extremely terrifying spiritual pressures slowly spread out from it. Du Kanghai's face was startled, and all the disciples around him were stunned for a moment, and then they all looked nervous as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Controlling the power of space is a powerful method that can only be controlled by those at the spirit master level or above. And they had no idea why such a large space vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. The aura coming from the vortex was so terrifying that all of them couldn't help but want to kneel down. No one thought that powerful spiritual masters from other forces would suddenly come to their Shenyang sect at this time. Du Kanghai looked solemn. Within the entire Shenyang sect, a stream of light filled with powerful aura flew past from the top of each peak, and finally stayed in midair, looking at the sky with a complex expression. From the first peak to the 9th peak, the peak masters of each peak arrived, and dozens of elders also appeared together. Even the great elder who had reached the spiritual realm like Du Kanghai also appeared quietly. Next to Du Kanghai, the old face was even more solemn. The peak masters of each peak of Shenyang sect are all at the peak of Nirvana realm, and the other dozens of elders are mostly at the early or middle stage of Nirvana realm. But now, Hongyu has also been promoted to the spirit master. Appearing, her charming figure instantly attracted the attention of many elders and disciples. Even Elder Hongyu is here. The great elder in white robe glanced at Hongyu in midair and said meaningfully. Hongyu pouted. Her pretty face was unparalleled, and she said calmly, "We are also elders of the sect. When the sect may be threatened, it should be normal for me to come here." Du Kanghai waved his hand to interrupt them. He had no time to care about Su Ming's affairs at this time. He floated up and stood in front of many peak masters and elders. He raised his eyes and stared into the air and said coldly, "I don't know who the powerful person came to our Shenyan sect. If there is any offense against this sect leader, I hope you will make it clear." The space is silent. Du Kanghai's face looked a little unhappy. Among the many peak masters, Bai Qingshan was the first to glance at Su Ming below. Seeing that Su Ming still looked lazy and leisurely, she suddenly became angry. This bastard actually got involved with someone like Hong Yu behind her back. Didn't he know that Hong Yu's disciple was born with a body of evil cultivators? If he wanted to practice, he would eventually embark on the path of evil cultivation, which would harm him his whole life. Chapter 25 Half-Step God Emperor, Mysterious Woman, Second Update. Bai Qingshan was furious. Although the bastard things Su Ming did made her extremely disappointed, no matter what, he was the disciple that she devoted all her efforts to raising. Although she raised him with a purpose that she was ashamed to express, but now, she couldn't just watch Su Ming be destroyed like this. But the next second, Bai Qingshan was slightly stunned. Below, Su Ming also sensed her gaze, and the corners of his mouth curved. He sat down under the willow tree with a lazy look on his face, leaning against the big tree. He reached out and plucked a weed nearby, held it in his mouth, then looked at Feng Qingling with a smile, and waved to the little girl. Feng Qingling came to him abruptly. Su Ming raised his head. Because Feng Qingling was wearing a training uniform today, with a white shirt on top and a skirt on the bottom, when she looked up, she saw two slender white jade legs, as smooth as jade, which made people unable to resist. I have the urge to touch it. Senior brother. Feng Qingling also noticed Su Ming's gaze, and her cheeks immediately turned red. Su Ming had an evil smile on his lips, resting his hands on the back of his head, and glanced at the charming little face in front of him. Xiaoling senior brother is a little tired, come here and beat your legs. Feng Qingling's face turned even redder, and she hesitated and said, but senior brother, sect leader and master. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and said, be obedient. Feng Qingling nodded obediently, then knelt down on the grass next to Su Ming. From the moment Su Ming blocked the master's whip for her, she knew that her senior brother was far more powerful than she imagined. A person like that would listen to what he said, so whenever she stayed by Su Ming's side, she would feel more at ease than ever before. Two fair and delicate jade hands were gently placed on Su Ming's thighs, kneading them tenderly for him. A tingling feeling surged through her heart, making her pretty face turn red instantly. The disciples around were stunned. Almost everyone who saw this scene had a look on their face. This guy is so damn infuriating. A mysterious powerful man has arrived. When the sect is facing a huge crisis, Su Ming, the senior brother, can still talk about love with the little beauty next to him with a lazy and comfortable look. This. Simply outrageous. Many disciples had anger in their eyes, but they were helpless. Bai Qingshan's beautiful eyes glazed over for a moment, and she took a deep breath as she looked at Feng Qingling's frail and delicate appearance, and how obedient the little girl was in front of Su Ming. At this moment, a faint sadness emerged from the depths of her heart. She had experienced this feeling before. She also felt the same sadness and discomfort when she heard that Su Ming bullied Mu Qingyan. Bai Qingshan is not a woman who doesn't understand anything. She knew what this meant and why she was like this. She also knew that Su Ming only regarded her as his master from the beginning. He liked girls like Mu Qingyan and Feng Qingling. Not an old woman like her who is who knows how many years older than him. So, her attitude towards Su Ming during this period was so cold and ruthless because she didn't want to see Su Ming smiling gently at her every day, which would make her unable to bear it, so she deliberately alienated him. Deliberately indifferent to him. Maybe she didn't know that when she punished Su Ming, she felt more distressed than anyone else, but she had to pretend to be indifferent. Because she is his master. Bai Qingshuanyu squeezed her hand gently and silently looked away. At this moment, on the sky, thunder clouds surged, and in the extremely shocked eyes of all the elders and peak masters, they saw a white sword light, as if carrying a huge white dragon shadow, rushing down from the whirlpool in the sky. Clang! The sword light passed by like lightning, and the huge main peak of Shenyan sect that towered into the sky was actually cut into two neatly and smoothly right from the top of the peak at this moment. Everyone fell silent. Du Kanghai's old face turned livid. He suddenly raised his eyes and saw that the thunderclouds in the sky had dissipated a little, and he saw three figures, like gods, slowly descending under the violent black thunder. It was two men and one woman. The woman is in the front, wearing a snow-white dress, with long silver hair hanging on her shoulders. Her eyes are cold and unearthly. Behind her, she also carries a snow-white long sword. This is an extremely beautiful woman. Her whole body is filled with a cold and holy aura, which makes people feel amazing. Behind the woman, there were two young-looking men in black clothes with handsome faces, but with evil smiles on their faces, staring at them with deep black eyes. The auras of the three of them. It was so powerful that even Du Kanghai found it terrifying. Those are three powerful men at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. No, that woman in the snow skirt may have become a half-step god emperor, and the aura on her body was even more powerful than the two men behind her. Du Kanghai was completely panicked. In their Shenyang sect, he himself is only at the middle stage of the spiritual sovereign realm. As for the Great Elder and Hong Yu, they are both at the early stage of the spiritual sovereign realm. It only takes one person to take action. Today, I am afraid that it will be enough to destroy the entire Shenyang sect. A deep chill surged from the bottom of his heart, and cold sweat began to break out on Du Kanghai's back. He hurriedly raised his hands towards the woman in the snow skirt in midair, and his tone was no longer as cold as before, but rather nervous. I'm here. Du Kanghai is the sect leader of the Shenyang sect. I don't know why these three great masters come to our Shenyang sect. What are they doing? The whole sky fell into silence. Half a minute later, on the sky, the man in black on the left curled his lips, and his evil eyes looked at all the nervous and frightened disciples of the sect below. Finally, his eyes paused and settled on the lazy figure under a willow tree. Damn it, boss is so happy. He brought us all the way from central China to see him and that little beauty show off their affection, right? He sent a message to the man on the right. Hear the words. The man on the right shrugged. A hero is saddened by beauty. It's rare to see the boss looking so leisurely. Don't forget how cruel and ruthless he was when he led us to annihilate the sect forces in Central Continent. It's so different from now. If two people. As he said that, the man glanced at the woman in the snow skirt in front of him. Sister Leng, what do you mean, boss? Destroy this sect, or kill all the people below. The pretty woman in the snow skirt has cold eyes, and the cold temperament on her body is a real coldness that prevents strangers from getting close to her. She is extremely beautiful and extremely cold. She said nothing. Just her beautiful eyes quietly glanced down, and the figures of Su Ming and Feng Qingling were reflected in her pupils. When she saw the two people's intimate appearance, a faint wave passed through the depths of her eyes, and then she looked away. The jade hand raised slightly and held the hilt of the sword behind her with her backhand. Clang! The sword was unsheathed. The light flashed across the sky, and wherever it passed, even the void was cut into a deep crack. Poof! Blood sprayed into the sky. The next second, Du Kanghai's two arms were neatly broken off. Chapter 26 Central Continent, Demonic Spiritual Cultivation Gate. One sword, two arms broken. Both the Peak Master and all the elders were deeply shocked by this sword, especially the Great Elder. His face turned extremely ugly in an instant, his body trembled, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. A strong spiritual master, who can be said to be the top combat power of the sect, was cut off by that woman's sword with both arms. Even if he could find spiritual objects from heaven and earth to repair them in the future, he would still be a useless person. Not only will it be difficult to make progress throughout your life, but you will also begin to regress rapidly. It can be said that the top combat power of their Shenyang sect has been reduced by 30% from this moment on. Sect Master, all the elders exclaimed. Du Kanghai reacted from his daze. His face suddenly lost all color, and his eyes shone with deep disbelief and a hint of deep fear. The severe pain actually made him dizzy. Aha! The sword energy and the strong wind swept over. The sharp, snow-white sword tip rested at his throat. A sense of fear of death invaded his heart. Du Kanghai's face turned pale, and his blood surged in his body. At this moment, he truly felt the threat of death. After decades of traveling across the northern wasteland, today was the closest he came to death. He used his spiritual power to stop the blood flowing from the wound. He felt the indifferent eyes of the woman in the snow skirt in front of him, as if without any emotion, and hurriedly said in a trembling voice, "I don't know what I have offended, please." Expressly stated. In the face of such a strong man, Du Kanghai never thought of resisting desperately. On the contrary, he was a man who cherished his life. He knew that there was a huge disparity in strength. Resistance would only lead to death. Maybe even the Shenyan sect would be wiped out. Opposite, the woman in the snow skirt raised the tip of her sword and retracted her long sword. The sharp sword energy also drew a long blood mark on Du Kanghai's neck. Immediately, her clear and indifferent sweet voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Today, I will not kill you." Du Kanghai's face suddenly turned red. "You and I have no enmity. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow appeared in front of him like a ghost. A punch containing violent spiritual power hit his face, knocking him down from midair and shooting hard into a mountain peak. Among them, the sky was filled with dust. The man in black on the right blew his fist and said, "I told you I would spare your life, so why are you talking so much nonsense?" With this punch, Du Kanghai's face was bruised and swollen, his face was dripping with blood, and his face even sunk a little. Subsequently, the man on the left glanced at the terrified Shenyan sect disciples below. He chuckled lightly and fixed his gaze on the great elder and Hong Yu. "I'm sorry, I am so unreasonable in my work at Lingmen." He glanced sideways at the great elder and said, "Old man, are you not convinced?" The great elder's face was ashen. But my heart was greatly shocked. Spirit Gate, could it be that the demonic cultivator sect that rose to prominence in the northern spirit realm's Zhongzhou territory not long ago? It is said that this Ling sect, one sect and 3 emperors, rose up in the Zhongzhou territory on the corpses of countless sect disciples. In just a few months, I don't know how many sects have been destroyed and how many lives have been slaughtered. And their sect leader, according to rumors, once fought a battle alone with the 3 ancestors of the god emperors of the Emerald Valley, the largest force in the central continent. In the end, even the 3 ancestors of the god emperors of the Emerald Valley, they tried all their means but could not do anything to him, and even allowed him to take away countless treasures in the valley and leave in style. After that battle, the reputation of Lingmen has really spread in the northern spirit realm. Even places like their northern wilderness region, which are millions of miles away from central continent, are aware of the existence of Lingmen. One can imagine how prosperous this reputation must be. Except for the 3 ancestors of the god emperor in the Emerald Valley, no one in the outside world has ever seen the true face of the Lingmen sect master. They only know that he is a cruel and murderous big devil. Most of the disciples of the Ling sect are ferocious and cruel people, but they are all amazingly talented people with monstrous talents that cannot be compared to ordinary people. It is said that a certain genius ranks in the top 50 on the Northern Spirit Realm genius list, were tortured to death by an unknown ordinary disciple in the Ling sect. That's just an ordinary disciple. If it were a core disciple, how powerful would it be? This moment, the great elder felt suffocated in his heart. When did their Shen Yan sect offend the Ling sect? No one in the world today knows that Ling sect disciples are a group of cruel, ruthless, evil and terrifying existences. If you offend such a sect, you are not digging your own grave. Looking at Du Kanghai lying in the blood pit, the elder's eyelids jumped wildly. Could it be that the sect leader had offended the Lingmen disciples privately, which led to today's disaster? He didn't believe it. With Du Kanghai's temperament, he would never take the initiative to offend the Lingmen. What's more, the Lingmen was located in the central continent, which was extremely far away from here. Du Kanghai would only go so far when he was full. Bringing such a terrifying enemy to the sect. At this moment, the ghost elder from the Taiden Palace on the main peak quietly appeared behind everyone. His eyes were still wrapped with cloth bands, his body was stooped, and Zhou Yaoyao was following him beside him. Zhou Yaoyao looked ahead at Du Kanghai, who was lying in a pit of blood, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Her face was a little pale, and she trembled towards the ghost elder. "Sect master, he." The ghost elder raised his hand and interrupted her, "Don't worry about irrelevant matters." "Oh." Zhou Yaoyao nodded her head and suddenly saw Su Ming and Feng Qingling under the willow tree. She stared at Feng Qingling for a long time. At this time, the ghost elder said solemnly, "You go to Su Ming first." If the sect encounters something unexpected today, only he can protect you. Zhou Yaoyao was stunned. The ghost elder continued, your talent is not weaker than anyone else. On the contrary, you have a spiritual physique that everyone is jealous of. Staying in Shenyan sect will only hinder your future path, and staying with senior brother Su by your side, he can give you the vastest world. Listening to Elder Ghost's commanding tone, Zhou Yaoyao was silent for a moment. She didn't know why, but after leaving Su Ming last night, the ghost elder's attitude towards her became very different. He even approached her directly and said that he would accept her as a disciple and teach her what he had learned throughout his life. Give it to her, which makes her a little confused. Only now do I know that in addition to her cultivation talent, it must be because of senior brother Su and the ghost elder's attitude towards her that changed. Zhou Yaoyao hesitated, but what, if I go there now, will it disturb senior brother Su? Her big, dark, watery eyes were staring at Su Ming in a rather strange way. Others were spending time there, you and me, and she, an outsider, suddenly came over. Isn't it appropriate? Chapter 27 Can you behave yourself? The ghost elder curled his lips, there are some things that you have to fight for, do you understand? Zhou Yaoyao was stunned. After realizing the meaning of Elder Ghost's words, she blushed and hurriedly explained, Palace Master, I only regard him as my senior brother, where did you think you were going? Real. Zhou Yaoyao nodded hurriedly, senior brother Su and I, it's impossible for us. The ghost elder sighed, he no longer spoke, nor did he force Zhou Yaoyao to find Su Ming. Instead, he raised his head and looked into the air with his eyes wrapped under the cloth belt. On the sky, the great elder stood in front of many peak masters and elders, with cold sweat on his forehead. He glanced at the pretty and calm Hongyu beside him, and his whole heart trembled when he thought of Du Kanghai's fate just now. His cultivation level is even a little worse than Du Kanghai's. Even Du Kanghai was killed by someone's sword in an understatement. If it had been him, he would have been killed directly. Elder Hongyu, what should we do? The great elder secretly transmitted the message. Hear the words. Hongyu rolled her eyes at the old guy and said, you are the great elder. What do you want me to do? I would say it's better to just wait for death. You can't beat him anyway. The great elder was a little embarrassed. Then he pretended to be calm and raised his head. He still hasn't figured out why these powerful men from the Ling sect suddenly came to the Shenyan sect and defeated Du Kanghai with a single sword blow. It stands to reason that he knows almost all the people who have enmity with Du Kanghai, but those guys have no ability to invite powerful people from the Lingmen. Therefore, the three people in front of them are probably just passing by the Shenyan sect. Then I happen to see a sect below, and I happen to see Du Kanghai unhappy. After all, according to the brutal character of the Ling sect disciples, it is very possible to do whatever they want and do whatever they want. The great elder nodded in his heart, there was no problem with this logic, and then he lowered his posture very low, and respectfully said to the woman in the snow skirt in midair, our Shenyan sect is somewhat famous in the northern wasteland. If the three of you or I don't mind it, but you can come to my sect as a guest first. If you offend anything, I can correct it later. You can't beat it anyway. The great elder is vigilant. If something goes wrong, he will run away immediately. If the Shenyan sect is gone, he can start over again. If his life is gone, it will really be gone. The two men in black sneered, trash sect. The great elder's face turned red, but he did not dare to refute. The woman in the snow skirt stood in the air, her cold and indifferent eyes scanning all the elders and peak masters below, and then she turned around indifferently. Let's go. The two men were stunned. Sister Leng, don't you say hello to the boss? No, he wants to play more. What fun is there in this place? The two of them were disdainful, and then suddenly thought of the little beauty next to Su Ming. They looked at each other tacitly, looked at the back of the woman in the snow skirt, and said with a smile, Leng's sister, are you jealous? The only one who can keep the boss in such a rubbish sect is the gentle village of the little beauty next to him. That's right, that kind of delicate and frail little girl makes people feel a strong desire for protection when looking at her. No wonder the boss is so happy that he doesn't even care about the affairs inside the door. After the two of them finished speaking, the woman in the snow skirt paused. Then, she tilted her head slightly, and her cold gaze fell on the two of them. Stop talking nonsense. While speaking, his cold eyes couldn't help but glance at a certain place below. His eyes were calm, but he snorted slightly in his heart. Then, in the stunned expressions of all the disciples of Shenyang sect, the three bodies merged into the space little by little and disappeared. Only Du Kanghai, covered in blood, was in the blood pit, and the cold and sharp spiritual power filled the air. The breath is the real proof that they have been here. All the elders swallowed, staring blankly at the place where the three people left. One of the elders reacted and quickly went down to check Du Kanghai's injuries. Under the willow tree, Su Ming stretched out comfortably and watched Du Kanghai being taken back to the main peak by the elders to heal his injuries. He smiled and touched Feng Qingling's smooth little face and joked, "I don't know if it will happen again in the future. You won't be as obedient as you are today." Feng Qingling raised her head, her big black eyes looking straight at him. Su Ming stood up. "Let's go. Looking at it like this, the sect master probably doesn't have any intention to care about my affairs anymore." As soon as he turned around, he saw Bai Qingshan standing not far behind him, staring at him with a pair of beautiful eyes, slightly cold. "Master." Su Ming smiled slightly. Bai Qingshan glanced at Feng Qingling beside him and said coldly, "Do you know whose disciple she is?" Su Ming shook his head, "It doesn't matter to me who your disciple is." Bai Qingshan was furious, "How did I warn you before? Master's teachings must not be forgotten by the disciples." Su Ming shrugged, "But as a senior brother, it is your duty to help the little junior sister. If there is nothing wrong with the master, I will leave first." He took Feng Qingling away from here. Bai Qingshan stared at his back blankly. Su Ming's indifferent attitude towards her made her feel a little depressed. Deep in her heart, she became extremely sad at this moment. And after Bai Qingshan died, Hong Yu's beautiful eyes stared at the place where Su Ming and Feng Qingling left with interest, and finally glanced at Bai Qingshan's cold and pretty face, and raised her red lips. "Tisk, tisk, Peak Master Bai has a problem with my disciple, or do you have any objections to your disciples?" Bai Qingshan glanced at her coldly. "That disciple of yours was born with blocked spiritual veins. If he wants to practice, he must embark on evil cultivation. I don't know what your purpose is in letting her get close to Su Ming, but my disciple will never allow him to follow evil ways." Hong Yu sneered, "Crooked ways. Don't think too highly of yourself. Maybe in Su Ming's heart, you, the master, are nothing." After saying that, she ignored the changing expression on Bai Qingshan's pretty face and turned around to leave. Bai Qingshan bit her red lips. She is Su Ming's master, and she will never allow Su Ming and that Feng Qingling to get together. The other side, Hong Yu left from the mountainside of Kaifeng. Half an hour later, she arrived at Su Ming's residence. She saw Feng Qingling's petite figure on the grass not far ahead, holding a spirit pattern pen in one hand. The expression on her little face was extremely serious. She was obviously studying an obscure spirit pattern, which Su Ming should have taught her. Hong Yu glanced at the room behind her and felt Su Ming's aura inside, and she smiled charmingly. In a quiet room, Su Ming sat at the wooden table and took a sip of the tea he made. Without looking back, he exhaled softly, "Is something wrong?" Hong Yu's slender and charming figure quietly appeared behind him. A pair of jade hands gently placed on his shoulders and kneaded them gently. "I know your secret." She suddenly wrapped her hands around Su Ming's neck from behind, leaned over his ear, bit it lightly, then stared at him with her eyes, and blew seductively. "Brother Su, do you want it to be more exciting?" "Su Ming, your apprentice is still outside." Hong Yu rolled her eyes at him charmingly. She turned around, hooked her hands around Su Ming's neck, and straddled him with her legs. The sultry female body fragrance on her body spread into Su Ming's nose. Su Ming had no choice but to say, "Slow down." Hong Yu puffed her mouth. On her pair of hot and well-proportioned legs, under the seductive black dress, stockings of the same color were exposed. The stockings extended upward to reveal her well-proportioned calves without any fat. Her beautiful and slim body was just sitting on Su Ming's body. Under her dress was a sexy and seductive slender waist. She looked at Su Ming infatuatedly. Her charming and soft red lips made people's hearts beat. Her beautiful eyes were looking forward to it, her eyes were filled with waves, and her whole person was indescribably charming. Su Ming felt the softness and elasticity on his body that made him feel a little fascinated. He lowered his eyes and glanced at Hongyu, then placed his palms on her soft waist. Can you behave a little better? Chapter 28 Exploitation. In a dark room, Hongyu pressed her whole body against Su Ming's body. Her eyes were as charming as silk, and she looked at him passionately. Her long eyelashes trembled. She blinked, stroking Su Ming's hair with her delicate hands, and spoke softly with her red lips. Fragrant, slowly approached him. The soft red lips were almost touching Su Ming's lips. Su Ming tilted his head and did not let her kiss him. Hongyu was startled and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. You won't kiss me. Su Ming put his hand around her waist and stroked her gently. Not now, Feng Qingling is outside. Hongyu's eyes turned cold. Then I'll kill her, and no one will get in the way. Su Ming, don't be impulsive. He sighed softly in his heart and hugged Hongyu's soft and sultry body in his arms. Her physique is still useful to me. You like her. Dislike. Then do you like me? Like. Hongyu changed into a comfortable position on Su Ming, buried her head in his arms, bumped his chest gently, then raised her head and looked at him with aggrieved eyes. Liar. It's been several months. After you come back, you won't be affectionate with me either. Don't forget that you were the one who flirted with me first. Did you just give up after all? Su Ming. He couldn't answer. Because he was indeed the one who seduced Hongyu first. At that time, he was doing the villain mission of the system. If he wanted to quickly improve his cultivation and advance his physique, he could only achieve his goal through the ancient yin and yang dual cultivation method obtained from the system. It just so happened that Hongyu's evil cultivating physique was the perfect choice for him at that time. He didn't have much contact with her in the previous 5 lives. He only knew that Hongyu was exposed for his evil cultivator and died at the hands of the male protagonist. However, he never thought that this woman was not only extremely seductive, but also unusually entangled. Especially after Su Ming took possession of her innocent body through the yin and yang dual cultivation method. During that period, he would be pestered by her almost every day. Su Ming also thought about killing this woman after using her, but unfortunately he couldn't do it in the end. Even if he didn't like her, she would be a huge help for him on his rise, even if he was determined to do something in this life. A villain, he really can't be cruel to the woman who already belongs to him. The main reason is that I'm studying new techniques and physiques during this period, so I can't let my mind wander. Su Ming made nonsense without blushing. Hongyu used her green-white jade fingers to gently rub the center of his brow. I never thought that I would fall on a little man in this life. Small. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Think about it carefully. Is it small or not? Hongyu's cheeks turned red instantly. That's not what I said. Which one? She gritted her teeth and glared at Su Ming coquettishly. Believe it or not, I will pinch it right now. As he spoke, his palms reached down deftly. Su Ming hurriedly stopped her. Don't be impulsive. I surrender, sister. You get up first. Kiss me and I'll get up. Hongyu stared at him with burning eyes. I'm afraid that if we kiss each other, neither of us will be able to get up. Hongyu chuckled and pinched his chin with her jade hand. Just trust my self-control, little Susu. Little Susu. What the hell is this? Su Ming was helpless. Hongyu always gave him many nicknames, such as Brother Su, Brother Ming, Baby Su, Little Lovely Su. Now here comes another little Susu. She was originally a beautiful lady who was aloof and charming, but she became a cute and seductive little woman with Su Ming. Su Ming lowered his eyes and glanced at her soft and red lips. Finally, he slowly lowered his head and tasted the blush. Hongyu's eyes were filled with water. 2 jade hands hugged his head tightly, responding to him emotionally. A long time. Parted lips. Hongyu's face turned extremely rosy, and she couldn't get up because she was relying on Su Ming. I still want to. She looked at him with a smile. Su Ming. Where is your self-control? As a woman, you would be a fool to believe it. Stop making trouble. Su Ming patted her smooth shoulder, put her down from his lap, poured a cup of tea, and drank it. Hongyu was dissatisfied and stood in front of him with her hands behind her back. Her exquisite curves were wrapped in a charming black dress. Under the hem of the skirt was a pair of long, alluring white legs. Is it still black and seductive today? Su Ming poured her a cup of tea. Drink some. Hongyu pursed her lips. I don't drink tea. Then drink. Don't drink. Su Ming had a strange look on his face. You don't want to? Hong Yu rolled her eyes at him. You think so? Last time, my knees were red for 3 days, but you just walked away. You didn't care about me at all. You even said you liked me. You're a liar. Su Ming smiled slightly, then let me rub it for you. Hong Yu looked up proudly, walked to Su Ming's bed, sat comfortably on his soft bed, and hummed softly, "It's been so long, what's the use of rubbing now?" Su Ming leaned back on the chair with a contented look on his face. You can make your knees red again. This time, I will definitely love you well. Hong Yu spat at him lightly, and was about to retaliate when Chong's nose moved slightly. She grabbed the quilts stacked on the bed, put them to the tip of her nose and sniffed. Su Ming was funny, like a puppy. You can still laugh. Hong Yu glared at him angrily. Why is there Feng Qingling's breath on your bed? Su Ming asked calmly. Didn't you already give her to me? Hong Yu gritted his teeth. These are two different things, okay. I've known for a long time that you are a playboy, and you don't even let my disciples go. I don't know how many women there are out there. Su Ming felt helpless. Women are indeed unreasonable creatures. She wanted to give Feng Qingling to him yesterday, but she was so jealous today. It was simply incomprehensible. I'm not that hungry yet. Besides, Feng Qingling still has value, so I won't touch her in the short term. It should be said that he only regards Feng Qingling as a little sister in his heart. Indeed, Feng Qingling is still too young in his eyes. Even if he grows up in the future, he probably won't have much thoughts at that time. Then what are you going to do after taking advantage of her? I didn't think about it. Su Ming shook his head. Once her physique is completely awakened, the desire to kill in her heart will be infinitely amplified. At that time, her whole person will become extremely dangerous. It is estimated that even I am not her opponent. She will definitely it will give those hidden old monsters in the Northern Spirit Realm a headache. Do you want to use her to conquer the Northern Spirit Realm? Su Ming smiled mysteriously. A killing machine with huge potential, why not take advantage of it? Hong Yu pouted. I know you have bad intentions. No matter how you use her, you can't like her anyway. Don't be jealous. I'm not jealous. The woman who talks nonsense is talking about you. Chapter 29. Don't you know what kind of woman I like? Second update. Also, from now on, don't let her enter your room, otherwise I will break her legs if I find out once. Can't you be nicer to her? You said you don't like her. Are you feeling distressed? Su Ming stood up, walked to the bed, stretched out his hand to pinch Hong Yu's pretty face, then sat down next to her, leaning his back against the head of the bed. With the palm of his hand, Hong Yu's fragrant and soft body snuggled into his arms obediently. His head she placed it softly on his chest and blew into his neck from time to time. The refreshing fragrance lingered in Su Ming's heart. I told you that she still has value. Don't let you destroy her. Su Ming smoothed Hong Yu's soft hair with his palms and said softly, don't you know what kind of woman I like? A little girl like her is far behind you. Hong Yu raised her head in his arms and looked at him with a smile. Every time, she only talks about coaxing me, but doesn't take any actual actions. Practical actions. Su Ming smiled evilly. Actually, I can not only coax you with words, but I can also do other things. It's annoying. Hong Yu punched him lightly. Don't move, let me hug him for a while. Sister, it's you who's moving. Hong Yu, bite him hard on the shoulder. Su Ming held her head with his hand and said tentatively, the shoulders are a bit hard, how about we try somewhere else? Hong Yu's cheeks are red. Don't think she doesn't know what this guy means. He just likes to be passive and doesn't take the initiative at all. Sometimes Hong Yu even wonders whether this bad guy likes her in his heart, but every time he is beaten by him after being left out, he always had a reason to coax her back, making her love and hate him at the same time. Did you do what you did today? After being gentle for a while, Hong Yu suddenly asked. What's up? Stop pretending. Du Kanghai just came to trouble you, and his arms were cut off. Don't tell me it wasn't you. Su Ming smiled and said, as long as the woman is beautiful, why are you so smart? I just want to teach that old guy a lesson. After a while, you can kill him. Hong Yu's willow eyebrows stretched. Du Kanghai is considered useless. Among the Shenyang sect, only the great elder Qi Yuan is still a bit of a threat. When I take over Tianfeng, I will help you find what you want. Not urgent. Su Ming kissed her smooth forehead and said, just practice hard and don't worry about other things. Yes. Hong Yu nodded obediently, bit the corner of his lips, and said softly and seductively, go to my place tonight. Su Ming. He shook his head and said righteously, I haven't been able to do it recently. It hurts my body. I have to restrain myself. Hong Yu glared at him. It's been several months. Su Ming was unmoved. I'm too tired and don't want to move. I don't want you to move. Su Ming. What kind of tiger and wolf words is this? He spread his palms, and a red spirit fruit exuding a strong aura of spiritual power appeared in his hand. A powerful energy surged out of his palm, compressing the spirit fruit into a ball of pure spiritual power. Then, with his fingers on Hong Yu's tender a gentle touch on the lips, open your mouth. Hong Yu glanced up at him and said deliberately, that's how you lied to me last time. Your food is not delicious at all, it tastes weird. Su Ming. He held Hong Yu's chin with one hand, and with the latter's resentful expression, he gently introduced the pure spiritual power transformed from the humbling sacred fruit into her mouth. What's this? Hong Yu felt a warm current surging through her body. The spiritual power contained in her spiritual veins began to surge crazily at this moment. After a while, her cultivation level was raised to the level of spirit master. Middle period. Su Ming smiled mysteriously, of course it's a good thing, but will it poison you? Hong Yu hugged him tightly, pressed into his arms, and hummed softly, you can't say for sure. Maybe one day you won't like me, and you'll kick me away mercilessly, and then run away with other women. Come on, leave me alone here to feel sad, and maybe you will even kill me to silence me. Su Ming scratched her nose and said, it's a good idea. I can try it in the future. How dare you? Hong Yu glared at him, if you dare to abandon me, I will dare to find another man. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Press back. I'll give you another chance, think it through before you speak. Su Ming's young and charming face was reflected in Hong Yu's moist eyes. She smiled softly, and then breathed out softly, be gentle. Half an hour later, the main hall of Shenyan sect. The atmosphere in the palace was extremely silent. Du Kanghai was lying on a bed at the back of the hall. With his arms broken, his breath was sluggish, and the blood on his face had been wiped clean. However, his old face was full of pain, and his eyes contained endless resentment and hatred. Hate. He still hasn't figured it out yet. Why would the strong men from the spirit sect of the central continent come to trouble him? From the beginning, he never thought of Su Ming in this matter. After all, in his eyes, Su Ming was just a junior, a mere disciple of the Nirvana realm. It's not worth Lingman's huge efforts to help him. The more I couldn't figure it out, the more stuffy I became, the blood rushed to my heart, and I spit out a mouthful of blood. Outside in the palace, the great elder Qi Yuan sat at the top of the table, and his face was also very ugly. Du Kanghai was severely damaged. Their Shenyan sect originally had 3 powerful spiritual masters, but one of their top combat power was suddenly reduced. He was afraid that the others in Shenyan Zong had a grudge, and the forces that Du Kanghai had offended before came to trouble them after receiving the news. Well, Qi Yuan sighed heavily in his heart. After all, the one who attacked Du Kanghai was the Ling sect, which was very famous in the central continent. As a demon cultivator sect, their disciples do whatever they want. With the current strength of the Shen Yan sect, wanting to avenge Du Kangzi was almost a fantasy, and they had no choice but to break their teeth and swallow it. Looking around, he found that almost all the elders and peak masters had gathered here. Except for Bai Qingshan from Kaifeng and the elder Hongyu who was not here, everyone else was here. Qi Yuan took a deep breath and took the lead to say in a solemn voice, the sect leader is seriously injured. Everyone must block the news and never reveal it to the outside world. The All Souls Festival in Wangcheng is about to begin. If other forces know that the sect leader is in trouble, our Shenyan sect will once. You really have to be inferior to others, and maybe you will be kicked out of the 5 major sects. Everyone below had complicated expressions. The 10,000 Spirits Festival is a top event that occurs once every 10 years in which Wangcheng redistributes resources and territory to all the forces in the northern wasteland. It is also a competition opportunity that gives all sect forces a re-ranking opportunity once every 10 years. If it is deprived of the title of the 5 major sects this time, the Shenyan sect will never recover from the fall. Even if it wants to regain the title of the 5 major sects, it will be 10 years later. Qi Yuan said coldly, "We are here to discuss the important matters of the sect. Why doesn't Elder Hongyu come?" All the elders looked at each other. Several young male elders hurriedly spoke up and put in good words for Hongyu. "First Elder, please calm down. Elder Hongyu may have something to deal with, and he may come later." As the voices of several people fell, outside the main hall, a graceful figure appeared. Hongyu put on a red dress again, with her black hair tied up. Her charming and delicate face was smoother and rosier than usual, but her eyes were cold and indifferent. She glanced at the people in the hall, and then he walked to his seat and sat down. "Great Elder, what do you want from me?" Qi Yuan said with a dark face, "Elder Hongyu, the sect leader is seriously injured. From now on, all matters of the sect will be decided by me. I may need to trouble you to guard Tianfeng for me." Hongyu said nothing. Some of the young elders and the other male peak masters around were looking at her secretly. These people couldn't help but stare at her exquisite body, with her fair and jade-like skin reflected in their eyes. After swallowing, his vision gradually became intense. Hongyu has a charming appearance and an extremely perfect figure. She is a charming beauty. She is also quite mysterious in the Shenyan sect. She usually does not like to show her face. Except for the sect leader and a few elders, everyone else is I can rarely see her. When she first came to the sect, many elders and peak leaders who thought they were outstanding wanted to pursue her. Unfortunately, she rarely showed up in the sect and did not give others any chance. Of course, at Hongyu's age, he can advance to the Spirit Master realm, and his talent surpasses that of many geniuses in the northern wilderness region. His vision is naturally extremely high. How can these elders and peak masters of the Shenyan sect do this? Being favored by her. Except for that unreasonable little villain. Chapter 30 Xuantian Sword Sect, Chief Disciple. First update. Qi Yuan and several elders began to discuss the deployment of the sect's barrier. In the past, the sect's formation was controlled by Du Kanghai. Now that he has lost his arms, it is natural to replace him. As for the matter of the sect's formation, it has little to do with the peak masters of each peak. Hongyu obviously has no interest in it, and Qi Yuan dare not talk about her anymore. After all, in the sect now, apart from him and Du Kanghai, Hongyu is the only one. The only person who has advanced to the spiritual realm. Of course, Du Kanghai is already dead. Therefore, only he and Hongyu were left. Zhang Ting, the leader of the first peak, saw that Qi Yuan and others did not notice this, so he quietly stood up, poured a cup of spiritual tea, and sent it to Hongyu. "Elder Hongyu, this is the spiritual tea treasured by my Zhang family. It can not only warm and nourish spiritual power, but also has many benefits for the body. Try drinking it. If you like it, I will send some to you later. When chasing women, of course you have to be thick-skinned." Zhang Ting has been attracted to Hongyu since she first entered the sect. He is 29 years old this year, and his cultivation is at the peak of the Nirvana realm. He will be promoted to the Spirit Master in the near future, so his talent is naturally not bad. In addition, he was a child of the Zhang family in Wangcheng. Although his status in the Zhang family was not high, no one dared to look down upon him after he came to the Shenyan sect. Zhang Ting smiled warmly. What man wouldn't want to show his best side when chasing a girl? Under the strange looks of several peak masters around him, he handed the Xuanjing teacup in front of Hongyu. Staring at Hongyu's charming and delicate face, he thought to himself that according to his status, with the Zhang family behind him, he was the one with the highest status among all the elders and peak masters. Others were not qualified to follow him. He fights. Hongyu raised her eyes and glanced at him. She did not reach out to take it. Instead, she looked at Qi Yuan's place and said lightly, "The sect leader is injured, and Elder Qi Yuan has a heavy burden on him. You can give him this tea, I'm not interested." Hear the words. The other peak masters sneered at Zhang Ting inwardly. Although they had not had much contact with Hongyu, they had already guessed that this Elder Hongyu was not so easy to chase. Zhang Ting was also a little embarrassed. Then he suddenly remembered something and said bravely, "You have just been promoted to Spirit Master, and your cultivation level must not be stable yet. The Dragon and Phoenix Tower in Wangcheng will open in a few days, and my Zhang family has some skills in the Dragon and Phoenix Tower. To save face, I can accompany you to auction some spiritual objects that can stabilize your cultivation. Hong Yu originally didn't intend to pay attention to him, but when she saw this man kept pestering her, her eyes turned slightly cold, and a domineering and terrifying spiritual power suddenly surged out of her body. Click! Zhang Ting's expression suddenly changed, and the Xuanjing teacup in his hand exploded, and the tea inside spilled all over him. Elder Hong Yu, Qi Yuan noticed what had happened here and turned his head and shouted softly. Zhang Ting took 2 awkward steps back and wiped the water stains on his body. He stared at Hong Yu's cheek and softly apologized to Hong Yu. Deep in his heart, there was a deep resentment welling up. Damn it! Wait until the day you fall into my hands, let's see if I can kill you. The episode passed. Qi Yuan reassigned the sect's tasks. The mission of the Peak Master remains unchanged. It is still to manage the disciples of each peak and calm the emotions of these disciples. As for the elders, they also have their own tasks. Anyway, this time, Qi Yuan enjoyed the feeling of being the leader of the sect. But this time, in the sky above the main peak of the Shenyan sect, a man in green with a long sword on his back broke through the spiritual formation barrier outside the Shenyan sect, and his body slowly descended from the sky and stood outside the main hall. Jian Yang, the chief disciple of the Xuandian sword sect, came to pay homage to the sect on the orders of his master. A majestic voice mixed with spiritual power spread through the hall. The young man stepped into the hall with a long sword on his back, a proud smile on his rather handsome face. Zhanyang. The elders and peak masters in the hall were stunned for a moment. After reacting, they looked at the young man who walked in with an arrogant look. They were stunned for a moment, and an elder murmured. He is the chief disciple with the most outstanding talent in the Xuandian sword sect in the past 100 years. It is said that he has already advanced to the Spirit Master realm at the age of less than 30. Although he is not as good as the real geniuses of the Northern Spirit realm, among us the Northern Wilderness Territory is also a real top-level monster. Xuandian Sword Sect, like Shenyan Sect, is one of the 5 major sects in the Northern Wasteland, but one is in the north and the other is in the south. As for the chief disciple of this sword sect, Qi Yuan naturally knows him. In the Xuandian Sword Sect, there were originally only 3 powerful Spirit Masters. Ever since Zhanyang broke through and advanced to the Spirit Master level, the Sword Sect's top combat power could almost completely crush their Shenyan sect. Zhanyang walked into the main hall. Qi Yuan raised his head and looked at him. I wonder why Zhanyang's eldest nephew came to our Shenyan sect. He had some friendship with the head of the Xuandian Sword Sect, who was also the master of Zhanyang, so the name nephew was quite smooth. Zhanyang glanced at the people in the hall and glanced at everyone. However, when his eyes fell on Hong Yu's rather lazy and pretty face, his expression changed and he stared at her deeply. Then he looked away and looked at Qi Yuan. My master used the Xuandian mirror's induction to learn that several powerful auras suddenly appeared here in Shenyan sect, so he specially asked me to check it out. Zhanyang's voice deepened. When I entered the sect just now, I saw that all the disciples looked panicked and their breaths were unstable. They were obviously frightened. I don't know the Shenyan sect, but what happened? Where is sect leader Du? Qi Yuan shook his head. My eldest nephew is worrying too much. Nothing has happened to our Shenyan sect. The sect competition is coming soon. It is normal for the disciples to be a little anxious. As for our sect master, he is currently practicing in seclusion at Tianfang. It won't be long before I can break through to the peak of the spiritual realm. Really? Zhanyang stared straight at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan smiled slightly. My eldest nephew has come all the way, why don't you stay in my sect for a few more days? Zhanyang shook his head. Since there is nothing else, I have to go back and resume my life with master. However, besides this matter, I have to deal with a personal matter when I come here today. Private matter. Many elders and peak leaders looked at him doubtfully. Zhanyang turned his attention to Hong Yu again and raised the corner of his mouth. I have been looking for you for so long, but I didn't expect that you would be hiding in Shenyan sect. If master hadn't used the Xuandian mirror to sense your aura, how long would you have wanted to hide? Hong Yu stood up and said, you don't need to worry about my affairs. Zhanyang sneered, I am your senior brother, Tell me whether I should care or not. At this point, his eyes darkened. Master said that if you go back with me now, he can forget about the past. If not, no force here will dare to take you in the future. And the disciple you brought out. Her physique plays a vital role in Master's breakthrough to the Spirit Master. Where did you hide her? Qi Yuan and others were a little confused. Zhanyang, the chief disciple of the Xuantian sword sect, is actually Hongyu's senior brother. Could it be that Hongyu was also a member of the Xuantian sword sect before? Chapter 31. Is this little villain also jealous? Second update. The main peak is behind the mountain. Mountain top. The cold wind howled. Zhanyang's clothes rustled in the strong wind. He turned around and glanced at Hongyu, who was leaning against the willow tree behind him. His eyes were fixed on her slender and graceful body, and he calmly said, "Junior sister, you should know that if you don't go back with me, next time even if the master comes to invite you personally, I won't be able to protect you by then." Hongyu stretched out his hand to lift a strand of black hair from his forehead, and smiled coldly. "You don't know what kind of person your master is, right?" Zhanyang frowned. "Hand over Feng Qingling, and then come back with me. I will protect you from now on." Hongyu sneered. "You'd better protect yourself." Zhanyang looked back at the misty white clouds under the mountain, and sighed heavily in his heart. "I never thought that you would embark on the path of evil cultivation. You should know that I like you very much in my heart, and I will even do anything for you. I also know that you don't like me, but aren't you willing to give me even a chance to protect you?" Hongyu leaned against the willow tree. She raised her head slightly, stretched out her jade hand to catch a willow leaf, put it under the sun, took a look at the veins on it, and then curled her lips and said, "Get out." Aha! The willow leaves turned into extremely sharp weapons and slashed across Zhanyang's face, leaving a deep blood mark. Zhanyang's eyes were filled with gloom. "You want to fight with me? If you don't get out, you will have no choice but to die here." Hongyu raised his eyes, a faint murderous intention flashing across his eyes. Zhanyang gritted his teeth, squeezed his hands tightly, and finally took a deep breath of cold air in his heart. After weighing the pros and cons, he said in a deep voice, "I don't want to fight you. Anyway, I know where you are. This time, I will go back to meet Master first, and I will come to you again when I have time." He stared at Hongyu deeply for the last time. The spiritual energy in his body surged and turned into light and left here. Hongyu looked at his leaving figure with murderous intent in her eyes. The next second, her eyes changed slightly, and she turned to look behind her. I saw a slender hand reaching out, directly grabbing her slender waist, bringing her into his arms, and then imprisoning her delicate body to the tree trunk. Hongyu was stunned for a moment, feeling the familiar man's breath coming towards her face. The coldness in her eyes quickly melted away, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She hugged the neck of the man in front of her with her hands. "When did you come?" Su Ming looked calm, sniffing Hongyu's fragrance, and stretched out his fingers to lift her white chin. "I've been here since someone poured you tea." "Why, don't you want to explain anything to me?" Hongyu thought for a while and smiled foolishly. "You have seen it yourself, what else do I have to explain?" Su Ming tapped her forehead. "Who was that man just now?" Hongyu puffed her lips. "A former senior brother." "Just senior brother. Otherwise, don't you believe me?" Hongyu grabbed one of his palms, put it in his mouth and took a bite, staring at him angrily. Su Ming looked away, looked at the red tooth marks on his hand, and couldn't help but smile. "It used to look like a puppy, but now it looks like a little wild cat." Hongyu poked his chest. "Were you jealous just now?" She was a little happy in her heart. Could it be that this bad guy would be jealous? Well, he often ignored her before. At that time, she didn't know how panicked she was, fearing that Su Ming wouldn't like her. Now it seems that this man is also duplicitous. Su Ming shook his head. "No. He denies it." Hongyu looked up at him and said, "I don't believe it." Su Ming stretched out his hand to cover her eyes, feeling the tingling sensation of her long eyelashes trembling gently in the palm of his hand. Then he leaned over and held the blush. Woo! A few minutes later, Hongyu's cheeks turned red, and she gently hit his chest with her hands. "I can't breathe." Su Ming let her go, stretched out his hand to wipe away a drop of water from the corner of her mouth, then turned back, looked at the sky in the distance, and said lightly, "Does he know about your cultivation?" "You know, his master also covets Feng Qingling's physique and wants to use Feng Qingling as the cauldron for him to break through to the spiritual realm. But since I took him away, he can only worry." The two of them were talking intimately. But he didn't realize that behind a bush not far away, a disciple of the Shenyan sect was looking here with a blank face. He looked at Su Ming and Hong Yu's intimate appearance as if there was no one around, and he was horrified. My three views were about to be overturned, and my eyes were full of disbelief. Kaifeng's senior brother Su Ming. There is also a goddess-like figure in the hearts of countless disciples, Elder Hong Yu. They actually. The disciple's body was trembling with shock. When he saw the always cool and noble Elder Hong Yu blushing shyly in Su Ming's arms, his eyes were not only shocked, but also filled with deep envy and jealousy. The other side. Su Ming glanced at the grass without leaving any trace. He raised the corner of his mouth, then took Hong Yu's shoulders and turned around to leave. Hong Yu was confused. "Don't you want to kill him?" "No need. No one will believe him anyway. I'm with you openly. Why can't I let others know?" Hong Yu stared at him aggrievedly. Su Ming touched her head and said, "There is someone who hasn't come yet. It won't be fun if his identity is revealed now." At the same time, outside the Shenyan sect, on the edge of the Beiwang Mountains, Zhanyang was flying past here quickly. In the hall just now, he had sensed Du Kanghai's weak aura. The leader of the Shenyan sect was obviously seriously injured. That old guy Qi Yuan even lied to him that he was practicing. What a waste of practice. I really thought he could be fooled so easily. Du Kanghai was now seriously injured. The Shenyan sect directly lost one of its top combat power. The Xuantian sword sect has been competing with the Shenyan sect for the Spirit Stone mine, and now they want to see what Qi Yuan can do to compete with them. As long as this matter is reported to the master, the Spirit Stone vein at the junction of the north and the south will definitely be in the possession of Xuantian sword sect from today on. As for Hong Yu and Feng Qingling, the next time he comes to Shenyan sect, he will definitely take these two people back. At that time, he will not be as soft-hearted as today. Zhanyang hurried on his way. But he didn't notice that on a big tree below, a figure in black was waiting for his arrival leisurely with his legs crossed. Aha! A flash of spiritual light rose into the sky and exploded in front of Zhanyang, forcing him to stop. Zhanyang looked down with a solemn face. "I am the chief disciple of Xuantian sword sect. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" His face looked a little ugly, because he couldn't see through the cultivation level of the person below. The words fell. On the huge ancient tree below, the man in black stood up slowly, twisted his neck, and then, an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I want your head, Zhanyang." Boom. The next moment, the figure of the man in black disappeared strangely. Zhanyang could only see an afterimage rushing up like lightning, and then, a palm filled with violent thunder held down his head. Chapter 32 Protagonist, Mysterious Boy, Third Update. This moment, with death hanging over his heart, Zhanyang didn't even have the courage to draw his sword in front of this man in black. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Looking at the thundering palm so close to him, his body had stiffened and he did not dare to move at all. "Who are you?" Finally, Zhanyang used all his strength and trembled to spit out these words. He didn't know when the northern wasteland had such a young and powerful man. He had never seen this person before, and he was not the same as the other four. He couldn't understand why the elder and deacon of a large sect would attack him. Zhanyang finished speaking. The man in black in front of him grinned. "Didn't I hear you talk about the Xuantian mirror just now? I really want to get such a treasure to play with." Zhanyang's eyes widened. You are one of those mysterious strong men with powerful auras sensed by Xuantian mirror. Smart, but it's a pity that you offended someone you shouldn't have offended. The man in black squeezed his palm, and thunder condensed in his palm. The violent thunder instantly invaded Jian Yang's head and destroyed his sea of consciousness. Zhanyang's face was full of pain, and he struggled. "Don't kill me, who have I offended? I can apologize, I can compensate." At this moment, his brain was running rapidly. When he thought of all the people he had offended, after excluding them one by one, only Hong Yu was left. Is her, Zhanyang finally realized. At this moment, He truly understood why Hongyu acted so fearlessly when faced with his threats. It turned out that there was such a terrifying and powerful person hiding behind her. He is not willing to give in. Laugh. His eyes were completely filled with thunder. His consciousness was dissipating little by little in the endless pain, and his eyes gradually became blurry. At last, the struggle stopped completely. The man in black loosened his palm, and the thunder in Jianyang's eyes spread rapidly, completely controlling his entire consciousness. Jianyang stared blankly at the man in black in front of him. Go back to the sect and bring me the Xuantian mirror to the Shenyang sect. Tell me that Qi Yuan asked you to go there. Anyone who stops you will be killed. The man in black ordered. Jianyang replied blankly, yes. After answering, his spiritual energy surged and he rushed directly towards Xuantian's sword sect. Wait for Jianyang's figure to disappear. Yi Wuyun let out a breath, looked in the direction of Shenyang sect, and said with a curl of his lips, I don't know how long the boss will continue to play, but the ancestor of the ancient demon sect of Central Continent came to him several times. He wants to propose marriage on behalf of the witch from their sect, and we can't refuse on behalf of the boss. He touched his chin. I don't know if the boss likes it or not. It is said that the witch seems to have quite a talent. Forget it. Leave this matter to Sister Leng, I guess she won't agree. Yi Wuyun murmured to himself, and finally his body disappeared into the space little by little and disappeared. And in a mountain range not far from the edge of the northern wasteland, on a deserted road. Under the scorching sun, a young man in gray clothes with a huge black sword on his back reached out to lift the gray robe covering his head and raised his head slightly, revealing the handsome young face under the gray robe. The Shenyang mountain is right in front of us. The thing that Master mentioned is in the Shenyang sect. No matter what, I will get it, practice and grow, and avenge everyone in my Lin family. The young man's eyes were full of perseverance, and underneath that perseverance was also filled with endless hatred, but then he sighed. Before his death, my father once said that my mother's family was outside the northern wilderness, in a place called the Central Continent. My mother's family is also one of the top forces. They took my mother away 10 years ago, causing my family of 3 to be separated for 10 years. Father, you can rest assured in Tianjiling. After the child joins the Shenyang sect, he will stand out at the All Souls Festival in the deserted city and will definitely attract the attention of those people. When the time comes, people will naturally come to the door. I will definitely find my mother and bring her back. Oh. Buzz. The black sword behind the young man flashed for a moment, and then an illusory figure condensed behind him, and an ethereal voice also reached the young man's ears. This time is a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for that man's pursuit, we wouldn't have fallen into the relic space of a powerful god emperor, and you wouldn't have been able to obtain the lifelong inheritance of that god emperor. This illusory figure is an old man with white hair. He caressed his long beard, and looked at the young man with cloudy eyes with joy. My disciple himself is a genius in this world, and now he has inherited the inheritance of a god emperor and has made a breakthrough. Nirvana and promotion to the spirit master are just around the corner. Haha, a 19-year-old spirit master can be regarded as one of the top geniuses in the Central Continent where monsters gather. I am not bad luck this time. Master, the young man frowned, where in the world is Central Continent? The old man thought for a while and replied calmly, that is a place hundreds and thousands of times larger than the northern wilderness territory. In the northern spiritual realm, it is also called the Central Continent territory. It is the largest place in the entire northern spiritual realm. In the core realm, any one of those forces can crush the so-called 5 major sects in the northern wilderness region. To put it simply, it is the center of the entire northern spirit realm. Hear the words. The young man's eyes were filled with longing. If I trample all such top sects under my feet, I will be called the pinnacle of the world. By then, I will naturally be able to avenge my father, and I can also compete with my mother's family and bring my mother back. If you want to reach that point, you are still far away. At the very least, you have to be promoted to the God Emperor first. The old man shook his head and smiled. I have no doubt about your talent. I am just afraid of the mysterious person who takes action against your family. He will also come to cause trouble for you. The young man's eyes were cold and he said with hatred, I don't care who that person is or which force he comes from. When I grow up, I will kill him. I won't even let go of the forces behind him. Well, genius is not scary. What is scary is the genius who has enough time to grow up. What I am most worried about now is that he will not give you a chance to grow up. He might even be someone sent by your mother's family to kill him. Silence you. The young man's face darkened. The old man consoled him. So, the most important thing for you now is to improve your strength. First go to the Shenyan sect, complete the training of the pure yang body, and be promoted to the spirit master. Then you can find a way to contact that heavenly peak and use it to if you win the treasure. It will be your biggest opportunity to be promoted to the God Emperor in the future, and you must not miss it. The young man nodded heavily and looked up at the mountains, the countless huge peaks that towered into the sky. In his eyes, there was determination, longing, and deep hatred. By the way, I sensed several powerful auras in the sky above Shenyan sect not long ago. They should be strong men who do not belong to the northern wasteland. I don't know why they appeared here. After you join the sect, you'd better be careful. Keeping a low profile, I have a hunch that this period may not be peaceful. Master, don't worry. I still understand the truth that even if a tree is as beautiful as a tree, it will be destroyed by the wind. I'm not that stupid young man who is 17 or 18 years old. I know what should be done and what should not be done. The old man nodded happily. Then I'll be relieved as a teacher. Chapter 33 As long as he cares. First update. Elder brother, Master asked you to go to the main hall of Kaifeng to find her. A male disciple shouted softly outside the forest. The sound spread into the forest and was heard by Feng Qingling. She stopped the spirit pattern pen in her hand and looked up. The male disciple also saw Feng Qingling's petite figure. He frowned slightly, thinking that the sect master had said that this woman had an evil cultivator's constitution. Unless she practiced that kind of evil cultivation method, she would never be able to open her spiritual veins in her lifetime. Wouldn't such a person be harming the senior brother by staying with him? The senior brother is now the first person among the younger generation of his sect to advance to the Nirvana realm. The master must have high hopes for him. It must be this one. The little witch seduced the senior brother. Seeing Feng Qingling's clear, dark eyes looking towards him, he admitted that this witch was indeed very attractive, and could even be compared with the most beautiful junior sister Mu Qingyan in his heart. At this moment, for some reason, the male disciple felt an inexplicable desire for protection when he looked at Feng Qingling's delicate and soft appearance. He stared at Feng Qingling, his eyes slightly glazed over. It turns out that the witch was born so beautiful. Consciously losing his composure, the male disciple hurriedly coughed, pretending to be indifferent, looking at Feng Qingling, but his tone softened unknowingly. Isn't senior brother here? Why are you alone? Feng Qingling glanced at this senior brother, and then she shook her head slightly. The male disciple's face darkened. I'm talking to you, are you mute? Feng Qingling glanced at him doubtfully and said in a clear voice, I don't know you, why should I talk to you? The male disciple choked. He said in a strange way, my name is Fang Qi, and I am also a disciple of Kaifeng. You can call me senior brother Fang from now on. Feng Qingling thought for a while and shook her head calmly. I only have one senior brother, not you. Although she always had a weak temperament, her expression was always in a very calm state when facing others except Su Ming. The male disciple narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Feng Qingling's innocent and beautiful face with a hint of charm. He took 2 steps forward and walked into the forest. Let me ask you, what is your name? Feng Qingling ignored him, put away the spirit pattern pen and turned around to enter the house. Fang Qi gritted his teeth in his heart. I don't know why you appear next to the eldest brother, but the sect master said that you are not the right way, and the eldest brother is the one who will succeed the sect leader in the future. You can only stay with the eldest brother. It will be a disaster. The words fell. Feng Qingling paused in her steps, staring at the ground, biting her lips tightly, and squeezed the palm of the spirit pattern pen, unconsciously using a lot of strength, and the palm of her hand turned white. Fang Qi curled his lips from behind and said, you and senior brother are from 2 different worlds. If you are self-aware, I advise you to leave senior brother as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there is any bad influence on the sect in the future, we will not do anything about it. I'll let you go. Feng Qingling's cold attitude made Fang Qi feel a little angry and threatened her coldly. Even if he, Fang Qi, is not as good as his senior brother in Kaifeng, he is still an extremely outstanding presence among many disciples. Giving face to this little demon girl is considered a respectable one, but in the end, this little demon girl doesn't give him any face. The other side. Feng Qingling took a breath of cold air. At this moment, a scarlet murderous intention surged out of her delicate eyes. Between her eyebrows, an ancient mark filled with rich black energy appeared faintly. Snapped. The next second, a palm gently pressed on her shoulder. The gentle force in the hand was mixed with a gentle spiritual power, which flowed into her body, making her eyes clear again. Feng Qingling turned her head and saw Su Ming's face with a gentle smile. She suddenly felt aggrieved. She just wanted to stay by her senior brother's side. She had never thought of harming her senior brother. Why didn't she want to see those people? Except for Su Ming, no one in the entire sect was willing to treat her well, and now she wanted nothing more. As long as Su Ming cared and loved her, she would be satisfied. She didn't want to end up with her. What little you have has been taken away by others. Senior brother. Feng Qingling called him weakly. Su Ming smiled and said, "You have been practicing all morning. Are you hungry? These are some of the most delicious foods in Lingshan Hall. I went to buy them for you to see if you like them." He handed Feng Qingling the food box that still had a strong aroma in his hand, and couldn't help but touch her little head with one hand. For some reason, Su Ming found that this girl's head was particularly comfortable to touch, making people feel like they couldn't put it down. Feng Qingling looked straight at him, listening to his gentle voice and seeing the gentle smile full of concern on his face. Deep in her heart, this moment seemed to be filled with something. The whole world, it seems that only his shadow is left. Su Ming tapped her little head and said, "Why are you dazed? Go in and eat quickly. You have just started practicing. Physical nutrition is very important. You can't skip 3 meals a day. For cultivators, true fasting can only be achieved after returning to the Yuan realm. The need for food can be supplemented by the spiritual power in the body, but before returning to the Yuan state, food is still indispensable." Feng Qingling nodded obediently and entered the room obediently. Su Ming turned around and glanced at Fang Qi, who was standing not far away. He walked to a nearby stone platform and sat down. He stretched out his hand and touched a half-finished spiritual formation pattern on the stone platform. He spoke in a calm voice. "Outgoing. Junior brother Fang rarely comes to my place once. Why don't you come over and discuss this spiritual formation with me?" Fang Qi touched his nose in embarrassment. What did he know about spiritual formations? In his heart, he admired Su Ming, the senior brother, even more. The path to the spiritual formations was much more difficult than training. He was in the spiritual formations. He doesn't have any talent, and he can't even understand the most basic structure of the spiritual formation. "Elder brother, the master has summoned you." Fang Qi did not forget his purpose and said with his hands raised toward Su Ming. Su Ming smiled lightly. "It's okay, let her wait." Fang Qi. Sure enough, he is still a familiar senior brother, and he doesn't even look down on such a stunning beauty like his master. Fang Qi sighed inwardly and reminded softly, "Master told me that I have something important to tell senior brother." Su Ming gently picked it up with his fingers, and an obscure spiritual formation pattern condensed on the stone platform. Then he searched around and found a short wooden stick. He placed the stick on the stone platform, and it suddenly became extremely bright and dazzling. The light flickered. Fang Qi was completely stunned. He looked at the spiritual formation in front of Su Ming that exuded a violent aura, and felt only waves of horror in his heart. He had a feeling that if the spiritual formation was released towards him, he might be in the middle stage of the Guiyuan realm. Because, it will be wiped out in an instant. The key point is that the senior brother built such a terrifying spiritual array with only a short wooden stick. If this were revealed, how would those people who couldn't build a spiritual array with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures feel? Chapter 34 I'll be with you every day, second update. Fang Qi suddenly discovered that this senior brother was becoming more and more mysterious in his mind. They also had a spiritual formation master in Kaifeng who would usually go to Chunyuan Hall to teach. But compared to his senior brother, that spiritual formation master is not even the slightest bit worse. Fang Qi glanced at the house behind him, and Feng Qingling's face appeared in his mind. He couldn't let this witch harm his senior brother. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but remind him, senior brother. Big brother. However, the words were not spoken yet. A crisp shout came from behind Fang Qi. When he heard this extremely familiar voice, he was startled. When he turned around to look, the look in his eyes instantly became extremely complicated. Junior sister. Why did she come here? Doesn't she hate eldest brother the most? How could she take the initiative to come to eldest brother's residence to look for him? After Fang Qi came to his senses, he quickly said hello with a smile, little junior sister. The person who came was none other than the junior sister Mu Qingyan, who used to hate Su Ming very much. Today, she was wearing a simple and clean white gauze skirt with a lifelike Bixia phoenix embroidered on the skirt. She was standing there with her hands behind her back as if she was secretly holding something. Fang Qi's eyes suddenly looked straight. He knew that his junior sister was very beautiful, but he never thought that she would be so stunningly beautiful today. A lock of beautiful hair fluttering slightly, slender willow eyebrows, a pair of big black eyes with a sweet smile, a straight nose, slightly red cheeks, pretty lips, and that the jade-like snow-white skin looks as if it can be broken by a blow, so beautiful. Her little face is as crystal clear as jade, and her cheeks are rosy, which adds a bit of delicate beauty. She is no longer the cold and indifferent person she used to be that people were afraid to approach. Fang Qi couldn't believe it. At this moment, the little junior sister seemed to have returned to the lively and cute look she had when she first entered the sect. Little junior sister, he murmured again. However, Mu Qingyan didn't even look at him, let alone talk to him. She raised her eyes. In her bright and clear eyes, only the shadow of Su Ming was reflected in her pupils. There was a hint of smile on her delicate lips. Her sweet smile is as charming as a peach blossom fairy. Under the white gauze skirt, the slender waist outlined a perfect curve. She walked towards Su Ming step by step, with 3,000 blue silk slipping down her chest, and the hem of her skirt was fluttering in the wind. Finally, he walked up to Su Ming, bent slightly, came closer to him, looked at him with a smile, and whispered softly in a firm tone, "I have thought it through. No matter how many times you reject me, senior brother, I will approach you without hesitation." The alluring fragrance of the girl's body, accompanied by the catkins floating in the wind, entered Su Ming's heart little by little. He could clearly see the two sides of Mu Qingyan's cheeks and the slender and white jade neck behind her. At the same time as he said this, the whole body turned red, bright red and white, which was really beautiful. Su Ming was slightly startled. Then, with the expression on his face unchanged, he glanced at Mu Qingyan lightly and said calmly, "It's somewhat inappropriate for my junior sister to come to my place alone. I'd better come here as little as possible in the future. After all, we are not familiar with each other." Still in a cold tone, Mu Qingyan felt depressed, and she bit her lip lightly. "No matter what you say, I won't leave anyway. From now on, I will come every day and accompany you every day, whether it is cultivation or whatever you do. I just want to stay with you." Fang Qi on the side was stunned. He seriously doubted whether he was dazzled, why the roles of the junior sister and the senior brother were suddenly reversed. In the past, it was the senior brother who pestered and bullied the junior sister, and the junior sister had no time to hide from him. How could he be like a sheep now? "Huko, come to him personally." Mu Qingyan stared at Su Ming faintly. She took out the thing hidden behind her. It was a Gu spirit porridge. She had spent a long time cooking it for Su Ming herself. This was the first time she had cooked it for a person. "Man, get your hands dirty." Ignoring Su Ming's cold gaze, she put the porridge on the stone table, then cleared the place next to Su Ming, rolled up her skirt, sat next to him with her legs bent, and helped him clear the things around the stone table. After cleaning them all, I finally opened the porridge lid, and a rich aroma overflowed. "Brother, this porridge can warm and nourish the body. My mother taught me how to make it when I was at home. It was difficult to learn at that time. It took me a long time to learn it. My mother said that after learning, I should give myself the best people who care do." Su Ming shook his head lightly, interrupted her, and said deliberately, "Did you find the wrong person?" Mu Qingyan's palm froze while she was shaking the porridge. She didn't care how cold Su Ming's attitude towards her was. Then she poured a small bowl of porridge, blew it gently, and then handed it to Su Ming, looking at it expectantly. She looked at him and said softly, "Is it okay to just have a taste? Or, if you don't want to move, I can feed you." Su Ming glanced down and said, "I have no appetite." Mu Qingyan's little hands trembled slightly. She had long been prepared to be rejected, but the loss and discomfort in her heart were inevitable. "Then I'll put it here for you." "Unnecessary." Su Ming stood up calmly and glanced at Fang Qi, who was staring blankly at him across from him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "Junior brother Fang, didn't you say that master has something to do with me?" Fang Qi nodded blankly. "Yes, senior brother, master said she is waiting for you in the main hall of Kaifeng." Su Ming nodded. "Then let's leave now." He turned around and left without even looking at Mu Qingyan, causing the little girl's bright eyes to instantly dim. Looking at Su Ming's leaving figure, the corners of Mu Qingyan's eyes turned slightly red. She felt depressed and even wanted to cry. Does the senior brother hate her so much now? He didn't even want to spend more time with her. Willing. It wasn't until Su Ming's back completely disappeared from her eyes that Fang Qi in front turned around, looked at her with a smile, and said hello again. "Little junior sister, master has something to do with senior brother now, you should go back first." Mu Qingyan raised her head indifferently, her eyes staring at Fang Qi turned cold and indifferent for a moment. "I'm not going anywhere, I'm just waiting here for him to come back." "Fang Qi," he probed softly. "Elder brother, has he done something to you again?" Before he finished speaking, Fang Qi suddenly felt a chill coming from the bottom of his heart. Looking at Mu Qingyan's extremely cold eyes, although they were still beautiful, the look in them was a little too cold, which actually made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't help but tremble slightly, and hurriedly shut up and stopped talking. He even suspected that if he said one more word, the junior sister would attack him mercilessly. Chapter 35 Aunt Qin. Something is wrong with Bai Qingshan. First update. When Su Ming came to the main hall, several female disciples happened to come out of it. When they saw him, they hurriedly stepped aside to greet him. Su Ming glanced at a few people and didn't know how these junior sisters grew up. Each of them had a mature figure, and they didn't look like girls of 17 or 18 years old. Several female disciples were stared at by Su Ming. They felt that the senior brother's evil gaze was not like that of a gentleman. Their pretty faces turned slightly cold. The senior brother was indeed the senior brother and had not changed at all. "You used to bully junior sister Mu like that, do you still want to bully them now?" A few people seemed a little resistant and moved a little away from Su Ming. Su Ming touched his chin and smiled. "Don't worry, I don't eat people." How strange. Several people didn't believe him at all. Su Ming took a step forward with a smile, and the corners of his lips twitched slightly. "Junior sisters, I invite you to listen to music tonight. It is said that there are several first-class musicians coming from Kangcheng down the mountain. Let's listen to the music, have a drink and have a chat. How is life? Elder brother, we have to practice." Several people refused righteously. Su Ming curled his lips. "We can't all practice together. Besides, it won't work if yin is strong and yang is weak. You just need me to compliment you. Let's practice together. If you have a senior brother who loves you, we will definitely get twice the result with half the effort." A few innocent little girls could not understand the meaning of Su Ming's words. They just thought that this senior brother was going to pester them. After seeing the ceremony, they left in a panic. Su Ming shook his head and smiled. "Ding, the host's behavior matches the villain's setting. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 500 villain point reward. It's simple. Get 500 villain points." Su Ming sometimes wanted to be a good person, but the system didn't allow it. Moreover, he had been a good person for 5 lives in the past 5 lives, but he didn't end up well. He looked away and was about to step into the hall. "It's a good time to listen to the music, Fangwashuiyu. They don't want to accompany you. Sister, I have some time tonight." A delicate laughter came. Su Ming looked up. Qin Ru's round and mature body appeared in front of her. Wrapped in a long purple skirt, there was a pair of snow-white and slender legs. There was a purple bell hanging on her ankle. As she walked, the purple bell emitted crisp and sweet sound. She walked up to Su Ming, stretched out her hands to tuck her hair. Her watery eyes stared straight at Su Ming, her red lips slightly raised, how about it? Little brother, sister is going to listen to the music with you, you can also just promise my sister something. Su Ming smelled the mature and attractive feminine fragrance on her body, and glanced behind her, and sure enough he saw Bai Qingshan walking out with a cold face. Master. He smiled slightly. Qin Ru turned around and said, why are you in such a hurry to come out? You are afraid that I will eat him. Bai Qingshan said angrily. According to seniority, he has to call you aunt. Can you please behave yourself? What a sister and brother. Su Ming called out to save face, Aunt Qin. Qin Ru immediately rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, don't call me Aunt Qin, call me sister. As he said that, he looked back at Bai Qingshan and said, it's okay if you admit that you are an old woman, but don't take me with you. Sister, I'm still young. Su Ming silently estimated that at this time, Qin Ru's age should be around 29 years old, which is indeed not too old. Moreover, this kind of mature woman is the most flavorful and truly knows how to care for others. He shook his head and thought about where he was. Qin Ru was Bai Qingshan's best friend. If he attacked her for a villain mission and Bai Qingshan knew about it, she would probably be really angry at that time. Su Ming had no relatives since he was a child. Bai Qingshan brought him back from a mass grave and raised him. Therefore, it can be said that this master gave him a chance to survive. Even now, I still respect and appreciate her in my heart. In the past, he had to contradict Bai Qingshan because of the villain mission, but in his heart, he always regarded her as an elder, because if Bai Qingshan hadn't appeared, he would have died in a mass grave long ago, and there would be no 6 reincarnations. Bai Qingshan glanced at Su Ming and saw that this guy's eyes were always fixed on Qin Ru. She suddenly became angry and stretched out her hand to pinch his ears. What are you looking at? Su Ming. He hissed lightly, I didn't look. Do you think I'm blind? She is your Aunt Qin. Do you know that usually you just look at those little junior sisters? But now they are so unruly, do you still want to put her in solitary confinement? Look at how boring those little junior sisters are. Bai Qingshan blushed with anger. Shut up. Su Ming felt funny in his heart. Seeing the angry look on his beautiful master's face, he reached out to take her jade hand and patted the back of her hand gently. Master, don't be angry, the disciples will listen to you. Qin Ru joked at the side. Xiao Xuanxuan, look at how obedient your apprentice is and how he is not as arrogant as you said. I think he is quite good. He is handsome, gentle and polite. If you don't want him, why don't you just give it to me? Bai Qingshan turned back and glared at her. You have a beautiful idea. Qin Ru curled her lips and stared at Su Ming. Little brother, don't worry about it. Your master is getting older. There are always a few days every month when he gets angry easily. You are about to be 20 this year. Do you have someone you like? A girl. Su Ming gave her a strange look. Qin Ru raised her eyebrows and said, Sister, how about I introduce you to someone? Bai Qingshan grabbed Su Ming's arm and took him into the main hall. He gave Qin Ru a hard look and said, I told you, I will not agree to that matter. Qin Ru stared at her back and said angrily, You are just envious and jealous that my disciple is younger and more beautiful than you, and is more suitable for him than you. You, an old woman, have no self-awareness at all. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at Bai Qingshan, who was very close at hand. Master. Bai Qingshan's cheeks were slightly rosy, and she said angrily, Don't ask anything, you are a child, why do you know so much? Su Ming, child, he felt weird, he was not young at all now. Let me ask you, do you really like Mu Qingyan? Bai Qingshan looked at him with beautiful eyes. Su Ming shook his head, I don't like it. Then when you... He shrugged, it's just for fun. Now that I'm tired of playing, of course I have no interest anymore. Bai Qingshan's plump breasts rose and fell slightly. She stretched out her jade hand and twisted Su Ming's arm hard. Is this what I taught you since you were a child? As a man, you don't even have the most basic sense of responsibility. How could you do this after so many years? Teach a troublesome disciple like you. Su Ming was speechless. Just now I said he was a child. Master, something is wrong today. Also, is the girl who is following you today a disciple of Hongyu? It seems so. How did you end up with her? I'm teaching her how to practice. Bai Qingshan snorted coldly. Hongyu doesn't know how to teach herself. She still needs you to teach her. Do you know that she will harm you in the future? Su Ming smiled lightly. It doesn't matter. Bai Qingshan. Her face turned red with anger. This bastard had always been angry with her. Chapter 36 Yudian Palace, Yudian Dragon Rider. In the main hall, Bai Qingshan brought a white token to Su Ming. Qin Ru was reluctant from behind. I told you, just lend him to me for 2 months. It's not like he won't pay it back. Can't I give it back to you again in 2 months? No. Bai Qingshan glanced at her coldly and handed the token to Su Ming. Su Ming weighed the token in his hand. Is this the token of Master's family? Bai Qingshan nodded. The Bai family White Dragon Order. The person who holds the order can become the Bai family Dragon Riding Guard. If you don't want to practice in Shenyang sect, I can recommend you to join the Dragon Riding Guard. In this way, at least he can stay away from Mu Qingyan and Feng Qingling, and it can also make her feel at ease. Dragoon Guard. Su Ming shook his head and returned the token to her. It's boring. I don't want to go. Bai Qingshan gritted his teeth. You don't listen to Master. These are 2 different things. Su Ming supported his waist, walked to the side and sat down at Bai Qingshan's seat, and said with a leisurely expression, I've been too tired recently. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay in the sect, take some leisure time and take good care of yourself first. Bai Qingshan was silent for a moment. White Dragon Guard, that is an identity that many people would envy. It can be said that becoming a White Dragon Guard means a lifetime of glory and endless enjoyment of wealth and splendor. She also only had one recommended spot. She originally wanted to give the spot to Su Ming, but was rejected. And the reason for his refusal was that he was too tired. This apprentice has been messing around for such a long time. Bai Qingshan doesn't know what to say about him. He gave him such a precious place and wanted him to experience it, but he didn't cherish it. Qin Ru said with a seductive smile on the side, how about going to the Purple Ling sect with my sister? The junior sisters in the sect are very enthusiastic. You can relax when you are tired from practicing. Su Ming raised his head and looked at Qin Ru. Is he serious about relaxing? Bai Qingshan gave Qin Ru a hard look and said, he is not allowed to go anywhere in the past 2 months. Qin Ru rolled her eyes. Double standard girl, didn't you just say that you wanted him to join the White Dragon Guard? What's the matter with my Purple Ling sect for fun? You are just stingy, and you couldn't bear to borrow me for 2 months. You have been blind for so many years. Sisterly love. So what if you don't want to give up? How can I still let you harm my disciples? Am I causing harm to him? You're not happy to find him a well-behaved and obedient wife. You just don't want me to do well, and you just want to keep him for your own use. Now you have one disciple at a time, and you don't even know how to scream at night. How disgusting. Su Ming. Ahem. Sorry, I don't understand anything. Bai Qingshan's cheeks gradually became crimson, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she glared at Qin Ru. Normally, she would just talk about it in private, but now she said it in front of Su Ming, which made her, as a master, lose her face. Turning his head to look over, he saw Su Ming's strange eyes. Don't listen to her nonsense, she tried to argue. Su Ming nodded calmly. Master, don't worry, I'm still young and don't understand anything. Bai Qingshan. Qin Ru covered her mouth and chuckled, her branches trembling with laughter, and she did not forget to tease Su Ming. Brother Su, do you really not understand or do you pretend not to understand? If you really don't understand, sister can teach you. Your teacher I don't have much experience in this area, so I probably won't be able to teach you. Qin Ru, that's enough. What do you mean I have no experience, Ba? You are an old woman who has been single for 30 years. You have experience. If you dare to teach my disciples badly, let's see if I will let you go. Su Ming didn't expect that as we chatted, his painting style gradually became strange. He glanced at the Beilong Ling beside him, which was put down by Bai Qingshan, and reached out to take it. His hands were cold. The Bai family Dragon Riding Guard is the most famous army in the Northern Wilderness Territory, and it is also the real heritage of the Bai family. Not long after, the 3 major families in Wangcheng competed for dominance. When the Bai family Dragon Riding Guard appeared, they instantly shocked countless strong men. But according to the original plot development, shouldn't the master give the white dragon order to the male protagonist Lin Changfeng? This is also a key point for the male protagonist to pretend to be a slap in the face. Joined the dragon cavalry guards and was ridiculed by the Bai family everywhere. During the mission, he saved countless dragon knights from fire and water, and became the object of worship by those people. Finally, during the struggle for hegemony between the three major families in Wangcheng, he led the dragon knights to help the Bai family defeat the other two families, shocking the entire northern wasteland. Since then, his reputation has skyrocketed, and he has emerged at the All Souls Festival in Wangcheng. He single-handedly defeated all the young geniuses from the other four major families, and also competed with the elders of the four major sects. Then he killed several elders from other sects, completely helping the Shenyang sect stabilize its position as the leader of the five major sects, and became the most perfect white dragon prince in the eyes of countless young girls in the northern wasteland. In the first 5 lives, compared with the male protagonist Lin Changfeng, Su Ming, the senior brother, had long been forgotten by everyone and seemed ordinary, even though he almost risked his life when the Shenyang sect was in the most critical moment. To protect the sect, unfortunately, in the end, the crisis was resolved, and the male protagonist's name will always be covered by his. Holding the Beilong token gently in his palm, Su Ming raised his eyes and looked at Bai Qingshan. "Master, please put this token with me first." Bai Qingshan frowned. "Don't you want to go? Maybe I'll change my mind." He would definitely not go to the dragon riding guard, but he could let Lin Changfeng go on. This time he wanted to see how the male protagonist could show off in front of him. The protagonist is amazing. Hey, who said they villains can only be the stepping stones for the protagonists? Bai Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then nodded lightly. "This is a good training opportunity. If you go, you can also hone your temperament, which will be of great benefit to you in the future." Su Ming pursed his lips. "I know." After leaving the main hall, Su Ming's figure flashed, appearing on the top of a side peak. He put his hands behind his back, letting the wind roar around him, and looked forward calmly. Buzz! The space there was torn apart, and a huge space vortex formed, as if it was connected to another world. And in that dark and heart-stopping space vortex, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped it. The whirlpool surged, and countless light spots mixed with the low roar of dragon beasts resounded. Then, about thousands of giant dragons whose bodies were as silver, wrapped with violent thunder and with thunder wings on their backs, passed through the space vortex, floating there quietly. It was only at this time that I could really see clearly that on the backs of these thousands of dragon beasts, there was a knight in silver armor sitting. They were holding the god-killing dragon halberd. Although they were silent, they exuded the kind of killing energy from their bodies. The aura of cutting caused the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to be instantly dispersed. In front of all the knights in silver armor, there is a white-haired girl with dragon horns. The silver armor on her body outlines her exquisite and perfect curves. She stands on a snow dragon, holds a dragon halberd, and has a pair of snowflake eyes. Looking at Su Ming, his temperament was cold and pure, and his beautiful face made people unable to take their eyes away. The air was silent for a moment. The coldness in the white-haired girl's eyes quickly melted away, and she respectfully clasped her fists towards Su Ming. "Yu Tian Longqi, Leng Shi comes to see you. I am reporting to your majesty that the emperor of Tianwu dynasty has been captured. His subordinates killed Emperor Wu, captured Queen Tianwu alive, and imprisoned her in the imperial palace, waiting for your majesty's fate." Su Ming hasn't spoken yet. In mind, Ding, the host created his own power. Yutian Palace, slaughtered the Tianwu dynasty, imprisoned Queen Tianwu and her children, Wu Luo, the son of destiny in Xuanlong domain, and Wu Yao, the daughter of destiny. The resentment value towards the host is +99. Congratulations to the host for completing the villain mission. Your name as a villain will be known throughout the Black Dragon realm. You will be rewarded with 10,000 villain points and an epic sign in opportunity. Chapter 37 Yu Tianmo Zun, Dragon Girl Leng Shi. The Yutian Dragon Riders. This is a terrifying army that became famous in the Xuanlong domain a few months ago. Together with the Yutian Palace, it has become a taboo-like existence in the entire Xuanlong domain. As long as these 3 words are mentioned, all the forces in Xuanlong domain will only feel deep fear and trembling in their hearts. In 3 months, the 9 great sects of the Xuanlong domain were slaughtered and countless top geniuses were captured. Even the Tianwu dynasty, which had dominated the Xuanlong domain for hundreds of years, was attacked by the Yudian dragon cavalry. Fall. Emperor Wu was beheaded and the queen was captured. The entire Xuanlong domain was shaken, and everyone was in danger. Nowadays, the Yudian palace has dominated the Black Dragon territory, and no one under the Yudian dragon cavalry dares to have the slightest intention of resistance. The Black Dragon territory, like the Northern Wilderness territory, is a realm within the Northern Spirit Realm Nuo territory. However, the Black Dragon territory is located in the abyss of the Black Sea, only 1 sea away from the central continent. Whether it is resources or strength, I don't know how many times stronger than the Northern Wilderness territory. Those forces among them are naturally not comparable to the Northern Wilderness territory. At the same time as the rise of Yudian Temple, one name is also known by all the powerful people in the Black Dragon domain and even in the central continent, and that is the mysterious palace master who dominates the Yudian dragon rider, the Yudian demon lord. It is said that this mysterious palace master only appeared once in Xuanlong domain, and that time, the ancestor of the god emperor who protected the 9 divine sects was brutally killed. You must know that in this era where saints are not born, the god emperor is the most powerful existence, and even the god emperor can be killed. One can imagine how shocked the strong men in the Xuanlong domain must be at that time. The name Yudian Demon Lord has also penetrated deeply into everyone's hearts, making the entire Xuanlong domain powerhouse breathless. Now, the Tianwu dynasty has fallen, and the Xuanlong domain has been completely controlled by the Yudian palace. All the forces have chosen to submit, because they all know that if they do not submit, the only thing that will greet them in the end is death. While Yudian Temple is attacking various forces, it is also collecting the top geniuses among these forces. Some of the hidden families even take the initiative to send their talented disciples to Yudian Palace for self-protection. The overlord of the central continent, the ancient emperor clan, once sent the powerful god emperor to the mysterious dragon territory to inquire about it. However, after one night, the god emperor left the Black Dragon territory, and then the ancient emperor clan summoned the entire central continent. From then on, the mysterious dragon territory returned to the heaven. The palace is in charge. Just like when the Lingmen emerged in the central continent, the powerful god emperor of the ancient emperor clan also boarded the Lingmen. Not long after, he announced that the Lingmen would divide the territory and establish himself as the king. Even the ancient emperor clan chose to give in. It is conceivable what a terrifying background there must be behind such forces as Yudian Temple and Lingmen. The most bizarre thing is that one of these two forces has risen in the central continent and the other has dominated the Xuanlong territory. What they have in common is that point, that is, the rise time is almost the same. And, whether it is the master of Lingmen or the master of Yudian Palace, almost no one has seen their true faces. In the hearts of all strong men, these two people have become the biggest taboo because their methods are too excessive. Cruel and ruthless, they can be called two demons that no one dares to offend. In the sky, thunderclouds gathered. In the whirlpool of space, thousands of heavenly royal dragon riders were filled with murderous aura. The weakest auras on each of them were those in the early stage of the spiritual sovereign realm, and many of them had even reached the half-step of the God Emperor. If this group of dragon riders launches an attack, even the truly powerful God Emperor may have to avoid the edge temporarily. When Yutian Longqi appeared, Su Ming had already used means to isolate the space here, so the outside world could not detect them. Your Majesty, what should we do with Queen Tianwu and her children? Should they be executed? Leng Zai's figure appeared in front of Su Ming, looking at him with great respect. The characters summoned by the system are absolutely 100% loyal to the host. When Leng Shi summoned him, he was only half a step above the level of the God Emperor. Su Ming secretly used many spiritual objects from heaven and earth for her, as well as a large number of the top spiritual stone allowed her to be promoted to the God Emperor. Leng Shi was originally an ancient dragon guard. He had the purest dragon blood and was extremely powerful. Now he was summoned by Su Ming and advanced to the realm of the God Emperor. His cultivation was even more powerful than before. Su Ming stared at the pair of silver-white dragon horns on her forehead and subconsciously reached out to touch them. They were quite smooth and felt good to the touch. Lang Zai's expressionless pretty face suddenly turned red. Deep in her usually cold heart, her heart trembled slightly. Then she quickly lowered her head and lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Su Ming again. If it had been anyone else, she would have been stabbed by her sword long ago. Thank you for your hard work. Su Ming retracted his palm and patted her shoulder. When I killed the martial emperor, you also suffered a little injury inside your body. In the future, just guard the Yudian palace for me, and go back with peace of mind. Recuperate. I obey, Lang Shi replied, then quietly raised his head to look at Su Ming, and said with some hesitation, Your Majesty, won't you go back with your subordinates? Su Ming shook his head, I still have some things to deal with here. As for Queen Tianwu and her children, they will be imprisoned in the imperial palace for now, and I will deal with them after I return. As you command. Lang Shi clasped her fists, then thought of something, and said hurriedly, There is news from the queen of the ancient emperor clan. She wants to meet with your majesty. Ji Yu Qingwan. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, this woman is not a good person. She can take charge of the entire ancient emperor clan by herself. In her hands, I don't know how many people died. She wants to see me because she feels that Yudian Palace poses some threat to her status, so she wants Yudian Palace to bow down and surrender. Did your majesty see her? Now is not the time. Su Ming smiled calmly, in the future, there will be opportunities. There will indeed be a chance, but at that time, it is not certain who will be loyal to whom. With a wave of Su Ming's hand, the thunderclouds in the sky dispersed, and the space vortex also slowly dissipated. All the figures of the Imperial Dragon Riders turned into points of light and disappeared from the vortex. Lang Shi still stood in front of Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and glanced at her beautiful face, Why are you so indifferent to everyone? Lang Zai's cheeks turned red. She didn't. Go back first. Su Ming waved his hand, There is no threat in the northern wasteland, so there is no need to worry. As for the Tianwu dynasty, those in the imperial palace who have offended the Yudian palace will all be dealt with, the rest were sent to the sect and became servants. As you command. Lang Shi saluted respectfully, then turned and left. His body landed on the back of the huge snow dragon again, controlling the snow dragon and rushing into the space vortex above his head. Su Ming touched his chin. A strange idea suddenly came to his mind. In the past, he only knew girls with twin tails whose hair could be pulled and played with like reins, but he didn't know if there was anyone who could tame the dragon girl by grabbing the dragon's horns. You can try it yourself another day. The process may be a little exciting. Chapter 38 Fairy Cauldron, Tibetan Incense Oran, First Update. At the foot of Shenyang Mountain, Kangcheng, Zaiwafang, Zhangxiang Tower. The melodious music, with a slightly melancholy and moving melody, filled the ears of everyone in the restaurant. Second floor, corner. The young man in gray clothes took off the black long sword behind him and put it on the table. He raised his head and looked at the figure of a woman directly opposite who was holding a pipa and exuding a charming aura. At this moment, almost everyone in the restaurant was immersed in the moving music. Each one held a wine glass, but did not drink, but looked at the woman dreamingly. The music is mixed with special spiritual power. This kind of spiritual power can cause hallucinations and can also hypnotize people. It seems that there is something weird about that woman, the young man murmured to himself. This young man in gray is naturally Lin Changfeng, who escaped from the pursuit of the mysterious strong man. At this moment, he has arrived at Kangcheng at the foot of Shenyang Mountain. He wanted to join the sect quickly, but his master told him that in this incense tower, there may be a chance. When he came here, he discovered that the top star of Zhangxiang Tower, the woman who was called the Oran by the people here, was not as simple as he imagined. Most of the people here were ordinary people, and they could only survive by relying on the protection of the Shenyang sect. After coming down, they do business in the city and need to hand over a certain amount of spiritual stones to Shenyang sect every year. Naturally, there are many properties belonging to the Shenyang sect in the city, but Lin Changfeng heard that the Zhangxiang Tower in Zaiyunfeng was an exception. They never handed over spiritual stones to the Shenyang sect. The woman in front of her had a spiritual aura about her. Although it was very weak, Lin Changfeng could be sure that she was not an ordinary person. Sir, it's your first time to come to our place. This is the wine our boss gave you. Please use it with caution, sir. A charming woman came with a wine glass and poured wine for Lin Changfeng. Lin Changfeng thanked him softly. The woman stared at him with interest. Master, are you here alone? Lin Changfeng nodded. The enchanting woman smiled seductively. Many people are here for the first time. To be honest with you, sir, even the immortal brothers from Shenyan Mountain will come here secretly. Shenyan sect. The woman pointed to a position in the front and said with a smile, that is the immortal brother who came from Shenyan Mountain tonight. Monsters often come here to make trouble. No one can deal with those monsters. Only these immortal brothers, to protect us, so when they come to drink, we usually don't accept spiritual stones. Lin Changfeng followed her gaze and could only see the back of a cold man, who was drinking tea with his head bowed. Moreover, this man seemed to have an aura that even he could not see through. The point is, someone who comes to such a romantic place and drinks tea instead of drinking alcohol is really weird. Lin Changfeng shook his head and thanked the woman again. The woman glanced at him with a smile, then swayed her waist and left with the wine glass in hand to pour wine for the guests at other tables. Looking back, Lin Changfeng suddenly saw the woman's voluptuous body strangely appearing in his mind. He shook his head, raised the wine glass in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. Master, have you sensed something wrong? What kind of opportunity can there be in a place like this? An old echo came from his mind. My teacher will not be wrong. Pay attention to the old man in black robe in the left corner. Beside him is a little beggar with a dirty face. Lin Changfeng turned around and looked. Sure enough, as the master said, there was an old man in black robe sitting there, and next to the old man in black robe was a little beggar who was 15 or 16 years old. He nodded slightly. That's right, that old man at least has the cultivation level of the peak of Nirvana realm. The little beggar next to him has no spiritual veins, but he is born with a fairy constitution, which is the top furnace that all cultivators like most. Constitution. If my teacher's guess is correct, she must have been kidnapped. If you rescue her and bring her to Shenyan sect, once she is trained, she will be of great benefit to you in the future. Lin Changfeng said in surprise, Fairy Spirit Constitution. Yes, have you forgotten that there is a forbidden technique in the inheritance of the God Emperor, which is to collect 10 special physiques in this world, and finally sacrifice these 10 physiques when you are promoted to the God Emperor. Able to acquire unparalleled powerful cultivation, even surpass the God Emperor, reach the pinnacle, and avenge your Lin family. When it came to revenge, Lin Changfeng was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded slowly, but I am still a little worried. I am only in the late stage of Nirvana. If that old man is really at the peak of Nirvana, he may not be easy to deal with. Don't worry, I'm here to teach you everything. Give me control of your body when the time comes. Even if the spiritual master comes, he can't do anything to us. After hearing this, Lin Changfeng finally felt relieved. He raised his eyes again and looked towards the corner on the left. This time the old man in black robe also spotted him. The latter drank the wine in his hand and glanced towards this side with a ferocious expression on his face. Lin Changfeng looked away without leaving any trace. The old man in black robe grinned. He reached out and took off the robe above his head, revealing an ugly face covered with ferocious scars. These scars had already formed scars, adding an even more terrifying flavor to his already terrifying face. Snapped. He filled another wine glass with wine and slammed it on the table. The wine poured out and wet his robe. The little beggar next to him looked panicked. She looked at the wine glass in front of her. She shook her head hurriedly and said weakly, I cannot drink. Snapped. A slap hit her face hard. There was a blood-red slap mark on the young face with some dirt in it. The little beggar covered his face in pain, his petite body trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of tears. Damn it, don't spoil my fun, I'll beat you to death if you don't drink. The old man stared at her fiercely. Drink it for me, don't leave a drop. The little beggar's eyes were moist. She reached out with trembling hands and grabbed the wine glass in front of her. The pungent smell of the wine made her eyes red. Under the fierce and teasing gaze of the old man, she took a sip. Ahem. Suddenly, her eyes were so stimulated that more tears flowed out, and her throat became burning. She hurriedly put down the wine glass, turned her head and coughed. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed and poured another glass of wine. I didn't expect that you are such a little chicken. You can't even drink wine. From now on, Grandpa will teach you how to drink. Not only will he teach you how to drink, but he will also teach you how to drink other things, haha. He smiled wildly. At this time, the music in front of him had stopped. Many people noticed him and looked curiously at the little beggar next to him. Lin Changfeng held the sword in his hand and glanced at the black-robed old man quietly with his cold eyes. Master, do it. There was silence in my mind for a moment. Immediately, a voice came. Don't worry, now is not the time. At the same time, sitting on the most conspicuous seat in the front, a cool man in white clothes gently tapped the edge of the purple wood table next to him with his fingers. His dark eyes stared at the Oran in front of him without any scruples. The woman held the pipa in her hand. Under the blank gazes of everyone in the restaurant, she stood up softly and walked to sit next to the man in white. The next second, everyone in the restaurant suddenly widened their eyes. I saw that the Oran goddess, whom no one could blaspheme in their hearts, meekly poured a glass of wine for the man in white, then raised the glass with her jade hand and fed it to his mouth herself. Chapter 39 Charming Woman, Second Update. Even Lin Changfeng's eyes were attracted to the man in white. With his calm personality, he naturally inquired about the situation here before entering the Zhangxiang Tower. The Oran of Zhangxiang Tower, named Tang Qingyan, is a charming woman. She is proficient in music. With one song, the entire Kangcheng and even the surrounding sect disciples are intoxicated. Moreover, this woman has stunning looks and peerless beauty. She has fascinated many men here. The most important thing is that she is not from Kangcheng. No one knows where she comes from, but on weekdays, she treats any man like they all pretended to be an Oran, but no one here could win her down. Until now, countless wealthy young men had offered thousands of dollars, but none of them could win her favor. With such a beauty, it is natural that some cultivators would fall in love with her. Unfortunately, Lin Changfeng heard that all those who wanted to use force to force her would disappear mysteriously in the Shangshang Tower, and even their bodies could not be found. Such strange things also frightened countless practitioners who had evil intentions towards her. From then on, these people came to Zhangxiang Pavilion just to listen to the music. On the surface, they did not dare to have any evil thoughts towards Tang Qingyan. However, such a woman now took the initiative to sit next to the man in white, and changed her cold and glamorous look before, meekly pouring the man wine. Lin Changfeng was startled for a moment. Even with his temperament, when he saw Tang Qingyan's heavenly appearance, her exquisite side face, and her charming temperament, all the thoughts in his mind came to mind. Some fiery pictures emerged unconsciously. Unknowingly, his eyes were looking at Tang Qingyan's alluring skin as white as gelatin. Her hands were really like catkins, her skin was like gelatin, her eyebrows were furrowed, and she was so beautiful. He couldn't help but admire in his heart. With such a beautiful woman by his side, no man could resist the temptation. If he got this woman in his arms, he would probably shorten his life by several decades. Be careful, this girl is too charming and can easily affect your mind, an old voice reminded Lin Changfeng. Lin Changfeng nodded. Although he was a little wary in his heart, no matter what, he was just a young man in full bloom now. Seeing such a beautiful woman with skin and beautiful face, he said in his heart that it was impossible not to have any ideas. However, he could still restrain himself. Now, Lin Changfeng is also very interested in the identity of the man in white. It is not an easy man to make a woman like Tang Qingyan willing to pour wine for him. Master, what would happen if I asked that Oran to pour me a glass of wine? Lin Changfeng said with a smile. Although it was a joke, as a man, he said in his heart that it was impossible not to have any ideas. At least, there would be some jealousy and comparison. Don't cause trouble for me. That man in white is not a simple man. Even my master can't see through his cultivation. If it's not that there is some treasure on his body that blocks his aura, his strength is still above that of my master. Lin Changfeng took a sip of wine, shook his head and said with a smile, how is this possible? He looks about the same age as me. How can he be stronger than the master? There must be a treasure on him that blocks the aura. That also shows that his background is not simple. It's better not to offend him for the time being. At the very least, you have to feel at ease and be promoted to the spirit master first. Lin Changfang nodded slightly. I know. His eyes flickered slightly, but his dark eyes were still staring at the back of the man in white and Tang Qingyan. The other side, the beauty was beside her, and the wine glass had been put down by her. She raised her delicate hand slightly and gently wiped away the drop of wine stain next to Su Ming's lips. Then, she gently raised her eyes and looked at his young and charming face with starry eyes. Twinkle, exhaled softly. Why do you have time to accompany me today? She exuded an alluring fragrance. The fragrance hit her, and the charm was sultry, but Su Ming smiled calmly and said, I'm not here to accompany you. Tang Qingyan's clear eyes were looking forward to it, and she glanced at him resentfully. It's been a long time since you came, and you said such hurtful words as soon as you came, you irresponsible stinky man. Su Ming leaned back comfortably on the soft chair, raised the wine glass and shook it gently in his hand, then looked at her with his eyes, and smiled, a little more beautiful than last time. Tang Qingyan, with rosy cheeks, came closer to him, stretched out her jade hand and gently squeezed his thigh. I won't fall for your fancy words. Su Ming put down the wine glass and stroked her soft black hair. To be honest with you, you don't believe it. Then you stay with me tonight, and I will believe you. Accompany. Su Ming shook his head. Not today. Tang Qingyan used her small hands to hit him hard. Bad guy. Su Ming smiled and said, I will have worse times, but when the time comes, don't cry out that it hurts. Tang Qingyan reacted, her cheeks flushed, and she glared at him angrily. Don't say anything. Su Ming nodded. I won't say it, I just do it. Tang Qingyan's face was full of shyness, and her pretty face was so red that it was almost bleeding. This guy really dared to say anything and was as bad as before. The two of them were whispering intimately and flirting as if no one else was around. But when this scene fell into the eyes of those at the back of the restaurant, their eyes widened. The originally subtle noise in the restaurant also quietly quieted down. The young man gritted his teeth and stared at Su Ming's back. None of them knew that although Tang Qingyan was usually the Oran of Zhangxiang Tower, she had a mysterious identity. Although she was unparalleled in beauty, in the eyes of everyone, she was as proud as a phoenix and could not be tamed. However, now, they actually saw with their own eyes, this proud phoenix took the initiative to get along so intimately with a man. This immediately shocked everyone here, and uncontrollable jealousy surged out of their hearts. Who is this guy, and why can Tang Qingyan favor him? His gazes were as if he wanted to kill someone, including the old man in black robe in the left corner. His eyes were attracted when he saw Tang Qingyan for the first time. He was passing through Kangcheng and came to Zhangxiang Tower for the first time. After seeing Tang Qingyan, he felt so much in his heart. The stock is so hot that it is even harder to suppress. Originally, he wanted to wait for this woman to finish playing the music, then invite him to sit on his lap and drink 2 glasses of wine with him. Who knows, she was overtaken by a fair-faced boy. The boy looked extremely weak, and his cultivation level was even worse. He was so pitifully low, he was probably just an ignorant rich man who came out to have fun. He could kill a lot of these pretty boys with one slap. The old man grinned, and under the terrified eyes of the little beggar beside him, he called over the enchanting woman who was pouring wine for other guests. The woman gave him more wine. The old man pointed at Tang Qingyan, smiled evilly at the enchanting woman and said, Go over, call that woman over, and pour me some wine. Hear the words. The enchanting woman was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes were full of weirdness. Chapter 40 Tiankui, Murderous Intent. What? You can't understand what I'm saying. When the woman in front of him made no move, a flash of anger flashed across the eyes of the old man in black robes. He stared at her voluptuous body and said with an angry smile, Not only call her over, but you also come and have a drink with me. The woman pointed at herself, and then said with a weird smile, It's okay for me to have a drink with you, but I don't dare to call that woman. How about you go and call her yourself? Her beautiful eyes teased. This old guy really doesn't know how to live or die. I don't know how many people have died at the hands of Sister Tang. I really thought that the name of Tiankui demon was blown out. Their intelligence network of Tiankui demon sect almost controls the entire information about all the powerful people in the northern spirit realm. A guy like this who is not good enough can be crushed to death with one finger. That is to say, the northern wilderness territory is too small. Outside the northern wilderness territory, the evil reputation of the Tiankui female demon has made many strong people fearful. The old man narrowed his eyes. The aura belonging to the peak of Nirvana realm suddenly surged out from his body. His eyes swept over the woman in front of him, staring straight at the beautiful figure in front of him. He grinned. When everyone looked at him in surprise, he sneered at Tang Qingyan and said, "Speak directly, how many spirit stones do you want? I'll take care of you tonight." For a moment, the whole restaurant fell silent. Lin Changfeng from behind was also full of surprise. He never expected that this old man in black robe would say such a thing blatantly in front of everyone in the restaurant. Then he shook his head secretly, glanced at the little beggar next to the old man, and his eyes became alert, ready to take action at any time to save the person. Immediately, there was an uproar in the restaurant, and many eyes were cast on Tang Qingyan in front of her, as well as the man in white who was drinking leisurely beside her. Most of the people here know that Tang Qingyan, a woman, is full of a charming and cold temperament that is difficult for any man to tame. Although men like them are more and more attracted to her the more they cannot succeed, but for this kind of woman, all people only dare to think about it in their hearts. If they were to speak out openly like the old man in black robe, no one present would dare. The most important thing is that for such a woman, the man in white can actually make her pour her wine so meekly and talk to him tenderly and affectionately. Although most of them here are ordinary people, they are not fool. After a little guessing, they knew that the identity of the man in white was definitely not simple. Even if he was not a rich young master from a top family, he was definitely a disciple of a top sect. Even though the violent aura of the old man in black robe shocked many of them here, they now want to know more whether the man in white will let Tang Qingyan out. To be honest, no one would be willing to give up such a woman to others. Well, let's see who has more means. In a place like Kangcheng, there are not many Nirvana realm strong men. It can be said that there are almost none. Every time the demon tide breaks out in Nirvana realm, strong men are needed to guard the city. It is the elders of the Shenyan sect who come. In Kangcheng itself, there is no Nirvana strongman sitting in charge. Therefore, when the black-robed old man's aura belonging to the peak of Nirvana burst out, many people were naturally shocked. However, although others in the restaurant were shocked by the strength of the black-robed old man. But in the seat at the front, Su Ming put down the wine glass in his hand and didn't even bother to pay attention to the old man in black robe behind him. He just tilted his head slightly, his eyes met Tang Qingyan's affectionate gaze, and he said softly, "Your injuries are almost healed. Tonight after that, let's leave Beiwang." Tang Qingyan stared at him softly. After hearing his words, she stretched out her little hand, pulled one of his hands over, played with it, and then said aggrievedly, "You drove me away again, I'm healed. Can't I stay here with you? Are you looking for another woman behind my back? You're afraid of being discovered by me, so you want to drive me away." It must be said that women have a very strong sixth sense. Su Ming calmed down and shook his head calmly. "No. Really." Tang Qingyan didn't believe him, so she moved her nose close to his neck and sniffed him lightly. In addition to her scent, Su Ming also had another faint feminine fragrance. She knew very well that it was not her scent. Liar. Tang Qingyan glared at him fiercely. Su Ming reached out and rubbed her head. "I'm currently teaching a junior sister how to practice. Don't think blindly." Tang Qingyan said loudly, "You are so good to your junior sister, why don't you know how to spend more time with me?" Su Ming smiled slightly and asked, "Why didn't I know you were so clingy before? Then you know now that you provoked me first. I will stick to you for the rest of my life and I will never be able to get rid of you." Tang Qingyan grabbed his arm, wrapped it around him, and stared at him seriously with charming eyes. She's not kidding. She used to be cold, ruthless, and murderous. She was originally a terrifying female devil. But after meeting Su Ming, she didn't care about fighting for world supremacy or sectarian disputes. She only wanted him, and she only cared about him in her heart. One person. Su Ming thought for a while, turned his head and kissed her hair gently, and then said softly, "I will stay with you forever." "Then why don't you drive me away?" "I'm not driving you away. You should have received information about the Xuanlong domain. Tiankui sect needs to take over the intelligence agency of the Imperial Palace and integrate all the forces. You also need to investigate the reality of the ancient Imperial clan, otherwise, if the forces in the central continent take action against us, we will be passive by then." Tang Qingyan frowned slightly. Looking up at Su Ming's chiseled face, she nodded gently, "But I can't let you go. She has such a temperament, she is a strong and domineering female devil in front of outsiders. Only with Su Ming can she truly show the gentlest side of a little woman in her heart, and she will also feel aggrieved and sad because of being separated from him." Su Ming was amused. "It's not like we won't meet again." "Dare you laugh?" "I'm not smiling." Snort. The two talked softly. The people behind them didn't know what they said, but getting along so intimately was tantamount to telling others that their relationship was unusual, and it was even possible that it was the most intimate relationship between men and women. Many people were jealous with jealousy, and then secretly took a look at the old man in black robe who was left hanging behind him. When they saw the terrifying murderous intent bursting out of the old man's eyes, their hearts trembled. Is this old man going to take action? Really? At the same time that this idea came to their minds, the old man in black robe suddenly squeezed his palm and smashed the table in front of him with a fierce palm. Then he stood up suddenly, with murderous intent on his body, and sneered, "You bastard, you don't take me seriously, do you? I've seen a lot of wealthy young men like you, and many of them died at my hands. Today, you are not missing." The words fell. Like an afterimage, he appeared strangely behind Su Ming and the two of them. His rough palms covered with calluses grabbed directly at Tang Qingyan's delicate, snow-white shoulders. Killing was a common occurrence for him, but when he killed Su Ming, he didn't want to accidentally hurt a beauty. Such beauties are rarely seen. It's not easy to meet one, so he has to play with it first. Chapter 41 The person whose fate is in jeopardy, Ning Xiaoxiao. The old man's strikes were as fast as lightning. People around them widened their eyes, and Lin Changfeng frowned slightly. Seeing that Su Ming and Tang Qingyan had no intention of taking action, and the old man's palm was about to grab Tang Qingyan's shoulder, he suddenly tightened his grip on the long table on the table. Sword. The next second, the spiritual power surged under his feet, and he was ready to save the little beggar huddled in the corner. Buzz. However, something unexpected happened suddenly. Lin Changfeng seemed to sense it and hurriedly looked up, only to see the old man in black robe. At some point, his palms had stiffened in midair, and his body was trembling slightly. A pair of cloudy eyes were full of intense emotions. Full of fear and shock, the whole person just stood there, motionless. What happened? Everyone was stunned for a moment, but their eyes couldn't help but glance secretly at the man in white in front of them. Half a second later, the old man in black robe lowered his head blankly, looking at the hideous scars crisscrossing his body. He couldn't believe it. That charming woman just lightly plucked the strings of the pipa, and then a burst of spiritual power filled with the breath of death. Sound wave. Did he become like this? The spiritual veins in his body were cut into almost countless segments, and all his spiritual power was reduced to nothing in an instant. Boom. His legs crashed to his knees, the blood under his body stained the ground red, and large drops of cold sweat broke out on his hideous face. Wow! The entire restaurant instantly burst into a huge uproar. The old man in black robe is at the peak of Nirvana realm. They haven't even seen the man in white take action, and the old guy has already been defeated. Lin Changfeng also choked for breath. Others did not see clearly, but with the blessing of special eye skills, he could vaguely see that the person who took action was not the man in white, but the charming woman next to him. She used extremely powerful. The terrifying sonic spiritual power destroyed all the spiritual veins in the black-robed old man's body in just a moment. At this moment, Lin Changfeng was deeply shocked. He stared at Tang Qingyan's exquisite and perfect profile. He had already guessed that this woman was definitely not simple, but he never expected that she would be so terrifying. What an amazing woman! Lin Changfeng sighed inwardly, and something strange flashed across his eyes when he looked at Tang Qingyan. In this world, someone who can use sonic spiritual power to be so proficient, it seems that that woman, even if she is not a disciple of Shengyuan, must be inextricably related to Shengyuan or Tiankui's sect, the old voice said to Lin Changfeng rang in my mind. Lin Changfeng frowned. Holy Abyss. Tiankui sect. Master, is this a force outside the northern wasteland? He is just a young man from a low-level city in the northern wilderness territory. He has no chance to contact many things outside the northern wilderness territory. He only knows that outside the northern wilderness territory, there is an even larger northern spirit realm, and the entire northern wilderness territory is even bigger. The northern spirit realm is divided into countless realms, and their northern wilderness realm is just the weakest among them. Only in the other realms do more terrifying sects and forces exist. Now, just hearing the word Shengyuan gave him a strong sense of oppression, which made the usually calm master's tone become so heavy. This shows that these two forces are definitely not simple. The old voice pondered for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "Don't ask so many questions for the time being. You have never even stepped into the Spirit Master. The Holy Abyss and Tiankui sect are not forces that you can contact now. In the future, the teacher will naturally tell you." Lin Changfeng took a deep breath and nodded slowly. "Take that little beggar away first. Don't stay in this place of right and wrong." Clear. Lin Changfeng knew what his master meant, which was to let him get up first and develop steadily. After all, many geniuses died halfway. He picked up the long sword and covered his face with his gray robe. His body quietly flashed and appeared in the corner on the left. While everyone's attention was focused on the old man in black robe, he stared at the man huddled in the corner. The little beggar's eyes fell on her slightly red and swollen face, then he stretched out a hand towards her and said calmly, "If you believe me, then follow me and I will take you out of here." This little beggar is a little girl of about 15 years old. Her hair is tied up with a rag band and rolled up on her head. She has a pair of big clear eyes. She looks at Lin Changfeng weakly. Although her little face looks dirty, yes, but the facial features are extremely delicate, giving people a sense of elegance. Lin Changfeng couldn't help but think that if this little girl washed her face clean, she would probably be a little beauty. This time, she didn't lose anything, she even made a profit. The little girl stared at him, and he stared at others. The two looked at each other like this for a few seconds. Lin Changfeng was very patient. Under the gray robe, his face that only the little girl could see also looked very gentle. He was just afraid of scaring others. "Trust me, come with me." Lin Changfeng smiled gently, trying his best to act like the big brother next door. Maybe it was his smile that did the trick. The little girl relaxed her guard against him a little, but she didn't completely trust him. After thinking about it, she turned her gaze to the old man in black robe in front of her. In his weak eyes, a trace of blood that no one could detect quietly flickered. After a moment, she plucked up the courage and murmured in a low voice, "You help me kill that person, and I will go with you. Otherwise, I won't go anywhere." Lin Changfeng. A little girl who kills people at every turn. He touched his nose and coughed lightly. "Don't worry, that old guy won't live long. If you come with me, no one will bully you in the future." The little girl stared at him seriously. The next second, she seemed to sense something, and she looked forward blankly, and saw that the man in white who had been sitting on the seat just now had stood up casually, and then he turned around, with a long body and elegant temperament. When Chu Chen came out, his handsome face was even calmer. Then he gently raised the wine glass, tilted the mouth of the glass, and poured all the remaining wine into the hideous wounds of the old man in black robes. Hiss! The old man in black robes suddenly roared in pain, his eyes darkened, and he almost fell to the ground. In the end, his body trembled, and his legs kneeling on the ground began to tremble uncontrollably. It hurt, like the flesh on the body was being torn off alive. Countless people swallowed deeply. Ning Xiaoxiao was also stunned for a moment, and then her moist eyes stared blankly at the man in white. Lin Changfeng frowned, and his voice became louder unconsciously. "This is not a good place, nor is it suitable for you to stay. Come with me, and I will find a place for you again, and I can also teach you how to practice." As he said that, he grabbed Ning Xiaoxiao with his palm. Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes were frightened, and her petite body hurriedly stepped back a little, not to be touched by him. Lin Changfeng's face darkened. Why didn't this girl believe him? Did she look like a bad person? Do you have to force him to use strong methods? He didn't know. Behind, Su Ming slowly raised his head, a pair of dark and deep eyes looking at them casually. Immediately, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and a sharp dagger was inserted diagonally behind the black-robed old man. Su Ming's indifferent voice also sounded in Ning Xiaoxiao's ears. Do you want to use this knife to dig out his heart? Chapter 42. The male protagonist jealousy. There seemed to be some kind of bewitchment in Su Ming's voice. Ning Xiaoxiao was unconsciously seduced by the bewitchment in his voice, and murderous intent surged in her eyes. She lowered her head slowly, thinking of the scene in which her grandfather, who had always been dependent on her, was brutally murdered by the old man in black robe opposite. Her eyes instantly turned red, and even her breathing became rapid. Her chest kept rising and falling. Lin Changfeng was a little unhappy in his heart. He looked at Su Ming, but his eyes glanced at Tang Qingyan beside Su Ming without leaving any trace. His eyes took in her plump and delicate body, and finally he looked back lightly and turned towards Ning Xiaoxiao said. At your age, you must not stray into evil ways. Even if the old man did something wrong, he has been punished. You should not just pretend to be filled with hatred in your heart. Come with me. In the future, I can teach you how to practice, and I can also teach you the way you conduct yourself. The best immortal spirit cauldron physique. If he wants to be promoted to the God Emperor quickly in the future, he will have to collect 10 of these special physiques to sacrifice. Ning Xiaoxiao will definitely take them away. This special physique can cost 100,000 yuan. There may not even be one among them, so how can they let it go so easily? Hear what Lin Changfeng said. Everyone in the restaurant fell silent. Everyone looked at the little girl in the corner who lowered her head and said nothing. Behind her, a rich man in rich clothes held a folding fan and fanned it gently, staring at her. The little girl in the corner sighed to her friends around her. Don't tell others to be kind if they haven't suffered. This little girl, I noticed her just now. She is very pitiful. She probably doesn't have any relatives alive. If she doesn't dare to pick up a knife to resist, I'm afraid she will have to live under the protection of others forever. And if the person who protects her has evil intentions, then she can only be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Sensing the strange looks from the friends around him, the rich man waved his hand hurriedly. Don't misunderstand me, don't misunderstand me. It's purely based on my feelings. Just take it as a joke and just listen to it. These words reached Lin Changfeng's ears, making his face darken slightly. But this time, inside the corner, Ning Xiaoxiao's body, which had been huddled in the corner, slowly got up from the ground. She raised her little head, looking straight at the dagger stuck on the ground with her quiet eyes, and then glanced at Lin Changfeng. I'll do it myself. She gritted her teeth and her eyes were filled with scarlet murderous intent. Growing up, her grandfather, who loved her the most, was brutally murdered by the man in front of her. She would never forget it in her heart. Her grandfather was lying in the dripping blood with a kind face. The way he looked at her lovingly. Even at the last moment of his life, she was still the most reluctant to leave in my grandfather's heart. How could she not miss her grandpa in her heart? Damn this man. She rushed over and pulled up the dagger on the ground with her young hands. She could not suppress the raging murderous intention in her heart. Then she held the dagger in her right hand and tucked the scattered hair on her forehead behind her ear with her left hand. Step by step, he walked to the old man in black robe and looked at him condescendingly. This moment, her petite and exquisite body looked like a cold and bloodthirsty demon in the eyes of the black-robed old man, with nothing but murderous intent in his eyes. Poof! The old man was so frightened by the cold murderous intent in Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he glared at her angrily and roared, "If you dare to kill me, I will slap you to death." Ning Xiaoxiao glanced at him coldly, then raised her head slightly and looked at the man in white in front of her. Her eyes came into contact with him for a moment, but she was attracted by the depth and mystery in his eyes. She held her hand. The arm holding the dagger trembled slightly. Tang Qingyan took the empty wine glass from Su Ming's hand and placed it on the jade plate held by the enchanting woman behind him. Then, she looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, I'm afraid this little girl has never killed anyone before. Bar. The first time you kill someone, you will always be a little nervous. She was the same before. During the family test, when she killed someone for the first time, she might have been more nervous and scared than Ning Xiaoxiao is now. After all, she was only 6 years old at that time. After she got used to it, she didn't feel anything. It wasn't until she met Su Ming, and the man said that he didn't like the way she killed people, that he restrained himself a lot. If not, I'm afraid that many people would die in this Shangshang Tower in one day. Su Ming's eyes were full of interest. He glanced at Lin Changfeng, who was staring at Ning Xiaoxiao from behind. Then he took a step forward and asked Ning Xiaoxiao softly, "Have you never killed anyone before?" Ning Xiaoxiao looked at him blankly, her eyes a little dull. She had never seen such a good-looking man since she was a child. Then she realized what he was doing and nodded hurriedly. Su Ming took her right hand and adjusted the way she was holding the dagger. He then held her small hand with his palm and pointed the tip of the dagger at the heart of the old man in black robe. He smiled and said, "From this place, lightly with just one stroke, he will no longer be able to resist." Ning Xiaoxiao breathed in the pleasant masculine scent on his body and felt the warm touch when his palm held her little hand. Suddenly, in the depths of her young heart, there seemed to be something unknown, being touched hard. "Don't be nervous," Su Ming said gently beside her. Lin Changfeng on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his hand and blasted out a burst of spiritual power, knocking the dagger out of Ning Xiaoxiao's hand. Then he said to Su Ming in a bad tone, "Your Excellency, are you doing this? Thinking about the impact it will have on her future life, let's not say whether there is anyone behind this old man who will come to seek revenge on her. Even if he teaches her to kill people like this, it will only lead to her becoming an evil cultivator." He said it righteously. In fact, he didn't want to stand out in his heart, but he was naturally unwilling to give up Ning Xiaoxiao's top-notch fairy furnace physique. In addition, facing Tang Qingyan next to Su Ming, Lin Chongfeng may even have an inexplicable comparison mentality in his heart. Everyone likes excellent and beautiful women, especially a charming beauty like Tang Qingyan. No one can see such a woman being held in the arms of a man other than herself, so it is normal to be jealous and want to show off in front of her. It's normal. Su Ming had long noticed that something was wrong with Lin Changfeng's gaze. He sneered in his heart. This sinister male protagonist was wary, but he was just a hot-blooded young man. It was normal to like beauty. In his previous 5 lives, he had no system and no Goldfinger. In every life, was suppressed by Lin Changfeng because of his status as a villain. All the female protagonists will only have a good impression of Lin Changfeng. This time, he wants to see if the evil male protagonist can win over him. So what if he has the protection of a strong man from the God realm? After depriving him of his destiny and luck and taking over the Northern Spirit realm, he will even want the God realm. Chapter 43 Her Master. The dagger was knocked away, and Ning Xiaoxiao frowned and looked at Lin Changfeng. The old man kneeling on the ground seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He raised his head with difficulty, looked at Lin Changfeng with a pair of cloudy eyes with great hope, and shouted happily. "Save me. If you save me, I will give you all my wealth and all my spiritual stones. I just ask you to save my life." His heart was full of fear of death. Now he already knew how terrifying Su Ming and Tang Qingyan were in front of him. Although he was living a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife, he didn't want to die yet. The roaring sound attracted people in the restaurant to look sideways. Tisk, tisk, I can't imagine that a strong man at the peak of the Nirvana realm, who is usually such an unattainable existence, is now begging for mercy in embarrassment under our noses. That man in white must be from the Shenyang sect, but I don't know which peak he is from. To be favored by the goddess of Zhangxiang Tower, I'm afraid he must be the #1 figure even within the Shenyang sect. Just because of his temperament, he is destined to be on a different level than us. Although I feel quite jealous, I have to be convinced. We, the disciples of the secular family, can't compare with others, so don't think about it and just drink in peace. A group of people sighed. Many of them have taken part in the Shenyang sect's entrance examination, but unfortunately they are not talented enough and they are not wanted. When Lin Changfeng heard what the old man said, he glanced at the old man coldly and ignored him. He also vaguely learned from the whispers of those around him that Su Ming was probably from the Shenyan sect, and his eyes flickered slightly. The Shenyan sect is one of the 5 major sects in the northern wasteland, and it has been a righteous sect for hundreds of years. However, in his eyes, this Su Ming has a strong smell of evil cultivators, especially if he has teaching a little girl like Ning Xiaoxiao to kill someone is simply not like a good person. May I ask your excellency, are you from the Shenyan sect? Lin Changfeng stared at Su Ming and asked calmly. Su Ming patted his sleeves and didn't even bother to look at Lin Changfeng. He glanced at the black-robed old man underground, then waved his hand towards the enchanting woman waiting aside. Just deal with this old thing, it affects your mood. The enchanting woman smiled and nodded, yes. With a wave of her long sleeves, the body of the old man in black robe suddenly disappeared from the ground, once again attracting the shocked gazes of a large number of people in the restaurant. Ning Xiaoxiao also glanced at the ground, then raised his head to secretly take a look at the enchanting woman. Su Ming smiled at her, I'll help you kill the person. From now on, you can go wherever you want. Lin Changfeng felt happy. He directly said to Ning Xiaoxiao, do you want to practice? If you want to practice, come with me. I will take you to worship the Shenyan sect. In the future, you will become more powerful than most people here. Ning Xiaoxiao glanced at him and pinched the corner of his clothes hesitantly. Su Ming turned around and returned to his seat leisurely, admiring the 3 women in snow clothes opposite who began to play the piano. Ning go get the jar of spiritual wine I brewed. Tang Qingyan said something to the enchanting woman, then snuggled up to Su Ming again. Seeing Su Ming staring at the 3 women in front of him, she stretched out her slender white hands to cover his eyes and said angrily, don't look. Su Ming. He grabbed the smooth and tender jade hand, squeezed it gently, leaned over and bit her crystal clear jade ear, then raised his head and stared into her eyes, can't you just look at it? Tang Qingyan's cheeks were rosy and she rolled her eyes at him charmingly, you are only allowed to look at me, not anyone else. Su Ming smiled and glanced back at the complicated-looking crowd in the restaurant. He put his arms around Tang Qingyan's slim waist and said, little goblin, those people behind me are probably eager to kill me. Tang Qingyan snuggled into his arms, picked up her black hair with her fingers, and scratched Su Ming's face with the hair of the black hair. She smiled foolishly and said, it's very simple. I just kill them all. So as not to affect your mood. Su Ming shook his head, I told you to exercise restraint. Tang Qingyan puffed her lips, after I got together with you, I seldom killed anyone, just because I was afraid you would be unhappy. Well, it's worthy of praise. I'll reward you for not getting out of bed tomorrow morning. Su Ming pinched her chin and smiled evilly. Tang Qingyan blushed and her legs were slightly numb. Then she stroked the strong muscles of his abdomen with her small hands and said in a quiet voice, every time I just talk but don't do anything, it's the most annoying thing. Her voice was gentle and sultry. Su Ming began to feel a little hot in his heart. Rear. Lin Changfeng stared at the backs of Su Ming and Tang Qingyan, who were leaning closely together. He squeezed his palms tightly. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a strong sense of disgust towards Su Ming, and he felt like it in his heart. There was a voice telling him that this Su Ming had taken something that originally belonged to him. Subsequently, he took a deep breath. If Su Ming was really a member of the Shenyan sect, regardless of whether he was an elder or a disciple of the Shenyan sect, if the incident of instigating Ning Xiaoxiao to commit murder was spread today, what would happen to the Shenyan sect in the past hundreds of years? In order to gain a reputation for righteousness, at the very least, he must be severely punished. Lin Changfeng decided that after joining the Shenyan sect, he would first find out Su Ming's identity, and then secretly expose what happened to him today, which would definitely discredit him. In his life, he has never seen such an arrogant and dissolute guy who doesn't take everyone seriously. Who can't pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Now he is just tolerating it. With his talent and the lifelong inheritance of the ancient god Emperor, who else can surpass him in this northern wilderness territory? But the next second, when he walked to Ning Xiaoxiao and wanted to ask the little girl's name, his eyelids suddenly jumped. When he saw the little girl in front of him, he gritted his teeth stubbornly, walked around him, walked behind Su Ming's seat, and behaved politely. He stood there calmly, not saying anything, just staring at Su Ming. Lin Changfeng was stunned for a moment. There was a sudden anger in my heart. I tried to persuade her with kind words and didn't want this little girl to go astray, but it turned out that she didn't appreciate it. I even said that I would take her away from here and teach her how to practice. In the end, she beat her severely in front of so many people. His face was full of anger, and he was a little angry at the moment. He is not willing to give up on his top-notch fairy furnace and cauldron physique. However, this little girl is unwilling to go with him. Do we need to take strong action? Lin Changfeng was thinking carefully.